This is a funny story. Well, no, it isn't really. It's a peculiar story, that's what I mean. Yep, it's peculiar, this story of the little one. In a way, it isn't his story, but if I tell you about it right from the beginning, you'll never forget him. At least, I haven't. It's really about Helen Wilder. Helen's an ordinary sort of a girl, the kind you see in the smoking car on the Long Island Railroad or in the bar at Child's. But just an ordinary girl. Helen was an actress. I was directing a little theater group in Woodside. That's just about 3 miles outside New York on Long Island. And one day, this girl walked in to audition for the show I was doing. She was pretty good, too. So I asked her to join my company, and she did. We used to rehearse on Wednesday night until 10 o'clock. When we finished, we'd go to a quiet little bar down by the station. And then we'd sit around and talk about the things actors talk about when they sit around quiet little bars. Well, it wasn't really a quiet little bar. It was little, but it had a jukebox. Yeah, it had a jukebox, all right. Complete with Glenn Miller, Bing Crosby, and sad songs about the cowboy's pasture close to heaven where they sell dreams to fools in love or something like that. You know, jukebox songs. Well, anyway, we'd sit around this place and talk. And how we used to talk.
Okay. So he's an actor with a nice voice. So what? Did you see his Hamlet? Full of tricks.
What's wrong with that?
Are you kidding, Helen? That's not acting, that's technique. The stage isn't a place for a singing lesson. What does he do? He wobbles and poses, and they call him the Hamlet of the age. Nothing.
I repeat, what's wrong with it? If an actor has a good voice, why shouldn't he use it? It's as much a part of his performance as anything else.
Now, look.
Oh, Phil, you make me sick the way you always pick on little things like that and blow them up.
Little things?
Yes, little things.
Little things, my foot. I just hate to see him get away with it, that's all.
Sometimes you make me so mad I could...
Spit?
Worse than that.
Now, look, Helen, for heaven's sake...
Well, that's the way it usually went. Phil and Helen at each other's throats and the word go. But they didn't mean all the things they said, but you know how it is. They get all heated up and start calling each other names. I guess there are people like that in all groups. Well, the rest of us would just sit around and watch them go at each other. You know, if this was a movie, they'd wind up in each other's arms. But this isn't a movie, so they just went along like that, fighting with each other. Things had quieted down after a while when Phil left, and we'd sit around, have a couple of drinks. Somebody would put a nickel in the jukebox and get an old tune, maybe Honey or Melancholy Baby, and we'd sit and sort of harmonize it. Bo, he was our tenor. He'd just sing. You know, I never saw a guy that liked to sing the way he did. It was fun, as I said, and we were a pretty good trio. All of a sudden, Helen would jump.
What time is it? I missed it again.
Well, there's always the drunk train.
That's the trouble.
A couple more drinks and you wouldn't even notice it.
I'll still be able to see him.
Who's him?
Just a guy on the drunk train.
You hear that, Al? That's why she hangs around here, just so she can meet some guy on the drunk train.
You wouldn't say that if you could see him.
Why? What's the matter with him? He got 2 heads?
No. But he's little.
Little?
Yeah. He's like nothing I've ever seen before. He's about 3 feet tall.
A dwarf?
No, there's nothing wrong with him. He's not misformed or anything. He's all in proportion. It's just that he's, well, little.
So? Why should that bother you?
Does. Just sits there and looks at me and smiles. That's what bothers me, the way he sits there and smiles.
He doesn't talk to you?
No, he just smiles.
Well, that was the first we heard about the little one. We finished our drink that night, paid our bill, and went up on the Woodside station to wait for the train with Helen. She'd aroused our curiosity about this little guy that just sat and looked at her. The train came in. For the Port Washington train, Helen took it out to Flushing. The drunk train. Now, I don't know whether you know what a drunk train is, but it's the last train of the night. And if you live out in Long Island, you have to catch it or you're out of luck. It's a funny kind of a train. It's the Long Island Railroad in slacks. Well, anyway, Helen got in. She took a seat about halfway down in the smoking car, she always did. And we followed her. And then we saw him, sitting across the aisle from her. Now, you know, it's funny, now that I think of it. Here she was talking about how she hated to see this little guy. But there were other seats in the train, and she sat in a seat right across the aisle from him. Now, she's never been able to explain that. Anyway, we saw him. He sat there perfectly erect with his back straight up and down like a school kid when the teacher's trying to correct his posture. He was about 3 feet tall, and his feet just dangled. They didn't come anywhere near the floor. Yeah, he looked funny, all right. We started to laugh. Well, we'd had a couple of drinks, and we were just a little too drunk to be polite, so we just laughed at him.
Your friends are laughing at me. I suppose I am amusing.
No, they've just had a couple of drinks. You know how it is.
They're laughing at me. I don't mind.
That's the way it started. He spoke to her just like that. After that, Helen caught the drunk train every night. She wouldn't let us come up on the station with her anymore. I guess she was afraid that we'd laugh at him like we did that first time. But she should have worried on that score. We didn't feel like laughing. We'd go into that quiet little bar with a jukebox. We'd sit around and have a couple of drinks, but it wasn't the same. I guess Bo and I knew the score, but Phil couldn't figure it out. Somehow he'd lost a sparring partner. Oh, Bo sort of figured it out, I guess, but he was in love with Helen, and that clouded him up a bit. You know, it's funny, he wouldn't sing anymore. Him that loved singing so much. He took to drinking a lot, too. Well, all in all, we weren't what you'd call a very jolly gathering.
Hey, what's the matter with all you people? Why doesn't somebody say something?
What's there to say?
Nothing. Oh, not a thing. Let's just sit and think about what a terrible world it is and how everybody's against us. I might as well go home, I guess.
No. Don't go yet, Phil. I'm going to the city soon. I'll ride in with you.
Well, I might as well.
Oh, go or stay, but stop talking about it.
Yeah, thanks for making up my mind for me.
Oh, take it easy, Phil.
Take it easy. I don't like to be obvious, but it looks to me from where I'm sitting that I'm not wanted around here.
Nobody said that, Phil.
Oh, didn't they? Funny, I could have sworn I heard somebody say it.
Oh, shut up, will you?
What's the matter? Have you got the mood concession around here? Can't I get moody and sad, or should we just sit and watch you?
Shut up.
Well, what's the matter with you?
She's in love with a midget.
There it was. It was said. Bo realized it after he said it, and he turned pale. Phil just sat there with a dumb expression on his face. Helen looked up, looked at the three of us, and then said...
Let's have another drink.
But it was out, it was said. You know, I don't think Helen even realized it until Bo said it. She caught a drunk train that night, and I didn't see her for a week. She just didn't show up at rehearsal, so I had to get someone else to take her place in the cast. Now, if it was anyone else, I would have called them up and given them the devil, but... Well, it wasn't anybody else. It was Helen. The night she came back, she called me aside after the rehearsal.
Al, I want you to know this before any of the rest of them. I'm going to marry him.
That's the way she said it. Matter-of-factly, just like that. I'm going to marry him. Might have been Clark Gable or the fellow that had the fruit concession at Grand Central. But it wasn't. We both knew whom she meant. Well, I didn't say much. I think she was grateful for that. I just looked at her.
I wanted to tell you first, Al, because I think you'll understand it a little better than the rest of them. I didn't want it to happen. It all started about a week after he spoke to me that first time. He asked me to go out fishing with him in a rowboat the next Sunday. Can you imagine me fishing in a rowboat? It was funny, but all of a sudden I was saying yes. I don't know why, but I was saying yes.
Of course, people had to be told. That was the tough thing for her. If she could just take him, this little one, and go off somewhere with nobody ever knowing, with nobody ever seeing them, it'd be all right. But that's not the way things are. People had to be told. Well, she told her mother next.
Helen, are you mad? Are you stark, raving mad?
I'm quite sane, Mother. I'm going to marry him. Oh, don't. Mother. Please. Please don't.
That's the way her mother took it. Helen didn't say anything after that. She never mentioned it again. Well, she had to tell Bo, and I knew that was a tough job for her. She and Bo had been close. You know how people click. They sit and talk and borrow books from each other, see a movie together now and then, and without putting it into words or talking about it, they got something pretty important between them. Well, that's the way it was with those two. Bo loved her, we all knew that. And in that special way I was talking about, she loved him, too. That's why it was so tough for her. She had to tell him, I guess.
I wish you'd say something, Bo.
Sure. Tell me what you want me to say, Helen. I'll say it.
Do you understand? I can't help it.
Yeah, I understand it. Helen, there's something I've never said to you, because I didn't think I had to say it.
It won't do any good to say it, Bo.
Won't it?
No good at all. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it.
Okay. I hope you'll be very happy, Helen.
Don't laugh at me, Bo.
I'm not laughing. I mean it. I hope you'll be very happy.
With him? I don't expect happiness from it.
Then why are you marrying him? You love him, don't you?
You've seen him?
Yeah, I've seen him. Helen, I'm going nuts. What's the score?
I don't know. All I know is I'm going to marry him. It's like a dream I've had over and over again. I'm lying on my back in complete darkness on a sort of conveyor belt that's pulling me forward to something I can't see, but it's something horrible. I can't even scream. It's like that, Bo. I can't get off.
You've got to get off.
I can't, Bo.
Helen, I love you.
I know. But I can't get off.
So she married him. The little one, I mean. She suddenly dropped away from all of us. That was part of her way of working it out, I guess. Anyway, I didn't see Helen for almost a year. You know how New York is. People are always drifting in and out of your life. That's one of the things you have to adjust yourself to, losing people like that. But somehow I just couldn't seem to lose Helen completely. She was more than just a girl I used to know that married a midget. I used to wonder about how it was working out, wondering whether she was able to make it work. If there was any chance of it working, she'd be the gal to do it. Well, Bo was still with me. He's playing juvenile parts, carrying a terrific torch. He tried to put it out with liquor and ingenues. It's kind of pathetic watching him. A new girl would come into audition, and I'd turn her over to Bo.
And that's the way I want life. I want it to walk up to me on the street with a smile on its face and a cigarette in its mouth. I want it to take my arm and walk along the avenue with me and stop and look in the shop windows and point out all the beautiful things on sale. And what do I get? A cheap imitation...
Okay, that's enough, thank you.
I haven't finished yet. I'd like to do Camille and Anna Christie and Sadie Thompson.
And spoil that beautiful voice of yours. No, I think I've heard enough. Would you give me some vital statistics on yourself? Name, address, phone number, experience?
Experience?
Acting experience, of course.
Oh.
Though not necessary. Name?
Peggy Dalton.
Address?
He'd take her off into a corner and ask her all about herself. Name, address, the rest of it. And then a few nights later, he'd call her up, tell her he had a part that he thought she might be able to do, and could he come up and talk it over with her that night. You know the routine. You do if you've ever been an actress or a casting director. But we had a sort of unspoken agreement not to talk about Helen, and we didn't. That is, we didn't until one night. It was after rehearsal. He grabbed my arm as I was leaving.
Al, how would you like to go see Helen with me?
Helen?
Yeah.
Why, I didn't know you knew where she lived.
I got her address from her mother 2 months ago. She's living out in Douglas.
Well, I don't know whether we should or not, Bo. Well, it isn't quite fair to her, is it? If she wanted us, she would have invited us. I'll let her work things out, will you?
You're right, but I've got to see her. She doesn't even have to know we're there. It's early. Maybe she'll be sitting on the porch. Maybe I'll just get a look at her somehow. I got to see her, I tell you. I've got to see her, Al.
I guess you do. Okay, Bo.
Thanks, Al.
So we did. Oh, I wish now we hadn't. I wish I'd gotten good and mad at him. Told him to grow up. But I didn't. I said okay. Well, we didn't have much trouble finding the house when we got to Douglaston. It was a nice house, with a porch that ran all the way around it, a couple of bay windows, and the largest hedges you've ever seen. She always liked hedges. Well, we sneaked into the yard. I guess Bo felt as foolish as I did, but by now I was just as anxious as he was to see Helen. We looked in the window. I don't like to remember that. Even now, it makes the sweat run up and down my spine. I don't know why. There wasn't anything scary, really, yet I've never been so scared in my life. Well, this is what we saw. Helen was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth. And on her lap was the little one, like a doll, all stretched out. And she was rocking him back and forth, back and forth. But he was crying like, moaning and crying like nothing I've ever heard. We just stood there looking through the window at them. Her rocking him, and this sound, the moon coming to us through that glass, making us wonder about our sanity. Well, we didn't say much on the train we took back to town. It was just a couple of weeks later when we heard about his death. It was in all the papers. And you know, it's odd. None of us, Bo or me or even Helen, stopped to think about what he did for a living. But there it was in the paper. He used to work in one of those side street penny arcades. Anyway, he was dead now. They found him in the attic with his neck all twisted. He'd fallen off something. Well, Bo and I didn't know whether we should go out to the wake or not, but we wondered if we had the right to intrude. Well, we decided that we'd take the chance, so we took the train out to Douglaston. A colored boy let us in. We followed him through the hall and into the parlor where the body was, and that's when we got another shock. The first thing we saw when we came through the door was a giant. And I mean he was a giant, at least 8 feet tall. Next to him was a man without arms, and a huge fat woman. Why, it was like a nightmare. But it was natural. These were his friends. Well, we stood there for a little, uncertain about just what we should do. The giant must have known how he felt because he came over to where we were standing.
He looks peaceful, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Did you know him well?
No, we didn't know him very well.
Great little guy. We've been working together for 3 years. Great little guy. Wasn't he, Gus?
Gus was this fellow without any arms. He looked at the big fellow when he spoke to him.
He's better off.
What are you talking about, Gus?
He's better off. We're all better off that way, aren't we? Poor little guy. Poor little guy.
When he said that, poor little guy, he wasn't just talking about the little one. He was talking about the 2 arms he was missing. He was thinking about the fat lady and the giant. Well, Bo and I kind of nodded, excusing ourselves, and we walked over to the casket. There was somebody kneeling in front of it, praying.
Hallowed be thy name.
We knelt down beside her and said a few words. Well, not a prayer, you understand. Somehow we couldn't pray there. When we finished, we glanced to the right at this woman praying beside us. She had a full beard. We stood looking at the miniature casket with the little one in it. Then we heard it. Oh, nothing scary, really, but the sweat was running down my back again. It was just the noise of a rocking chair. Rocking back and forth. Just that, nothing else. But she had a look on her face I can't forget. She was looking at that casket, and her arms were folded in her lap as though she were holding something, and she rocked back and forth. Oh, we got out of there fast. I don't think Helen even knew we were there. And that's about all there is to this story about the little one. Oh, except for one thing. Something Helen told Bo. Well, about 2 months after his death, Helen walked into a rehearsal one night. Just like that, out of a clear blue sky.
Hello, Bo. Al, you got a part for a struggling actress?
That's the way Helen did things. She came back to us and things were just like they always were. No one spoke about her marriage or the little one. It was as though it had never happened. But one night we went into the city to see a movie. Bo, Helen, and myself. It was a picture starring Phil. Phil, the one that used to fight so much with Helen. He'd gone out to Hollywood and was getting to be a well-known actor. Well, after the movie, we went in and had some coffee.
It's funny seeing Phil in a movie.
Remember the way he used to talk about them? That graveyard of talent.
That's Phil.
Poetic justice. How long has he been out there?
Oh, he left just after you... Well, 6 months ago.
Just after I what?
What do you mean, just after you what?
Just after I got married. That's what you were going to say, Bo, wasn't it? I wish you wouldn't worry so about saving my feelings. Since I came back, I can feel it. Things you can't talk about, things you can't say.
I'm sorry, Helen.
It's all right, Bo. We can talk about it. As a matter of fact, I wish we would. You know as much about it as I do, except one thing.
What's that?
The way he died.
He fell, didn't he?
Yes, that's right. That is what the death certificate said. Did you ever stop to think, Bo, or you, Al, what he fell off of?
No.
I found him in the attic. He'd been going up there every night for a week. He stayed up there until late. I could hear hammering and a lot of other noises, but he'd never tell me what he was doing. One morning, he wasn't at breakfast. That's when I went up and found him.
What did he fall off of?
We had a funny kind of marriage. I'd never been able to tell what I felt for him, why I married him. He was more like a little boy to me. But he was a man, with all the hopes and feeling of a man in a little boy's body. Can't you guess what he fell off of, Bo? Can't you guess what he was making in the attic? He fell off of a pair of stilts.
That's all there is to this story of the little one. Personally, I'm not laughing. Maybe you are. It's a funny situation. A midget falling off a pair of stilts and breaking his neck. But, as I said, I don't think it's funny.
You have been listening to The Little One, a play written for the Columbia Workshop by Albert Morgan. The music was composed and conducted by Van Cleve, and Earl McGill directed. In the cast were Chester Stratton as the narrator, Catherine Locke was Helen, and Bo, Michael Fitzmaurice. Others in the cast were Margot Stevenson, Howard Smith, Junius Matthews, Dean Carlton, Leona Roberts, and Harold Deerenforth. A note about the change of time of the Columbia Workshop. The workshop next week will be heard on Friday evening at 10:30 Eastern War Time. 10:30 Eastern War Time for the Columbia Workshop next Friday. If you can't be the man behind the gun, be the man behind him. Buy war bonds. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, the good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for ways to cut food bills. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated, so you can sprinkle in cheese goodness in a jiffy. Won't you try this economical, delicious macaroni and cheese tomorrow? A main dish ready in 7 minutes is a big help on wash day. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. For the past few days, our friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has been the victim of a baffling attack of the sneezes, and so far he hasn't found out the cause. Could it be some allergy, or is his mustache starting to back up on him? Come on, let's visit the Great Gildersleeve and find out.
And as I was saying, Marjorie, every time
Gesundheit.
Don't mention it.
Every time you what, Uncle Mort?
Every time a button pops off my vest.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you bet. I'm on my 4th vest now.
Yeah, and that last sneeze broke your shoelaces.
Yeah? Oh, well, I got to find some way of stopping this sneezing before I blow my brains out. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, well, you don't have to mention it.
No, Uncle Mort, I really think you should see a doctor. Now, this may be something serious.
Sure, whatever it is, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Then why am I sneezing?
Oh, there must be something you're allergic to.
Yeah, I know it. I'm allergic to sneezing.
No, Uncle, something else is wrong. Now, why don't you go right downtown and see Dr. DePeister?
Yeah, who in the name of the Mayo brothers is Dr. DePeister?
Well, I understand he's wonderful. Allergies are his specialty.
Oh, you mean he's an anti-sneeze man?
Yes. Florence Foreman told me he cured her. Found she was allergic to gasoline, so she sold her car.
Wasn't that a little drastic?
Oh, no. After she got Dr. DePeister's bill, she had to anyway.
Well, I hate to blow in a lot of money on my nose, Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Margaret, I was just making up your room. And you know that little kitty of yours?
Ah, you mean my itty-bitty pitty kitty?
Itty-bitty, oh, for corn's sake.
What's he been up to now, Bertie?
It's that sweater you making for that ensign in the Navy on account of he gave you that pussycat.
Don't tell me you found that.
Yes'm, the kitten got into knitting.
Oh, that's a shame, Marjorie.
What did he try to do? Pull the wool over his eyes?
Yep.
Yeah, and on him it don't look good.
Oh, dear. Did he do much damage, Bertie?
Just looky here. I brought the sweater in.
What sweater? That thing is more snarls than a cage full of tigers. Why, it's...
It's what, Unc?
It's
Gee, Unc, that one made the windows rattle.
The windows, eh? Good. I thought it was my teeth.
Really, Uncle Mort, you must go downtown and see Dr. DePeister.
Oh, nonsense, Marjorie. Why should I let a trivial... Well, maybe someday... Come on, what are we waiting for? Where is that doctor? But, Marjorie, I haven't sneezed once since we left home. Just my luck. When the doctor asks me how I do it, I won't be able to show him.
Oh, now sit down, Uncle. Relax and look at a magazine.
Magazine? Oh, all right. There's an article in the National Geographic for May 1916 I never did finish.
Uncle, you won't find that here.
Why not? This is a doctor's office, isn't it?
Yes, but this is a young doctor.
Makes no difference, my dear. When a boy decides on a medical career, what's the first thing he does?
I don't know. What?
He starts saving magazines. That's one of the reasons he has to be an intern so long. Just age is National Geographic.
Oh, Uncle. Why do they always have the National Geographic?
Well, it's all about faraway places. Anybody who sits in a doctor's office would rather be someplace far away.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Well, the doctor will see you now. This way, please.
What's he so cheerful about? The way she chirped, she'd make Florence Nightingale sound like a mudlark.
Now, you go right ahead, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear, but I'm feeling dandy now.
Oh, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, Doctor.
How do you do, Gildersleeve? Gildersleeve. Any relation to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's me.
Oh, it is. Well, now, where'd I hear that name before?
I phoned you an hour ago.
That's where I heard it. I never forget a face. What seems to be your trouble?
Sneezing.
Oh, you're having trouble sneezing?
Oh, no, I'm not having trouble sneezing. I'm having trouble sneezing. For the past 4 or 5 days, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah, monotonous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to get a permanent wave in my nose. Every morning I get up and sneeze all the cornflakes out of my bowl.
I know what'll cure that.
What was that?
I say I know what'll cure that.
What?
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, you'd better remove your clothes, please. And while you're doing that, I'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
Does anything you eat make your eyes water?
Yeah, raw onions.
Any food cause violent sneezing?
Well, black pepper does.
Any favorite dish that causes spots to appear on you?
Oh, yes, I get spots from soft-boiled eggs.
From eggs? Where?
On my necktie. But really, Doctor, I wish you could see me sneeze. My eyes pop out so far, it looks like I'm going to expel the pupils.
That's interesting. Suppose you show me how you do it.
I can't. I haven't sneezed once since I left home.
Most interesting. Eliminates one type of allergy that's very difficult to cure.
What's that?
The auto-infectious variety, when a person's allergic to himself.
Oh, well, I couldn't have that. I like me.
Yes. Your trouble seems to be localized somewhere at home. That makes the problem much simpler.
Oh, of course. All I have to do is move. Well, goodbye, Doc.
1 second, please. We'll never find the trouble by moving away from it.
I don't want to find it. I just want to lose it.
Then we must conduct a series of tests. And I believe the best place to do that is in your home.
Oh.
Shouldn't take us long to locate the trouble, not more than a year.
Yes, just a year?
Yes, if we're lucky. And now let me listen to your heart quietly.
Yeah, okay.
You must have a heart of oak. I'd better listen again. It's most interesting.
Excuse me, Doctor, but somebody's at the door.
Oh, I see. What is it?
It's time to take your pills, Doctor.
No, I won't. I hate pills. Go away.
By the way, Doctor, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, not much. Just $50 for each series of tests.
Why, that could run up into 5 goes... Oh, my goodness, it could, couldn't it?
That's true. But if we don't do that, you'll probably sneeze yourself into an early grave.
Oh, Doctor, how soon are you coming over?
How about Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I'd better get going now.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't go out that way.
Why not? That's the way I came in.
Oh, no, you didn't. When you came in, you had your clothes on.
What? Oh!
Leroy. Gee, we haven't any nails left. What are you going to do when we run out?
Oh, we can pull some more at Uncle Mort's tires. Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Hello, Piggy.
What did the doctor say, Unc?
He said $5, please.
Jeepers, Leroy, what's wrong?
Unc suffers from the allergics.
Yeah.
Allergics? What's that?
Oh, something rubs his nose the wrong way. Say, Unc, look what we're building.
Yeah, I see. What's it supposed to be?
It's a tree house for our club, the Young MacArthurs.
You're putting it in the wrong place, Leroy. You'll never get a MacArthur out on a limb. Where are you going to put it?
Well, as soon as we get it nailed together, we're going to haul it up on that oak where the branches spread. Prefabrication.
Oh, well, that's an idea, isn't it?
Did you ever have a tree house, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I started to one time. I had a wonderful idea. A log house in a tree. But it didn't work out.
Why not, Unc?
Well, we only had one tree in our backyard, and by the time I'd sawed enough logs for the house, there wasn't any tree left to put it in.
Did you build the house anyway?
No, my father found out what happened, and the logs and Pop and I all wound up in the woodshed.
Oh, was that the time you wanted to run away and be a sailor, and he knocked the tar out of you?
No, Leroy, that was another whaling expedition.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, will you help us build our clubhouse?
Oh, of course. I'll pitch right in. Hand me the hammer, Leroy. Thank you. I just love to drive nails. Now watch me and learn, Leroy. Excuse me. Understand now, Leroy?
No, I don't quite...
Oh, but it's so simple. What's troubling you?
Well, I'm wondering how you're going to get your necktie off now that you've nailed both ends to the plank.
What do you mean? I see.
Hey, Uncle Mort, is the flagpole straight now?
Oh, it's just fine up there, Leroy. Now nail down that little birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Oh, you mean our mailbox?
Leroy, who's going to deliver mail up in a tree 20 feet off the ground?
Okay, it's a birdhouse.
Oh, Leroy!
Yes, Bertie?
I'd like you to come down out of that tree. It's time for lunch. And that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker just dropped in.
Oh, he did he? That old goat always shows up at feeding time. Tell him to come out here. I want him to see the house we built.
Yes, sir. And don't you dilly-dally, Leroy.
I won't, Bertie. Gee, Unc, isn't the clubhouse swell? I just finished fixing the secret trapdoor in the roof.
A secret trapdoor? Well, I wish I could see it. Must be very cozy inside.
I'll say.
Yeah, now you go into lunch. And scrub your hands before you sit down at the table.
Okay, but gee whiz, I bet Tarzan never has to wash before he eats.
Yeah, of course not. Tarzan's in hot water all the time. Yeah. Anyhow.
Hello, Leroy. How are you feeling, Gildersleeve? Still sneezing your brains out, or have you run out of brains?
No, Hooker, I haven't run out of brains. Would you like to borrow some?
No. Wouldn't think of taking your last one. What's the big attraction out here?
The attraction is that tree house the kids built. Like to go up there and look at it?
No, thanks. I can see it well enough from here.
They have a secret trapdoor and a lot of other modern improvements. Come on, let's go.
Now, let's quit kidding ourselves, Throckmorton. We're too old to go traipsing up the side of a tree to peek at a packing box.
Yeah, speak for yourself, you old fogey.
Fogey!
Okay, then you're an old fogey. Why, you even get out of breath playing checkers. Thank goodness I'm different.
Don't kid me, Throckmorton. If you aren't too old, you're too fat. Now forget about it. You're dizzy enough on the ground without climbing trees.
In that case, I guess I'll have to show you, Judge Hooker. Here, hold my coat, Grandpa, and watch a man strut his stuff.
Careful, Gildy. You'll get halfway up and then spread your stuff.
Don't worry about me, Judge. I come from a long line of tree climbers.
That may be so, but remember, you haven't any tail.
If I stand on this box, I think I can reach that limb. Yeah, just watch me, Judge.
Come on down from there, Gildersleeve, before you fall on that big fat neck.
Just a little rusty, that's all. Oh, I never knew I weighed so much.
You're building up to a terrible letdown, Humpty Dumpty.
Oh, by George, I'm going to make it. And nobody's more surprised than I am.
Well, you made it, but you'll never get down again.
Say, you ought to be up here, Judge. There's a beautiful view from here.
There is?
Uh-huh. On a clear day, I can see into every second-story window in the block.
What are you walking around on the roof for? The door isn't up there.
I think it is. Leroy said something about a secret trap door somewhere. Oh!
Gildersleeve, what happened?
I found the trap door.
You better stop fooling around and come down. That's pretty dangerous.
You may be right. I'd better... Uh-oh.
What's wrong now?
But I got in here. I should be able to get out.
Gildersleeve, what's the trouble?
I can't squeeze out of this door.
But you just got in.
Yeah, but I came in fast, and I'm stuck fast, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to be a speed artist at making grand macaroni and cheese. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Out of that package, take the special macaroni and cook it in salted boiling water not more than 7 minutes by the clock. Then just drain it well and lightly mix the fluffy macaroni with a little butter and milk. Next, take the envelope of Kraft grated from the Kraft Dinner box and sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the macaroni. Turn the macaroni and cheese into a serving dish, and your dinner main dish is ready. Ready in double quick time. A really thrifty main dish. And really delicious macaroni and cheese, too. Now, doesn't Kraft dinner sound like a wonderful idea for busy days? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft dinner package contains the making for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages tomorrow and stock the pantry shelf. Your family will love Kraft dinner, macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, whom we left stranded in a house in a tree in the backyard. As we find Uncle Mort again, he's still there, while below Judge Hooker tries to comfort him with song.
Rock-a-bye, Gildy, in the treetop.
I'll kill that hooker.
When the wind blows, hang on or you drop.
Yeah, I'll drop on you.
When the bow bends, it surely will break, and Gildy will hit just like an earthquake.
Hooker, stop that infernal nursery rhyme.
Oh, you want something more modern, huh? All right, Gildy, I'll give you the #1 song on the hit parade.
Yo.
Don't sit up in the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me.
Yes.
Anyone else but me.
No, no, no! Do something. Get me out of here. This is a terrible predicament.
Yes, isn't it?
You just wait, Judge Hooker. I'm going to break every bone in your head. Now get me out of here.
Hey, what's going on out here? Where's Uncle Mort, Judge?
Uncle decided to visit your treehouse, Leroy. See him? He became so absorbed in it he can't tear himself away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I can see him. His head's sticking out of the secret trap door. Oh, how do you like it up there?
I'd like it a lot better up here if I were down there.
Gee, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Leroy. Except that I'm wearing your secret trap door as a girdle. I'm stuck up here fast. You got to do something.
Leroy, what's all the shouting about? Jeepers, sis, Uncle Mort is up a tree. Look. Why, Uncle Mort!
Yeah, hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing up there?
I think he's looking for a bird's nest. He's been acting as if he's a little cuckoo.
Don't you egg me on, Hooker. Marjorie, I came up here to inspect Leroy's little shanty, but now I'm stuck. And frankly, I'm beginning to get bored with lodging here.
Excuse me, folks, but where's Miss Gildersleeve?
Yeah, I'm right here, Bertie.
Well, where's that voice coming from? He can't be in the trunk of the tree. His trunk's bigger than the tree.
I'm upstairs in the tree, Bertie. What is it?
There's a Dr. Duke-Ice at the front door to see. He says he's got an appointment.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. The sneeze doctor. I forgot all about him.
Gee, Unc, I don't think there's room enough for both of you out there.
Of course not, Leroy. And I won't have anyone see me in this ridiculous, undignified position. Bertie, tell him to come back later in the afternoon. Tell him I'm at a board meeting.
But, Uncle, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Oh, yes, it would, my dear. Wherever I turn, I'm meeting a board.
Well, I'm going to tell him.
And Bertie, after he leaves, bring me something to eat.
Yes, sir.
Slice up some of that tongue and make 3 or 4 sandwiches, huh? It's way past my lunchtime, and I feel as hollow as Judge Hooker's head.
That's right, Gildersleeve. Go ahead and stuff yourself. Then you'll never be able to get out of that box.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that. Just 2 tongue sandwiches, Bertie.
Okay, but how am I going to serve him? On a parachute?
Gee, Unc, why didn't you let the doctor come back here? I bet you he can get you out.
Leroy, I don't need an allergy specialist. I need a tree surgeon.
Well, he can put you on a reducing diet.
Sorry, Leroy, but that wouldn't work. No matter how much your uncle reduced, he'd still be living on the fat of the land.
Hooker, why don't you go home?
All right. I can take a hint. I just hope you're stuck up there until your north side is covered with moss. Goodbye.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm sorry this happened. Now that he's gone, don't you feel sort of empty inside?
I'll say I do. Where's Bertie with those tongue sandwiches? Oh, Bertie!
Here I come, Mr. Gildersleeve. I had some trouble with the cat. And that doctor man said he'll be back later, and he's still charging me for this visit.
Well, never mind that now. What about my lunch? Didn't you bring me those sandwiches?
No, sir. I'm awful sorry about that, but I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Because the cat got your tongue.
Come on, Piggy, pull.
No, Piggy, don't pull. You're just taking the back right out of my shirt. It's no use, boys. Oh, why did you ever build this thing so solidly?
Jeepers, you told us to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Trapped by my own words. You better climb down now, boys, and try to borrow a ladder and an axe someplace.
Okay, Uncle.
And remember, I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to know about this. I'd be the butt of too many jokes.
You coming, Leroy?
Scramble down now. I can see the girl next door in her room. I don't want to attract any attention.
We'll be right back, Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. How are you today?
Oh, perfectly fine, except for a blister I picked up at tennis that's been annoying me ever since. Isn't it terrible?
Heel?
I'll say he is. He followed me all the way home. Say, how did you ever manage to get up so high? Is that a steam cabinet you're sitting in? What are you doing up in the tree?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just doing an important air raid defense job.
You don't say. Well, what is it? You can trust me because you know I always keep my mouth closed and everything I hear goes right in one ear and out the other. And gee, I wonder why that is.
Well, what's there in between to stop it?
Oh, well, then you'll tell me, huh? Well, what is it?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here spotting airplanes.
Spotting airplanes? Oh, how fascinating. Gee, I wish I could help you, only I wouldn't know what colors to spot them.
Ew. No, I don't suppose you would. Shh. Hey, what's that noise?
Oh, my goodness. There's a fire somewhere.
Huh?
Oh, I simply must go because I just love to curl up in front of a good fire. Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you polka dot a lot of planes.
Polka dotted. Just my luck to have a nice, exciting fire somewhere, and I can't go. Is that you down there, Leroy?
Yes, Uncle.
Where's the fire?
There isn't any, Uncle Mort. You told me to borrow a ladder and a match, but not to tell the neighbors, so I just called the fire department.
No. Great jumping jeeps. Why did you do that? Oh, I won't have it. Look at all those people. Send them away. And tell them to stop coming.
But Jeepers, Uncle Mort.
Hello, kid. Is that him up there?
Yeah, Chief, but he says that he don't want
Bring a 30-footer, boys. Go away. Take those fire wagons out of our alley. Keep that crowd out of our yard.
Oh, a little violent, huh?
Now take it easy, Tubby. We'll get you down.
I don't want to come down. I like it up here.
What is this guy, a squirrel?
Don't worry, Uncle Mort. They'll chop you out in no time.
Keep those hatchet men away from me. I'm very comfortable up here, and I won't come down till I'm good and ready.
As nutty as a fruitcake.
He's jerky, that's all.
Probably thinks he's General Doolittle.
Why don't you brave fire ladders just go back to your checker game?
Now, see here, Fatso. We were called to take you down from there.
Who called you? Did I call you?
No, but somebody...
You're paid for putting out fires, not for coming around annoying innocent people who are enjoying a nice rest up a tree.
But we're supposed to take
Oh, wasting the taxpayers' money, eh? Now, you get out of here before I pick up my phone and report this to the mayor.
Come on, boys. Put that ladder back in the truck. Quinn, take this axe back. Let's get out of here before I turn a hose on that big fat false alarm.
The idea. I guess I told him a thing or two.
But gee, Uncle Mort, those guys would have gotten you out of there in a minute. Don't you want to come down?
No, Leroy. I couldn't come down that ladder in front of that crowd.
Why not?
Because there are a lot of nails up here, and I've torn a square foot out of the seat of my pants.
But maybe if we spread a lot of mattresses all around and then cut down the tree, then maybe...
I cut down a tree once, and it takes days, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you could get through if you got a can of grease and gave yourself a good lube job.
Thanks for the suggestion, Piggy, but I'll save that one until everything else fails.
Uncle Mort, here comes Dr. DePeister.
Oh, I've forgotten all about him. Say, I just realized something. I haven't sneezed since I came up here, Marjorie. He'll probably want me to stay here the rest of my life.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve back yet?
Oh, yes, I'm up here, Doctor.
Where? Oh, there you are. Well, come down now, and we'll get started with those tests.
Come down, eh? I'm afraid I'll have to stay up here a while.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have more confidence in your doctor. You mustn't run away, you know.
I'm not going to run away, but why don't you? Run away and come back some other day.
That's a rather peculiar reaction. I'll have to write the medical journal about this.
Really, Doctor, you don't understand.
Oh, hey, keep away. Cut that out.
What's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Woodpeckers are trying to build a nest in my hair.
Poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah, what's the matter? Is he allergic to woodpeckers?
Here's a policeman to see you.
A policeman? What does he want?
There have been a lot of complaints from this neighborhood about a peeping Tom.
A peeping Tom. Oh, help! Get him off! Now the woodpeckers are dive bombing me. Hurry up, Get away from me, birds. You bother me.
How's the sewing going on?
Sawing? Not so good. I'm getting too much attention from my little feathered friends.
I've got an idea how we can scare off the birds. I'll be right back,
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but do you expect to be down for dinner?
I hope so, Bertie.
So do I, because I can't figure how I'm going to serve you your soup up there.
Oh, well, that'd be simple. I could drink it through a straw.
What, oxtail soup?
Yes, oxtail.
Here, Kitty. Nice, Kitty. Come on now. Hey, Unc, look what I've got to drive the birds off.
Oh, Marjorie's cat. Good. Send him right up here, Leroy. I'm afraid some bird's going to lay an egg on me any minute.
Go ahead up to Uncle Mort, Kitty. Attaboy.
Yes.
Keep on going. That's it.
Yeah, here, kitty. Ah, yes. Come on. Stay right up here near your Uncle Mort. Isn't he cute? Leroy, that was certainly a bright eye. You.
Good sight.
You're welcome, Bertie. Say, I didn't sneeze once since I came up here until that cat.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I just found out what I'm allergic to, Marjorie. It's that cat of yours. Oh, well, this saves me a lot of doctor bills and time and trouble. Why, I'm so No, don't call him, Leroy. Looks like I'm going to sneeze my way out of here. Come here, nice kitty. I can't hear you, Leroy, on account of. Where am I?
You're in the middle of our victory garden, Unc. Right between the mashed potatoes and the split peas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just 6 months since Pearl Harbor. Since then, this nation has leaped to arms with one idea in our minds and hearts: victory. This summer, there'll be no slackening, no rest. The leading NBC shows are joining our government in bringing you the Victory Parade, a series of Sunday afternoon shows heard all through the summer in the Jack Benny time. We urge you to listen. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all need extra vitality these days, the energy to help make our war machine hum. So you'll be glad to know that one of the best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is wholesome parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, unlike some foods, delicious parquet margarine is the kind you naturally serve at every meal. It's a wonderfully good-tasting spread for bread. It's a real flavor shortening for baking. It makes pan-fried foods tastier. Yes, you can use parquet margarine all these ways to help add extra nourishment and goodness to your meals. Another thing, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for all these reasons, order a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Music Hall presenting Burns with John Scott Carter and his orchestra and the Music Maids. Bob's special guests for this evening are Dorothy L'Amour, Herbert Marshall, little Betty Brewer, the new star of Rangers of Fortune, Wingy Manone, the hot trumpet player, and Dusselina Giannini of the Metropolitan Opera Company. And here's Bob Burns.
Well, that is real pretty, Johnny, but I know something prettier. I don't mean something that's just a little bit prettier either. I mean I know something that's a whole lot prettier than anything I've ever heard in my life. I'm talking about the music I heard around 4 o'clock last Sunday morning. I mean my new little son, Stephen Foster Burns' first squawk. Honestly, Johnny, now you may think that I'm kind of biased or prejudiced about this, but if you don't believe that Stephen Foster Burns' first squawk is the prettiest sound in the world, I can prove it. I made a record of it.
You really made a record of it, Bob?
I really made a record of it. I certainly did, Dottie. I put up a microphone right outside the door, and with a machine I got there, I took the sound as it came through the transom.
Well, now, Bob, as I understand it, this discussion is not whether it's possible or even how it's possible to make a record of a baby's first squawk. The matter under discussion is whether or not your new baby's first squawk is, as you put it, quote, the prettiest sound in the world, unquote.
Always got to be some doubting Thomas like you, kid.
Yeah, just call me KG Kenneth.
Yeah, you know, there's always men like you that don't believe men like me. And just to prove that little Stephen Foster Burns' first squawk is the prettiest sound in the world, I've got permission from the National Broadcasting Company to play my record of it. You know, they don't usually allow people to do this sort of thing, but this squawk is such a pretty sound, they just had to break the rule. Are you ready to listen, Ken?
Well, all right, I'll listen.
Are you listening, Johnny?
I was right on the beam, sir.
You listening, Dottie?
Wouldn't miss this beautiful sound for the world, Bob.
Well, then, I want to tell you folks that we're making history here tonight. We really are. This is the first time, I suppose, that a baby's first squawk has been recorded on the air. And now it's the truth that you've got to kind of overlook it. You know, imagine starting him out in life this way. He will be the youngest broadcaster that ever lived. Why, for a person to broadcast, you've at least got to give them a chance to catch their breath, and that's all I gave him. Of course, I've learned to talk on the intake too. But now then, if the man in there's ready, and I think he's ready to play, he keeps signaling me that he is. The next sound you're going to hear is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard in my life. A record of my new little son, Stephen Foster Burns' first squawk. Now listen. Yes, I bet that sounded awful familiar to many a proud papa. Now, I'll leave it to anybody that heard it. Ain't that the prettiest sound in the world?
I ain't never been a papa, Bob, but I gotta admit that's an awful pretty squawk.
Is the baby as pretty as it squawks, Bob?
Now, wait a minute, Dorothy. That's a baby boy, you know. They don't call boys pretty.
Not if yours favors you doesn't.
Well, I admit little Stevie ain't pretty yet, but, you know, he's rugged.
Were you glad it was a boy instead of a girl, Bob?
Well, Dottie, I was glad it was a boy for just one reason. It convinced me that Crosby hasn't got them all cornered.
Bob, everybody here in the Kraft Music Hall wants to congratulate you and Harriet. And I'm sure all the KMH clients join us.
At which point, the tactful Miss Dorothy L'Amour, anxious to sing a song about a man whose baby is nicer than Bob's new son, has cannily elected to sing Nobody's Baby.
I'm nobody's baby. I wonder why. Each night and day I pray the Lord up above, please send me down somebody to love. But nobody wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me, because I'm nobody's baby now. Nobody wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me because I'm nobody, baby, now.
Well, come on, Bob. Dottie's finished. Come on.
You'll have to pardon me. I was just sitting over there, you know. I don't know what I'm doing. I swear I don't. I was just sitting over there thinking of little Stephen Foster Burns. He's just 4 days old today. He's my youngest one. I declare I don't know when I've been so nervous, and I've been nervous around here for the past 3 or 4 months. In fact, I've been nervous ever since Winchell first told me about it. But I'm getting so now that I stand up to it a lot better than I used to. I'm getting so I'm standing it better every year. Why, the thing that helped me out so much this year, there were so many things to get ready for the arrival of the little fella. I went out, I bought a new crib. My wife told me, she says, get an oak one this time. Get one that'll last. And I did, and then I took all the old nipples out and got them vulcanized. Why, it's the truth. I'm telling you, some of them nipples been vulcanized so many times they got patches on the patches. And, of course, you know, I suppose all of you know that he was born out at the house, little Stephen Foster, he born out in the home. And so, of course, we just been living out there a short while, and I didn't want the stork to get lost. And so I put a light in the room. I kept a light burning all night long so that he could not only find the house, but, you know, I left the window open so he could swoop right in. I didn't make the mistake that Bing made with his last baby. That's little Lindsay. Bing hung a lantern on a post out in front of his house. And do you know that stork never did bring that baby in the house? Like everything else of Crosby's, little Lindsay was left at the post. Well, sir, you know that now my doctor, of course, one thing that helped is that I had the same doctor that I always have. I took up his option this year. The doctor kind of surprised me this year. I said, well, Doc, how much do I owe you this time? He says, oh, that's all right, Bob. This one's on me. Of course, he didn't actually say that, but I happen to know that he's here in the hall tonight, and that's the idea for it, didn't he? But you know, for a while here, whenever Bing and I became a father, that's before the novelty wore off. You know, there used to be an awful celebrating here in the Kraft Music Hall. I declare, for a while there, it looked like we was both just going stark mad. And we at first we used to hand out cigars on all those occasions, but all the boys in the orchestra started getting tobacco heart. But you know, my own kinfolks, they don't see any sense of me even mentioning things like this with the few that I got, because my folks, they really believe in having children. Now, and they've got a bunch of them. I'm telling you, I've got one uncle, that's my Uncle Fudd. He just loves children so much, and he's got so many of them, and now he would just dearly love to tell bedtime stories to his children at night, but he just can't do it. When he looks up and sees all them children in front of him, there's so many of them, he gets stage fright. Why, it's the truth. He's had so many of them that now every time he takes out his handkerchief, he just starts automatically folding it into a triangle. In fact, he still thinks that's what they mean by the eternal triangle. And I went down to see him not long ago, and he's still just as crazy about children as ever. And he lives way back in the mountains, and he never gets any news. So I started telling him about the World Series, who won the World Series, and all this, and the war. And he says, wait a minute, I don't care nothing about that. He says, there's only one thing I want to know about the outside world. He says, whatever happened to that feller that had all them 5 daughters at one time? I says, oh, you mean that Papa Dione? He says, yeah, that's him. I says, well, he's still living up in Canada. And Uncle Fudd says, did he ever have any more of them quintuplets? And I says, no. Uncle Fudd just shook his head kind of disgustedly. He says, I know that fella's just a flash in the pan. Well, now then, tonight I'm going to dedicate my number to little Stephen Foster Burns, because I'm going to sing a song that I wrote myself. I call it The Wail of the Trail. And if I ain't that a title? It kind of outlines my whole life. You know, it tells the story of my life. I want to show him what I had to go through with. All right, boys, anytime you're ready. When I was a boy, I lived on a farm. I never done no good, and I never done no harm. I heard of the gold in Wyoming, and so I packed up my clothes and made ready to go. I crossed over hills or mountains or plains. I crossed a large river. I joined a large train. I left my country, my people, my home, out on the plains of Wyoming to roam. We put out our tents on the green grassy ground, while the mules and the horses was a-grazing all round. While taking refreshments, we heard a low wail. Was a band of Sioux Indians coming out on our trail. We sprung to our rifles with a flash in each eye. Boys shouted our leader, we'll fight till we die. We was a brave bunch of 24, while that of the Indians was 100 or more. They crept down upon us like snakes in the grass. They gave a wild yell and the arrows flew past. Our leader jumped up with an arrow through his head. He whispered, "Oh, mother," and fell over dead. Besides our brave leader, we lost 2 more men. But we kept on fighting with vigor and vim. We fit and we fit till the darkness come o'er, and all of the Indians lay dead on the floor. I stayed in the West and grew big and tall. I had no profession, I worked at 'em all. When I was a plumber, I made me a pipe. It's called a bazooka, but I ain't playing it tonight. No, I ain't gonna play the bazooka tonight. It might wake up Stevie, and that wouldn't be right. It also might cause an uncomfortable draft. So instead, I'll let Ken tell you all about Kraft. Go ahead, Ken. Tell them all about it, boy.
Now, before winter sets in, Kraft sends you a bright bouquet of flowers that'll make your table settings gay for months to come. I speak of the lovely new flower designs for the glasses that hold famous Kraft cheese spreads. This year, Kraft gives you not just one beautiful new pattern, but 4. Yes, 4 different flower designs. A scarlet tulip, a graceful violet, a heaven blue cornflower, a jonquil the color of spring sunshine. And just think, you get one of these glasses every time you buy a Kraft cheese spread. Do you know all of the delicious varieties of cheese spreads that Kraft offers for sandwiches and salads and appetizers? For instance, the teasingly delicious one that's pink and flavory with chopped pimentos. The one that puts the delectable tang of Roquefort cheese in a smooth, spreadable form. The Kraft spread that gives you the delicacy of fine cream cheese plus bits of Hawaiian pineapple. The spread that's racy with sweet pickle relish. Well, that's just a hint of the wonderful assortment that Kraft gives you. When you go to the food store to see the lovely new flower design glasses, study the labels, too, so that you'll know all of the tantalizing spreads that Kraft puts at your service. Take home several varieties.
I have never been aboard a steamer. I am just content to be a dreamer. Even if I could afford a steamer, I would take the ferry boat every time. I love to ride the ferry, where music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit upper deck arena. While boys and girls are dancing, while sweethearts are romancing, life is like the Mardi Gras, funiculi, funicula. Happy as we drink together, happy as we sing together, happy with a ferry boat serenade. How I love to ride the ferry, 'cause I know that's where the music's merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit upper deck arena. While the boys and girls are dancing, look around and you'll see sweethearts romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, funiculi, funiculi, funicula. Happy 'cause we're together, happy we'll sing together, happy ferry boat serenade.
Following the Music Maid's rocking of the ferry boat serenade, we're happy to welcome a man to the Kraft Music Hall whose polished performances have graced many of the screen's finest offerings during the past 10 years. A man who is at present in Alfred Hitchcock's dynamic film Foreign Correspondent, and who is soon to be seen with Betty Davis in Warner Brothers' forthcoming picture, The Letter.
Now, in case you don't know it, Ken's talking about Herbert Marshall, and I want to tell you there's a man I look up to.
Thank you, Bob. As a matter of fact, it's mutual. I've always marveled at you. I'm awed by any man like yourself who is, well, shall we say, different. You know what I mean when I say awed?
Oh.
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, when I come to Hollywood, Bart, I made a resolution I was going to be different. I said to myself, Robin, no matter what happens, don't you become just another pretty face.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Bob. You certainly stuck to your resolution.
Well, I want to tell you it took a lot of grit.
Yes, I can see it all over your face.
Well, a little soap and water will fix that.
I suppose you know, Bart, that when Bob came out here, the makeup men who were supposed to beautify him took a day off.
That's where they made their mistake.
Yeah, they should have taken the face off.
Ken, a face like Bob's is the price one has to pay for individuality.
Yeah, but I'm getting to think maybe I was overcharged.
Uh-huh. Or maybe shortchanged.
Well, anyhow, I want to tell you, Bart, you don't know how lucky you are. You're just naturally good looking. You're just awful pretty, Bart. You sure, I tell you, and you know how to dress.
Oh, yes, I've known that for years. Been dressing myself ever since I was quite a small boy.
Well, it just ain't dress I'm talking about, Bart. You've got something I wish I had. You've got charm.
Bob, now, you have plenty of charm yourself. It's evident in all your pictures. What do you say, Ken? Don't you think Bob has charm?
Don't ask me. I work here.
If you could call what Ken does work.
Now, if you want to get the real unbiased lowdown on charm, Bart, ask a child. And little Betty Brewer ought to be a good judge of charm after playing opposite Fred McMurray in Rangers of Fortune.
Yeah, but now let me do the asking. Now then, Betty, you've seen Mr. Marshall in pictures, haven't you?
Gosh, yes, we go to see all of Mr. Marshall's pictures.
Don't you think he has a lot of charm?
I'll say.
See?
This is becoming embarrassing. Now, let me ask you a question, Betty. You've seen Mr. Burns in pictures, haven't you?
Well, we'd like to, but we only got enough money to see the better pictures.
Now, there is a young lady who handles a difficult situation with diplomacy and tact. If we're going to give away any bouquets for charm, Bob, it seems to me Betty deserves them.
Well, if you'd read what the New York movie critics said about Betty's acting in Rangers of Fortune, Bart, you'd know she's had plenty of bouquets thrown at her.
Did you read that stuff, too?
I wish somebody'd write some of that stuff about me.
Betty, it must have been quite a thrill going to New York for the opening of the picture. How did you like the big city?
Well, gosh, it was awful exciting, but I don't think I'd like to live there.
Did anybody ask you to?
No.
Well, then what are you worrying about?
Oh, boy, I'm not taking any chances in case somebody suggests it. I like it here in Hollywood.
Well, it's only natural you should be loyal to the city that gave you your start.
Yeah, I know how she feels. I know because Van Buren not only gave me my start, but it encouraged me. It's the truth. They started me out of town and encouraged me to keep going.
Well, Bob, the city sure didn't give us our start. We had to go out and find a start for ourselves.
Where'd you look?
Nightclubs.
I didn't think they'd allow a little girl of 13 to sing in nightclubs.
Well, I didn't get to sing in them. I sang out in the front. My brother and sister and I thought we could make a little money singing on the sidewalk outside.
That's the best part of a nightclub, the sidewalk outside.
Well, did you make any money out on the sidewalk?
Well, a little bit.
Doggone it, why didn't I think of that?
Don't worry, maybe it's not too late yet.
Yes, indeed, a young lady who handles a difficult situation with diplomacy and tact.
Yes.
Please tell me more about your fascinating career, Betty.
Well, we got flashed in the pan in a Gene Autry picture.
You got what in the Gene Autry picture?
Well, flashed, you know. We were on and off in a flash.
It all sounds rather like a fairy tale to me.
Yeah, I guess Betty's the first Cinderella we've ever had in the Kraft Music Hall.
And the first Cinderella who ever brought her brother and sisters to the party.
Well, the brother part is okay, Bart. That's Sonny over there. He's age 8, but there's only one sister. That's Eileen. That's the girl who looks like Betty. This other little girl's no relation. Her name is Colleen Collins.
But, Mr. Marshall, you can call me Pootsy,
Oh, that's very nice of you, Colleen, but why should I call you Pootsy?
because that's my name.
Well, that's a pretty good reason.
Isn't it?
I don't think we need carry the matter any further, but I would like to know, how did you happen to get mixed up in the Brewer family?
Well, Pootsy lived across the street, and she liked to sing low harmony.
Well, it ain't easy to sing low harmony all by yourself.
Oh, that's why we let her sing with us.
She lived across the street a long time before we even talked to each other.
And why didn't you talk to each other?
We didn't have anything to talk about.
Since when do girls have to have something to talk about in order to start talking?
Well, now, Bart, if you just stop to give the matter a little thought, you'll soon see that it's a lot harder for little girls to get acquainted than it is little boys.
Why's that, Bob?
Well, little boys, all they got to do is walk up to each other and say, "My name's Burns. You want to make something of it?"
Well, say, Bob, we didn't want to fight with Pootsy. We just wanted to sing with her.
And that's why Pootsy joined the Brewers.
And that's why she sings alto in our trio.
And that's why our trio became a quartet.
Now, wait a minute here. I don't want to butt in here, but you people are missing something here. You're missing the chance for a good joke. You're talking about these Brewers and, she went over and sang with the Brewers, and the Brewers were the cause of her singing. There's a chance. Do you know that the Brewers in this country have been the cause of more quartets than anybody in the world?
All right, Bob.
Well, Betty, with Pootsy as alto, you take the lead?
No, Eileen takes the lead, and I take the top tenor. Pootsy takes the alto, and Sonny takes all the hot licks.
Sonny seems rather quiet. He hasn't said a word so far.
He's shy.
I am not. The girls just don't let me, talk.
Do I gather from that you're not quite happy in your work?
Yeah, but I'd rather go out with the boys.
Hey, it's funny to hear that on Thursday. That's the very line Grandpa Snazzy used to use on Saturday night.
Who arranges your numbers, Betty?
Looking for work, John Scott?
Well, we do all of our own arrangements, Mr. Trotter, and we practice in the back room of the house, and to hear the neighbors always yelling, we have to go out in the yard sometimes.
Well, you're in a hall right now, Betty, and we'd like to hear you sing one of your extra special arrangements.
Well, all of our arrangements are extra special.
Honey, I sure could use you.
You know, I kind of like the way you do that South American way. Suppose you do that.
Okay, Mr. Burns. Ready, kid? Let's see. Da-da, da-da, no, that's not the key. Da-da. I think that's right. Da-da. Okay, come on. That's right. Okay. Hi-ya, hi-ya.
Have you ever danced in the tropics? In the hazy, lazy, like kind of crazy, like South American way. Hi-ya, hi-ya. Have you ever kissed in the moonlight? In the grand Zovius, gay notorious, South American way. The land scheme of love is like a dream of love. The land scheme of love is in a vein. Hi-ya, hi-ya. There is melody in their music. While they got you sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. Hi-hi.
I didn't realize the children sang a cappella.
Yeah, and good, too. You know, they weren't kidding about that being an extra special arrangement either. Sonny, could you do some of those hot licks without the music?
Sure.
Well, he may not like his work, but he sure gives it all he's got.
Betty, I think that really calls for an encore.
Okay, pal. Let's go, kid. I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill, on Blueberry Hill. When I found you, my heart stood still on Blueberry Hill and lingered until my dreams came true. The wind and the willow played love's sweet melody, but all of those vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still, 'cause you were my thrill on Blueberry Hill. The wind and the willow played love's sweet melody, but all of those vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still, 'cause you were my thrill on Blueberry Hill, on Blueberry Hill. That course was for you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, pal. I feel highly honored.
You sure do believe in being fair, don't you, Mr. Marshall?
I certainly do, Betty.
Well, okay then. Now you can sing a course for us.
Oh, I don't sing especially. In fact, not at all.
Well, maybe you can get Mr. Burns to help you.
You really think that will help any?
Come on, Bart. Don't be picky. Anything to amuse the kids here.
Right.
We love to sing again and again, but we're not singing men, so we'll leave it to Ken.
Thanks, pal.
Have you heard the news about this season's glasses for Kraft cheese spreads? They're smarter than ever before. So lovely, in fact, that they'd cost you a pretty penny if you went to buy them in a shop. For now, Kraft gives you 4 different flower designs: a gay tulip, a blue cornflower, a spring-like jonquil, a graceful violet. We call them posy pattern glasses, and we know you'll say they're charming. Probably you'll want to collect 4 different matched sets of these lovely flower pattern glasses. Or if you like, you can collect one big assorted set. For the artists who created these different flower patterns designed them to go together. And while you're collecting your set of posy pattern glasses, the family will be enjoying all sorts of treats made with Kraft cheese spreads. For instance, Saturday night, if the crowd drops in, set out a tray full of Kraft spreads and crackers and let everybody make his own snack. Or for Sunday night supper, an assortment of Kraft cheese spread sandwiches. Kraft pineapple, Kraft pimento, and Kraft Roquefort cream cheese spreads would make a nice assortment. But perhaps you'd better study the labels on the Swanky Swig glasses at your food store and pick the varieties you know the members of your family will like the best. Make a note to stock the refrigerator with Kraft cheese spreads for the weekend, and at the same time start your set of posy pattern glasses.
I sent for you, Carpenter, because I haven't seen you at any classes since last Friday.
Well, of course not, Professor Burns. As soon as I heard your little son was born over the weekend, I immediately went hunting for rabbits.
Hunting for rabbits? Why?
To get a little rabbit skin to wrap your baby bunting in.
Well, now.
Good night.
That's real thoughtful of you, Carpenter. Did you get any rabbit skin?
Oh, yes, sir. I got 3 beautiful pelts.
Well, where are they?
Where are they? Why, I got them right here. Now, just get a load of these 3 pelts. Here they are. There you are, Professor Burns. I hope you like the pelts.
If I was you, Carpenter, I'd give them back to the bunny.
Oh, so you don't want to see the bunny hide?
I'd much rather see the carpenter hide.
I'm going.
You get it? And you better start looking for a place right now, because I'm not in the mood for anything but Kraft Music Hall business. And that's mighty important business, too, with Herbert Marshall and Ducelina Giannini, the opera singer, and Wingy Manone, the hot trumpet player, on hand. And right now, Dorothy Lee Moore singing A Million Dreams Ago. You ready, Dorothy?
Yes, Dada.
Dad, what's that?
That's what little girls call their fathers.
Oh, I like sugar better.
Sugar? What's that?
That's what big girls call their daddies.
You told me it was so 1,000,000 dreams ago. You held me in your arms 1,000,000 dreams ago. So many dreams have flown, so many nights alone. I guess I should have known it couldn't be. I'll lock my memories here in my heart, and here in my heart they'll stay. And through the years they'll always be a part of a lovely day. Goodbye, good luck, old friend. I'll smile and just pretend there was no end 1,000,000 dreams ago.
He told her it was so 1,000,000 dreams ago. He held her in his arms 1,000,000 dreams ago. So many dreams have flown, so many nights alone. Guess she should have known it couldn't be. She locked her memories there in her heart, and there in her heart they'll stay. And through the years they'll always be a part of a lovely day. Goodbye, good luck, old friend. They'll smile and just pretend there was no end 1,000,000 dreams ago.
I'll lock my memories here in my heart, and here in my heart they'll stay. And through the years they'll always be a part of a lovely day. Goodbye, good luck, old friend. I'll smile and just pretend there was no end 1,000,000 dreams ago.
Dorothy, that was mighty pretty. Tell you the truth, I liked it so much I'd insist on you doing it all over again, but we ain't heard from Wingy Manone yet. Of course, I don't know whether that's good or bad. He may be one of the hottest trumpet players in the world, but the last time Wingy was here in the hall, that was just after he made the picture Rhythm on the River, he couldn't get a word of English. We couldn't get a word of English out of the man. Every time anybody asked him anything, all he'd say was, "Dug it." Ain't that right, Wingy?
That's right, boy. That was the old Wingy.
Wingy, you mean... Now, wait a minute. You mean to say no more dug it?
Robin, my digging days are long gone.
He's not kidding, Bob. Wingy's a changed man.
I got me a new art form.
You no longer specialize in the hot trumpet, Wingy?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Marshall, things are different now. I used to say vase, now I say vase. I used to say ant, now I say aunt. I used to say tomato, now I say rhubarb.
And why rhubarb?
Because I don't like tomatoes.
Maybe we better send for the old Wingy.
It's too late, Bob. That barrel house stuff on the 3-valve trumpet ain't my racket anymore. It ain't dignified. I'm in society now, giving dancing lessons.
Oh, dancing lessons. The Nijinsky of New Orleans, huh?
Just call me Terpsichore.
Where did you get a name like that?
Oh, I just dug it.
Well, Mr. Terpsichore, you teach things like the minuet and the old-fashioned waltz, I presume?
Not me. I'm specializing.
The rumba, I presume.
No, I'm teaching the Shorty George, I presume.
The Shorty George? What in the world is the Shorty George?
Bob, I don't know what makes me think this, but I have a feeling we shouldn't have asked.
Well, look, how does the Shorty George go, Wingy?
Well, first I point my toe like that. Got it?
I got it.
I look around and I'm mellow. Then I look to the right and I'm extra mellow. Then I look to the left and bend way over like I lost a nickel. I'm ready to take off on the Shorty George like this.
He, looks as if he's going downstairs to fix the furnace.
Yeah, he sure does. Hey, Wingy, when you come up out of that cellar, bring up a scuttle of egg cold.
Wingy, where'd you get that Shorty George?
From a couple of friends of mine from New Orleans. A pair of boys named Ernest Freelover and Charlie Icewater. But you gotta have a long coat for that proper Shorty Georgian.
Yeah, that ain't no pea jacket you got on there.
This is my guest shot coat. My draper made it special. Goes with my reading trumpet and my fake music. And I'm ready anytime you say so, Professor.
Well, I'm saying so.
And so the new Wingy, a more subdued Wingy, a much more classical Wingy, raises the trumpet to his lips and plays the dulcet tones of Rimsky Rachmanin's Ya Polyushil Svobodyu, the second movement. Wingy, you're on.
Okay. Rachmanin's Ya Polyushil Svobodyu, second movement. And man, I'm solid moving. Say, Mr. Trotter, is all them boys full of rhythm? Yeah. Well, boy, they better have it, because if they ain't got it, I'm going to run them out of here one by one. This week got rhythm. Yeah, man. This week got rhythm. Yeah, man. This week got rhythm. Yeah, man. That's all I want to know. Is Herb Marshall got it? Yeah, man. Dorothy Lamar? Yeah, man. Bob Burns? Yeah, man. That's all I want to know. Oh, rain, sunshine, you bring on the rain. And when I hit that high H, boy, the pain. This Carpenter got it. Yeah, man. Trotter got it. Yeah, man. The Brewer kids? Yeah, man. That's all I want to know, because I'm ready to go.
A swell piece you played, Wingy. I like that classical stuff. That's why we got Dusalina Giannini of the Metropolitan Opera Company here in the hall now, although I'm kind of surprised to see that you're still here, Dusalina.
Why, Bob?
Well, I thought maybe a hot trumpet solo like Wingy's might scare you away.
Not me, Bob. I don't let a blast like that baffle me.
Well, now, it'd baffle you if you cut loose with a blast like that while you're singing. Honestly, Ducelina, I think we'll all understand each other much better if you tell them what you're singing.
Well, I'm going to sing the aria Voi lo sapete o mamma from Cavalleria Rusticana with Raymond McPeters at the piano.
Oh, thank you, Ducelina. You know, I may not look like anyone who appreciates beautiful music, but I know it when I hear it, and I just heard it.
That's sweet of you, Bob.
He's just echoing my sentiment.
Thanks, pal.
Ducelina, you're really sharp tonight.
Thanks, Wingy. If you liked it, I guess opera really is reaching the masses.
I want to tell you, Ducelina, that song you just sang, that was a hard one. Where'd you find a hard song like that?
I dug it.
Man, she's really hip.
Sure, I'm hip. On the way over here, I said to myself, Ducelina, you'd better take your hip boots off because you're going to break it up tonight.
Careful, Ducelina, you're starting to talk like Wiggy. Next thing you'll be singing Beat Me Daddy 8 to the bar.
Oh, I'll do better than that. I'll sing I Wish I Could Shimmy Like My Sister Kate.
Now, there you are. We go to a lot of trouble trying to make the Kraft Music Hall high class. We invite an important opera star like Ducelina Giannini, and look what happens.
Nothing wrong in that, Bob. Perhaps Miss Giannini is an admirer of Wingy's work.
That's right, Mr. Marshall. I am. I love to listen to Wingy on the jukeboxes.
Don't tell me a member of the Metropolitan Opera Company like you likes to listen to jukeboxes.
Well, why not? The trick nowadays is how to avoid listening to them.
Well, I know how it is. We've even having trouble out at our house. The last time I put a quarter in the gas meter, it played 5 choruses of I'll Never Smile Again.
We're having the same trouble with our icebox.
Well, but that still don't account for Ducelina Giannini discussing music with Wingy Manone.
Do you mean to imply that Wingy isn't qualified to discuss music?
Discuss it? He can't even read it.
Can't? Well, then how does he play it?
Well, who says he does?
Gentlemen, my theory is that the trouble with musicians nowadays is too much reading. And it ain't good in emergencies.
What kind of emergency?
Just say I got a job playing first trumpet with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra.
That ain't an emergency. That's a calamity.
Calamity? It's a catastrophe. There we are, me and the Philharmonic, ripping through Debussy, and bang, the lights go out.
Well, what of it?
I'm the only one still playing.
Well, I'm on your side now, Wingy. Anybody who can play the way you do, entirely by ear, may not be a great musician, but you sure have the makings.
The makings? It sounds to me more like the leavings.
That's a nice crack from a guy who plays the bazooka.
I suppose there's no accounting for musical taste. Music is rather like that famous porridge. Some like it cold and some like it hot.
I like mine mellow.
Well, you come around to the Metropolitan Opera sometime, Wingy. We like ours mellow, too. We're even attempting more and more operas in English.
Well, that's going to make it a lot easier for my folks to understand opera.
Yes, now all they'll have to learn to understand is English.
Well, now, just as an illustration of how we're endeavoring to modernize opera, I'll tell you something that happened. The Metropolitan people called in Robert Armbruster to modernize an opera score. And in one of his passages, the trombone players were instructed to put derbies on their trombones.
That must have been something new for the boys at the Met.
Well, it certainly confused them. When they reached the passage with the derbies, there was a note on the music calling for a hat. It said, un chapeau. They looked at it. One of them turned to the other and said, un chapeau? And the other shrugged and said, un chapeau. So they put on their hats.
Ducelina, I'd like to see you stay here just to tell stories like that, but I'd much rather hear you say it. We've been hearing Funicula sung so much lately, it's getting hard to recognize. But here's Ducelina Giannini singing that grand old tune the way it was meant to be sung.
Gassen
Deucer, lady, that was really wonderful. In fact, that's so good, I'm ready for an encore right away.
Well, okay, Bob. I've got one right here. And it's for the sweetest boy in the world. You know, of course, who I mean.
Well, of course I do, Deucelina, especially when you say the sweetest boy in the world.
Who?
Me.
Well, you're close, but not close enough. It's for another Burns. Stephen Foster Burns, the new little baby. I'm going to sing this Brahms lullaby just for little Steve.
Deucelina, that's awfully sweet of you.
Lullaby and good night with roses bedight. Creep into thy bed, there pillow thy head. If God will, thou shalt wake when the morning doth break. If God will, thou shalt wake when the morning doth break.
Deucelina, I sure want to thank you for that. You know, this is a remarkable age we're living in. Special lullabies over the air for newborn babies and a lot of good advice for everybody. Like this from Ken Carpenter, for instance. Go ahead, Ken. Start advising.
What luck for all you ladies who love fine glassware. This season, Kraft cheese spreads come in the loveliest glasses ever. Not just one pattern, but 4 gay garden flower designs. The popular tulip, the graceful violet, an azure cornflower, a sunny jonquil. This season, you can collect 4 different matched sets of swanky swigs, or 1 gay bouquet set, including all 4 flowers that are so cleverly designed that they go together perfectly. We know that every hostess will love these smart glasses, and how the family and guests will enjoy the Kraft cheese spreads. Why, with an assortment of these spreads, you can whisk together a whole array of tempting appetizers in a jiffy. For the children's lunches, good wholesome sandwiches made with Kraft spreads are a boon to every hurried mother, and a favorite with the youngsters. Just add a bit of Kraft pimento or Roquefort or olive cream spread to your vegetable salads, and you have a new treat. A little Kraft pineapple cream cheese spread in the fruit salad is a bright idea, too. Why, you'll use these tantalizing spreads a dozen different ways. So stock up tomorrow morning when you go into the food store. Remember, it's Kraft cheese spreads that bring you the lovely glasses gay with flowers.
Bravo, John Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
You know, really, John, I've long been an admirer of your work, and as such, I think the job you've just done, if not your best, is certainly your shortest.
That's awfully nice of you to say, sir.
I wish there were only some way that I could, how shall I say it, make it up to you. repay you for the pleasure your music has given me.
I appreciate that, Bart. And if you mean what you say, you could do something for me because, well, like Bob says, you got style, you got polish, you got a way with women.
Johnny, don't tell me you're having trouble with a woman.
She's gone and left me, Dottie.
And what do you think that I can do about it, John?
She's a great admirer of yours, Bart. If you ask her to come back, she would.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, John. What did she leave you for?
A 2-week vacation.
Then what's there to worry about?
She's my cook, man. I'm miserable.
There's only one person Johnny's really sentimental about, Bart, and that's his cook.
Can I help it if I have a soft spot in my heart? A soft spot in my heart. I'm just choking up here, Bart.
Yeah,
Can I help it if I have a soft spot in my heart for good food?
Are you sure that soft spot ain't in your head?
No, I'm surprised at you, Bob. A remark like that is as cynical as a hot trumpet chorus in the middle of a sentimental love song.
And just how cynical that can be is best explained right now as Dorothy Lamour sings I'm Getting Sentimental Over You, into which we interpolate a hot trumpet chorus by Wingy Manone. You ready, Dottie?
Ready?
You ready, Wingy?
Yours to command, Gate.
Go ahead, Johnny. This ought to be good.
Never thought I'd fall, but now I hear love call. I'm getting sentimental over you. Things you say and do just thrill me through and through. I'm getting sentimental over you. I thought I was happy, I could live without love. Now I must admit, love is all I'm thinking of. Won't you please be kind and just make up your mind? It will be sweet and gentle. Be gentle with me, because I'm sentimental over you. I thought I was happy, I could live without love. Now I must admit, love is all I'm thinking of. Won't you please be kind and just make up your mind? Because I'm sentimental over you.
Next Thursday, same time things got started here tonight, we ought to have a lot doing here in the Kraft Music Hall because we're expecting our old pal Edward Everett Horton and Eddie Albert. He's going to be here, so is Charlie Holland. Charlie's a young tenor who really has caught on awful big out here in Hollywood. So until then, good night, everybody.
Tune in the Kraft Music Hall next week at the same time to hear Bob Burns with Johnny Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids, and Bob's special guest for the evening, Edward Everett Horton, Eddie Albert, Charles Holland, and Dorothy Lamour. The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
and quit that shifting and shuffling around. My horse is leg weary and I'm all done. It's time to lay down, 'cause tomorrow we run. Lay down, little doggie. Lay down, lay down.
Pretty, isn't it? That's my partner, Gene Autry, singing the cows to sleep here on the range. Gene and me, we're cowhands together at the Barrow Ranch. And I reckon there isn't a faster skater shooter west of the Mississippi than Gene. Me? Well, I'm the talkingest cowboy in all Texas, I guess. That's how I come by my name, Chin Music. Chin Music Hannigan, that's me. And that's Champion. Champion Gene's horse, the smartest critter on 4 legs. You know, Champion always joins in when Gene sings. Gene's been fretting some. He sent Katoma out to track down some strays, and the Indian lad should have been back hours ago. Golly, I hope the little fella ain't tangled with any of the Rockin' R hombres. That's Murdoch's outfit. Moved in a short while ago. The honoriest bunch of hombres I ever seen. Especially Murdoch.
Here comes Katoma now, Chin Music.
Yeah. Gosh, Gene, I don't know how he stays on that little pinto pony of his'n without a saddle or strap in.
Well, I reckon he smears glue on those buckskin breeches he's wearing.
Oh, boy, oh, fella, oh. How, Gene, how, Chinny?
Why, hi there, little partner.
Hi, son.
Say, you didn't find those cows, did you?
Well, Katoma fighting cows,
But who put that hole through the 10-gallon Stetson I gave you?
Say, that looks like a chunk of hot lead from a rifle.
That hombre shoot at Katoma, but he missed.
Who took a shot at you, Katoma?
Hombre who steal your cows. He be down there.
Oh, just as I thought. Someone long-roped him.
Who was it, son?
New outfit. Right of Buzzard Bend Gulch.
Murdoch, huh? Buzzard Bend.
Think we can make it afore sundown, Gene?
Yeah, if we tie our hats on our saddles and keep pushing the breeze, we'll make it. Come on, let's get out of here. Come on, champ, get up. Oh, champion. Oh, boy. Steady, boy, steady. Well, here we are. And sure enough, there's Murdoch's herd below. You're a smart little engine, Katoma.
Let's ride down, Gene.
Oh, no, we better stay under cover. We'll see what we're heading into. Easy, champ. Easy, boy. How good are your engine eyes there, son? Can you make out any of our cows among them?
Little brindle-faced calf with curly horn. There. Ours, no?
Ours, yes. Well, I'd know that brindle face anywhere. Fact is, I belly branded that calf last week as a decoy. When I began getting suspicious of Murdoch.
Belly brand?
Yeah, son, when you're out to get a rustler, brand some cows on the belly instead of the side. Chances are Murdoch didn't notice the Barrow brand on the calf's belly. Yeah, and I'm hoping that he burned a nice new Rockin' R on its flank.
Yes. And we got him, Gene. I've seen rustlers strung up for less than that.
Well, we've got to get that brindle-face, Chin Music.
Katoma get brindle-face. Ride down, bust him, rope him, and bring him back pronto.
Oh, now hold on there, little brave. Someone might take a shot at you.
Don't see any riders around, Gene.
Yeah, that's just what worries me, son. Got a feeling this all's coming up the trail, taking over and waiting for us to make the first play.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Well, what's our move, Gene?
Well, it's got to be fast play, Chin Music. Yeah, a mighty fast play. We're going to ride down, bust and rope that calf before they know what's happening.
And supposing they come in a shooting?
Chin Music, I don't aim to mix smoke with anyone if that can help. But if they want gunplay, they'll get more than they're asking for. I'll get the brindle. You and Katoma keep a sharp lookout for the riders. Come on. Get out of here, champion. Let's go, boy.
You better throw fast, Gene, before the cow stampede. There's the brindle. Here goes. Now watch his throw, lad. There ain't a better hand with the rope this side of the Rio Grande.
Got him.
Bust him, Gene! Bust him!
Well, there you are, son. Rope busted and thrown tarnation in no more than 10 seconds. Oh, Lordy, there's a cowboy for you.
Take a look at this, Chin Music. Huh? Just as I thought. A nice Rockin' R on his flank. And a pretty Barrow on his belly.
Isn't that something? Well, I guess we got Murdoch where we want.
Down. Get down, Katoma. Make for cover. Here they come, and they're coming a shooting. See that chin music? 3 riders on the edge of the herd.
Someone's shooting a rifle from behind that boulder, Gene.
Yeah, I see. Keep blazing away until the lad's in the clear. Then we'll get out of here. Vamos, Katoma.
But the brindle!
Never mind the brindle. Run for cover, I tell you.
Golly, the lad's down, Gene. They got his horse. He's cold.
You all right, Katoma?
They stole my brindle!
Never mind. Run for it. Run.
Gene, them cows are getting wild.
Yeah, we'd better get moving. This gunplay's stampeding them.
They're coming this way, Gene.
Katoma. The lad's in their path. Turn them, chin music. Turn them. Try to head them off. I'm going for the lad.
Okay.
Katoma. Oh, boy. Oh, I got hold of my saddle. That's it. Hang on. Hang on.
Katoma, hang on. Tim, hang on good.
Come on, champion. Get out of here, boy. This way, chin music. Make for the ride.
Boy, that sure was a close shave, Gene. Nothing worse than a stampede.
Yeah. Well, I see you took time out to get that Brennel face.
Well, that's what we come for, isn't it?
You all right, lad?
Katoma all one piece. Without Gene, Katoma be mush-mush.
Well, I guess there's no time for talking. Better make tracks for camp under cover of this dust. Katoma, you ride double with chin music. I'll put the Brennel across my saddle. Here you are. Help to put him up.
Now, little doggy, this ain't gonna hurt you. Now, up you go.
Steady, boy. Steady, champ. Don't like it any more than you do.
All set, partner.
Okay, let's go. Oh, champion.
Uh-oh. Look what's across our trail, Gene.
Yeah, Murdoch and his 4 hombres. Well, I guess they don't mean to mix any more smoke with us, chin music. They got their 6-shooters where they belong in their holsters.
What's our play, Gene?
We're riding up, partner. If they want a showdown, we'll oblige them, and oblige them plenty. Get up, champ. Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, not my neighbor, Gene Autry. Howdy, my friend.
Murdoch, Junior High Riders, get off the trail and let us pass.
Not till I know what you're aiming to do with that calf you long rope from my herd.
Yeah, I notice you do have a rocking R branded onto its flank. Guess that makes it yours, doesn't it?
Sure does, Autry. So if you want to act sensible like, you'll unhitch the critter and mosey along, savvy?
Yeah, I savvy. Savvy plenty, you low-down thieving brand blotter.
Why, you...
Murdoch, reach for that gun and I'll blast you to kingdom come.
You better back up your talk with proof, my friend. No one can call Bill Murdoch a rustler and get by with it nohow.
Proof? We've got proof. And we're taking it to the sheriff. Enough evidence to hang you so high you'll look down on the moon. Take a look at this Brennel face.
I'm looking.
Well, if you'd looked at his belly before, maybe you wouldn't have been so set on burning a rocking R on its flank. Look, Murdoch, a bar O on its belly. Plainer than the horn on your saddle. What have you got to say now?
There's your polecat.
Look him out, Gene. He brought his gun.
All right, you hombres, keep your hands off your guns. But I won't stop at shooting the guns out of your hands as I did with Murdoch. Now, that's more sensible like. Chin music?
Yeah, Gene, yeah.
Gather up their guns, will you? We're riding herd on them. Right into the county jail.
Well, what did I tell you, partners? What did I tell you? The straightest shooting cowboy west of the Mississippi. And that's a heap of territory, Ah, yes, that's my partner, Gene Autry. Well, we're heading back now. Back to camp. A good day's work done, I calls it. Oh, there's nothing like a roundup to make a cowboy feel he's earned his night's sleep. Especially when it's rounding up an ornery bunch of critters like Murdoch and his gang. Yeah, they're deposited nice like in the county lockup. And now Gene, Katoma, and me, we're headed for the chuck wagon and our home on the prairie.
They say there will be a great roundup where cowboys like doggies will stand to be judged by the riders of judgment who are posted and know every brand. Roll on, roll on, roll on, little doggies, roll on, roll on, roll on, roll on, roll on, little doggies, roll on.
The Charlie McCarthy Show.
Edgar Bergen, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Ray Noble and his orchestra, our guests that great character actor Walter Brennan, and the singing star of Edgar and Charlie's new RKO picture. Here we go again, Jenny Sims and Charlie McCarthy.
Hello, Ginny, dear.
Hello, Charlie, darling.
Oh, Ginny, you make me feel so silly. Are you all right now, dear? Are you all better?
Of course I'm all right, Charlie.
Of course I know what you went through.
Well, certainly she's all right. Why shouldn't she be?
Well, Bergen, I heard that after Ginny played a love scene with you in the picture,
Yeah.
she went home with a chill.
Is that so? That's not funny.
No, it's tragic.
Well, don't tear me down in front of Ginny.
No, I won't do that.
Just promise me.
I promise you.
The least you can do is build me up.
Build you up.
Yes.
You want me to misrepresent?
No. That's not exactly the word. You see, Charlie, there are times when we prefer to, cover up our faults.
Oh, I see. You want to borrow my hat.
No.
Well, tell me, Bergen, I don't like to be inquisitive.
No.
But I do.
Yes.
How are you doing with Ginny? Just off the record. Making any progress?
Well, shall I say, I've been entertaining her with, shall I say, some degree of success?
Yeah?
Yes.
Did you, or are you just, shall I say?
Well, you see, Charlie, Ginny is different.
Yeah.
Yes, she's really different.
They're all different, my boy. They're all different. Tell me more, fool.
Now, wait. Well, Ginny's the type of a girl that she doesn't care for glamour and nightlife.
Uh-huh.
She prefers the simple things.
She does?
Yes.
You're sitting pretty, aren't you? Well, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, have you kissed her? Have you?
Well, you liar. Now,
Come on. Remember, we're pals. I don't talk much.
Well,
Did you or didn't you?
Well, what business is it of yours?
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Yeah. But after all, why should I?
Why should you?
Yes.
That's too much, boy. That's too much. It's being done, you know.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Yes, last night, yes.
I held her hand.
You brazen fellow, you.
Yes, and then I looked into her eyes.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen, romance creeps into the story. Smells a rat and creeps out. You know, all right, just be quiet.
Ginny's coming this way.
Oh, now remember, don't tear me down. Okay, Bertie, okay. Build me up. Okay, I'll tell you.
There you are, Ginny, there you are.
Hello, Edgar.
Yes. Go ahead, Romeo, do your stuff here. There you are, Ginny. There you are.
This is going to develop into a beautiful love.
You'll forgive me, Ginny. When I'm with you, I feel like a boy of 21.
Well, you couldn't be much more than that, could you?
Uh-oh.
Answer the lady, answer the lady.
Well, I must confess, I'm afraid I've sneaked into the 30s.
Sneaked into the... You're slopping over into the 40s. Yeah, good. You'll never see 38 again.
What do you mean?
Except around your waist, dog.
Tell me, Jenny, what type of a man is your ideal?
Well, first I like a man who is always cheerful and happy.
Is he obvious or is he obvious?
I'm glad that I have been blessed with a happy disposition.
She said happy man, not slap happy.
And now, Jenny, what else do you like in a man?
Well, he must be athletic.
Athletic, yes, of course, yes.
Bergen is a 2-goal yo-yo player.
And what other requirements, if I might be so bold?
If he might be so bold. Isn't it sickening?
Well, now,
yes.
He must be liberal and generous and, well, liberal and generous.
Uh-oh. Well?
Well?
Yeah.
You give up, don't you?
Wait a minute.
Goodbye, everybody.
Come here.
What?
Do you realize this is our last broadcast of the season?
And I didn't get my case of Sanborn kiss yet either.
Oh, well, come.
Well, I'm glad it's the last because
No,
you and I, yes, we're going away.
Oh, yes.
We're going to the naval reserves and things like that. We're going to learn how to be good sailors.
But you'll miss the place, don't you think?
I think so, too, because this is a beautiful place where we broadcast.
It's been so homey down here.
The nicest looking barn we've It's the nicest looking place we've ever been in.
The coziest little studio in the place.
Get along that wall over there.
Yes.
Isn't that a beautiful wall?
Marvelous.
You know what that wall reminds me of?
What?
This one over here.
Well, the wall. Suppose you walked over there and you bored a hole in that wall.
Okay, I walk over there and I bore a hole in the wall.
Why? Why should you go over there and bore a hole in that wall?
I'm not boring a hole in the wall.
Why should you go over there and bore a hole in that wall?
Well, you said to me, suppose you go over there and bore a hole in the wall.
That makes no sense.
I was dopey enough to say I'll go over and bore a hole in the wall. You're not going to put that blame on me, brother.
Wait a minute.
I don't go out boring holes in the wall. After all, if I want to get out of here, I don't have to go out through a hole in the wall. There's an exercise here if I want to get out. Exercise. E-X-I.
What makes you so down?
Oh, it just comes to me natural.
Sure. Suppose you walk into a baseball park. What teams are playing?
I don't know.
Then what are you doing in that baseball park?
You got me in there, now bury
What is the first thing you buy in a baseball park?
A hot dog.
A hot dog?
Without mustard.
Oh, no. Mustard goes with the hot dog.
That was mine.
Mustard was made for the hot dog.
I don't care what the mustard's made for. I don't eat it. I don't like it.
Oh, well, that's different.
That's well, if I don't like mustard, I'd have to eat it for you or nobody else.
I didn't know you disliked it.
You think, yeah, big man, if you say eat mustard, I don't eat it.
I'm not telling you.
I'm my own boss, you know.
I only say it's
anything that's going to make me sick, I don't have to eat it.
No, you don't.
Mustard makes me sick. I don't want to walk around the street sick.
Right.
I'm a married man. I've got a wife and 2 children. If I eat mustard, I get sick. I can't work. What happens to my kids?
Wait a minute.
They wind up in the orphan asylum. Why not? I got to send my kids to an orphan asylum. What do my kids ever do to you?
Nothing at all.
All right, you got to put them away in the orphan asylum. After all, I'm able to support them kids. You got a right to put them away.
This is our last night.
Come on, get my kids out of the orphan.
What started all this? Mustard. Well, I mean, it's there if you want it.
Take it away. I don't want it. I don't like it.
What I'm trying to convey to you is that the hot dog and the mustard go together.
Let them go don't spoil any romance. I don't like it, that's all.
All right, so you don't like it.
I like Worcestershire sheer shorts.
Are you on?
Worcestershire sheer shorts.
Worcestershire sheer shorts.
You can't even say it.
You can't, you don't like mustard? Give me a reason. Who are you that you shouldn't like mustard? What are you, some big shot or something? Too big a guy to like mustard?
Now, what did mustard ever do for me?
Oh, what kind of an argument?
All right, pick your friends. What do you want, me or mustard?
Just a minute. Do you know where mustard comes from?
I know they don't scrape it off a mustard plaster.
Certainly not. They manufacture mustard. Do you know they spend millions of dollars every year to put factories just to manufacture mustard? Do you know those factories employ thousands and thousands of men just to manufacture mustard? Do you know those men take care of thousands of families and homes all on account of mustard? And you, just because you don't like mustard, what do you want them to do? Close those factories down and put all those people out of work?
Do you mean to stand there and tell me just because I don't eat mustard, I'm closing down a mustard factory? Are you trying to tell me that those thousands of people are making one little jar of mustard just for me? If the eyes can tell them not to make any more, but they're not going to eat it. They can lay it off. Who am I to support thousands? I can't even get my kids out of the orphanage.
Not that again.
Why eat mustard? What happens to the poor people working on a Worcestershire camp?
Close one factory at a time.
I'm not closing any factory.
There's people walking the streets now on account of you. Father's out of work. Husband's out.
I'm not putting any husbands out of work.
You don't even know what a husband is.
A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
Suppose you walk out on a bridge and you jump off.
I'm not jumping off any bridge.
Then what are you doing on the bridge?
I'm not on any bridge. There's two things I don't like, and it's bridges and mustard. And if you want to burn me up, brother, all you got to do is stick me in the middle of a bridge with a handful of mustard. What does all this got to do with me boring a hole in the wall?
Never mind that.
That's what started the whole work.
Just a minute. That damage is already done. You'll get a bill for that before you leave this studio. Don't worry about that. But you still haven't answered one question since you've been up here.
Why don't you ask me some with a little sense to it?
All right. Say you walk into a railroad depot. Any depot at all. Any depot. Pick out your own depot. All right? The Grand Central Depot in New York City. You walk into the depot and you buy a ticket. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
What are you buying a ticket for?
I'm not buying any ticket.
Then where are you going?
Ask me that again! Go!
You're in a depot.
I'm in a depot.
What are you doing there?
I don't know.
Well, what does anyone go to a depot for?
Hey, go for a couple of things.
Well, all right, we grant that, but what are you doing there?
I'll go away.
That's it. Now, where are you going?
I'm going away.
Where?
Why don't you let it go at that? I'm going away.
The way you're going?
I know where I'm going.
Tell the folks where you're going.
I am going away. I'll go to Philadelphia. I don't want to go, but I'll go.
What's the matter with Baltimore? What have you got against Baltimore?
I ain't got nothing against Baltimore.
Well, why pick out Philadelphia?
Because a good friend of mine, George Young, lives in Philadelphia.
Well, suppose George Young lived in Baltimore.
Well, then I'd go to Baltimore.
And what happened to your friends in Philadelphia?
I'm not talking to them anymore.
Suppose your wife was in Baltimore.
I beg your pardon?
Suppose your wife was in Baltimore.
Then I'd go to Chicago.
One of the brightest moments in our new RKO picture is Green and Ravel's new song, Until I Live Again. Making this really a preview, Ginny Simms sings it and Ray Noble plays it, just as they do in the picture.
I won't be me.
until I live again.
Until I live again. Isn't that beautiful?
I suppose you think she sang that for you too, don't you? Lover boy? All right, now, please. He's burning up here.
I don't mind your kidding me a little, Charlie, but not in front of our guests.
I guess?
Yes. Walter Brennan is our guest, you know.
What, Walter Brennan?
Yes.
What did he do?
What did he do? What did he do?
No, I asked you first.
Well, Walter Brennan is one of our greatest character actors.
He is?
Yes. And I'll never forget that thrilling scene Mr. Brennan did in Meet John Doe.
Yeah?
Yeah, I tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing that again, either.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask him to do it again?
All right, I will. Oh, Walter. Yes, Edgar. What is it? I was just telling Charlie about that scene in Meet John Doe, remember?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Meet John Doe. Oh, yes, I remember. It was a very thrilling moment.
Yes.
I walked up to John Doe and I said...
Yes?
Pleased to meet you.
Ah, wonderful.
The guy is dynamite, yeah.
Then another scene of yours I'll never forget, Walter, was that one in Sergeant York.
Oh, yeah, that was a...
How did that go again?
Well, I walked up to Sergeant York and I said...
Yes?
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah.
I suppose in Kentucky you say, pleased to meet you all.
Oh, Edgar, but you should have seen me in Swampwater. Now I played an entirely different characterization.
And it's about time, too.
What did you do in Swampwater?
Well, I said, come on in, the water's fine.
I think Fred McMurray taught him acting in a hurry.
All right, Charlie.
See, Mr. Brennan, it just happens that I'm looking for a good actor.
Oh?
Yeah, and Skinny Dugan and me and some of the kids are putting on a show for the USO this summer.
Yeah, that's so. Well, what kind of a show is it?
Well, it's all about a horse doctor. And, but we haven't got a title for it.
A horse doctor?
Yes.
Yes. Well, why don't you call it East Liniment?
Please, Mr. Brennan, don't rub it in.
And you think that I might qualify for one of the parts?
Well, I've heard some pretty good things about you. Of course, this is pretty difficult work. It's not like pictures. You've got to learn not to fall over the footlights. Things like that.
Now, don't worry about me.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you only have 3 lines. Do you think you can handle them?
Well, I'll try.
Good. I like your spirit. I'll give you an idea of what it's all about. Music, please, Professor Noble. As the curtain slinks up on this hammy melodramy, night has fallen, so we leave it lie. We see a vine-covered father sitting and rocking in a little gray-haired cottage. His daughter Ginny speaks.
What you doing, Pappy?
Just a sitting and a rocking.
Oh. What you doing now, Pappy?
Just a sitting. Well, daughter, you better go get tidied up a bit. It's a big day today. Squire Bergen is coming.
Not Squire Bergen. Not that lecherous, treacherous, loathsome fiend.
But Squire Bergen is rich.
Oh, but I love Charles, the hired man, even though he is poor.
Remember, daughter, the mortgage is due, and the cupboard is empty. Why, it's been weeks since the cat had a square mouse.
But must I marry Squire Bergen?
I sort of think you ought to, daughter.
Oh, woe is me.
Yeah, no matter how bad things look, child, always remember, the sun is always shining. All you have to do is open the door and let in the sunshine.
All right, Pappy, I'll open it.
Tarnation. That's what comes in the weather reports.
Well, look what blew in.
It's Charles, my hired man.
Hello, Jenny, my love.
I thought I'd find you on my door stoop. What are you doing around the house?
Well, I just came to play a little rum with your daughter, Jenny.
What?
I mean, what I meant to say is I brought a little gin for your rummy dog. I don't know what I want to go home. I don't know what I want.
Oh, Charles, my darling. At last you are here. It's been so long since I've seen you. So long.
So long.
That goes for me, too, Bub. Good night.
Good night.
Wait, Charles, my love. Father wants me to marry Squire Bergen.
Not Squire Bergen. Not that fugitive from a B1 tablet. He's a villain, I tell you. That's what he is, a villain.
Yes, but his earmuffs are sable and he wears a cameo stick pin.
Who is there?
It is I, Squire Bergen. Now remember, daughter, when he proposes on the horsehair sofa, don't say nay.
Aha! There you are, me proud beauty, hottie.
You think he's bad now? Wait till he starts acting.
My pretty one, I've come to invite you to my farmhouse and see my stereopticon slide. Hand-colored.
No, 1,000 times no.
Once is enough, daughter.
Squire Bergen, I shall never marry you.
You won't, eh? Do I not?
And some still small voice within me whispers, you are a skunk, sir.
Don't be too hasty, daughter. Squire Bergen has a brand new electric butter churn. And 4 good buggy tires.
Oh, but he's a villain.
Oh, call me adventurous, headstrong, even reckless, mayhap, but villain? Not I.
Oh, you're not worthy to touch the hem of her garment, you varmint. Ginny is going to marry me.
Is that so? Yes, she is. If she won't marry me, no one will have her.
Well, get your line straight, villain. You can learn to read during the summer.
Yes, thank you. Do you see this?
What is it?
It's the time bomb. And at the count of 5, it will blow you all to bits.
I'd rather you blow me to 6 bits.
Yeah.
Please, Squire Bergen, have mercy.
I don't know the meaning of the word. In 20 seconds you die. Farewell.
Listen to the bomb. It's starting to tick.
See, Mr. Brennan, what happened to that bomb?
It's still ticking.
It was supposed to go off in 20 seconds.
When you hear the signal, the time will be exactly...
I think that's my arm over there.
Well, we raised the mortgage and we raised the roof, too.
Yeah, it clipped us, so help me, it blowed us up.
Join listener next Sunday. This is Ken Carpenter speaking to you from California.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Jean Arthur from Hollywood, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Claude Coleman from St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the July issue of True Detective magazine contains Fred Allen's favorite crime thriller. We now present this famous crime authority, ready to solve the mystery of who's going to kill the next 60 minutes. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't bother applauding, ladies and gentlemen. It's too hot for that. Just nod to me and I'll understand. Thank you very much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I would suggest, if you don't mind, that you read my favorite mystery and True Detective this month. As a little boy, did you ever hear that verse? Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. That's what it is.
I'm not interested in the Lizzie Borden case, Mr. Allen. There's only one crime that burns me up.
One crime? What is that, James?
The great Jimmy Wallington crime.
Oh, the great?
The great crime.
The Wallington crime, you mean?
That's right. And that is that it's a crime that you don't let Wallington do something on this program.
Yeah?
I'm getting sick and tired of standing around here week after week doing nothing.
Why don't you get on the Benny show? He's doing nothing all summer. Probably need a straight man to do nothing, to hold him up to do nothing or something. You'll have company, Jimmy.
Well, you can't knock Jack Benny to me. At least he lets Don Wilson show his talent on the program.
Oh, Don Wilson, that gristle with a hat on. Don.
Boy, I'd like to get a chance at a microphone alone like Don Wilson does.
What would you do?
I'd show you what I'd do, believe you me.
All right, Mr. Wallington, you say you have talent. You say that I'm holding you back. Now, here is your big opportunity. The microphone is yours. Now, what is it you want to do? Thank you very much, Mr. Wallington. Mr. Wallington's records will be on sale in the lobby. And now that Mr. Wallington's hidden talent has been brought out into the open where the air can get at it, we in Toto, which won't hurt it any, we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. War Production Board announces order which will stop production of practically all metal musical instruments in the immediate future. Shortage of metal instruments causes consternation in musical circles. A musician from New Jersey says,
10,000 guys are hoping they take my instrument away from me.
10,000?
Yeah, I'm the bugler at Fort Monmouth.
Well, what will happen if you don't blow your bugle some morning?
Brother, you will hear snoring as far west as Toledo.
And now the March of Trivia interviews several musicians who have been affected by the shortage of the metal instruments. First, a popular band leader. What is the name of your group, sir?
Solid Sam and his 7 Senders.
Solid Sam?
Yeah, it's a gut bucket combo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, our specialty is barrel house. Sometimes we break it down during a jam joust and schmaltz it up till our chops is beat.
You haven't an interpreter with you by any chance. Well, say, you fellas must have a hot outfit.
Well, you can't dance closer than 10 feet to the band.
It's not closer than 10 feet? Why not?
We'll cremate you.
You're that hot, huh?
If you dance your girl too close, you're apt to end up going home with a clinker.
That has happened to me already. Well, how are you coping with the metal instrument shortage, Sam?
That's nothing. I just threw out all the brasses and put in violins. Sam and his Solid Senders are set for the duration.
Well, now what if there is a shortage later, a shortage of violin bows?
Well, I can make my own bows.
You can get horsehair?
I got a guy at Belmont saving it for me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, when jockeys ain't looking, he pulls horses' tails and saves me the hair. I'm sitting pretty for bows.
Well, what about violin strings?
Yeah, them I don't worry about. I got plenty of potential strings.
Potential violin strings?
I got 200 cats down in my cellar.
Well, that takes the kitty, and thank you, Solid Sam. Hey, victim. I hate that when they start their own applause as they're leaving the microphone. Anything like a victim of the instrument ban is, I'm sorry, miss, your name has slipped my mind, too.
I am Madame Olga, my card.
Oh, Madame Olga. Oh, I see you here. You traffic with spirit. You prowl the occult. You prowl...
Madame Olga is a medium.
Oh, I see.
Seances on the hour from 9 to 5, or by appointment.
Oh. Well, now, what about this musical instrument shortage, Madame Olga?
Thanks to the WPB, my studio is a shambles.
Some client broke up your place?
My crystal ball is in pieces. My Ouija board is in splinters.
It is, huh? What happened?
Friday night, I received a call from the head of the Musicians Union.
Local 802?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The head of the union wanted me to summon Gabriel from the great beyond. He had a warning.
A warning for Gabriel?
Yes. When Gabriel comes, he can't blow his trumpet here in New York until he joins the Musicians Union.
Say, that's apt to hold things up, don't you think?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I opened my seance.
Yeah?
I said, paging Gabriel.
Paging Gabriel, yeah.
There was a dank swish of ectoplasm. It was Gabriel.
Yeah?
I said, Gabriel, sound your trumpet.
Well, what happened?
Gabriel must have heard of the metal instrument shortage.
He didn't blow his trumpet?
Gabriel blew a sweet potato.
Well, a yam session is the thing in swing, and thank you, Madame Olga. And now a symphony musician who is greatly upset, apparently is greatly upset, Otto Sussman. Why, you're trembling, Mr. Sussman.
Yeah, Sussman is ruined.
What happened?
I am playing with the symphony fourth cornet.
Fourth cornet you play, huh?
Yeah, it's coming priorities. I am pooling my cornet.
You're pooling your cornet?
Yeah,
huh?
when the symphony is playing, Sussman is using the cornet.
I see. And nights when you are not playing, you let some other musician play your cornet.
It is fatal.
Or something went wrong?
Thursday night, I am pooling. Who is taking Sussman's cornet?
Who?
Hartlich Shapiro. He is with Glenn Miller playing. That is fatal.
Well, how come, Mr. Sussman?
The next night, Hartlich Shapiro is returning the cornet. Sussman is playing symphony.
I see.
The music is playing la da 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 da.
Yes.
Sussman on the cornet is playing.
Just those two notes.
Yeah,
huh?
the symphony is going la da 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 da.
Uh-huh.
Sussman is blowing.
Well, what happened at the concert?
Hartlich Shapiro is not shaking out the cornet.
And?
Inside the cornet is sticking one hot lick left over.
One hot lick?
Poor Sussman.
Well, what?
The music is going la da 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 da.
And you?
Sussman is blowing.
What happened?
Sussman is with Carnegie Hall no longer.
Where are you playing now?
Sussman is soloist at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, your nose tells me there is one bar in Duffy's Tavern you are playing, and thank you, Otto Sussman. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
Bide a wee old droopy jowls. Falstaff's here, they'll soon be howled.
Now, look, Mr. Openshaw,
The Alley Addison is at your service.
Now, not with more of those rancid rondos, I trust.
Have you heard, said the skate to the bait, you'll have to wait?
No, I don't think I have.
I took her into the FHA and tried to get her alone.
haven't heard of that one either.
Mother knew she was getting the policeman's goat when she saw him reach for his billy.
Now wait. Look, tonight we happen to be talking about the ban on musical instruments.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your music poem called?
Strike Up the Band.
Strike Up the Band, huh? Well, how does it go?
This WPB order is just the thing. It definitely spells the doom of swing and those off-key bands with their raucous brasses and the jitterbug gates with their hepcat lasses. I hope they stop making saxophones, clarinets, banjos, and slide trombones, oboes and fifes and euphoniums, piccolos, guitars, and big bass drums. Don't get me wrong. I like swing bands. I'm nuts about music of certain brands. It's just one of them things, them paradoxes. Bands ruin my business. I sell jukeboxes. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Thank you very much, Falstaff Open Show. And as Falstaff shuffles away, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Now, for his first number tonight, Kenny has chosen a song from Maytime, Will You Remember? Al Goodman conducting. Kenny?
Sweetheart, 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 will you love me ever? Will you remember this day when we were happy in May, my dearest one? Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, through life's last faint ember, will you remember? Springtime, love time, our love is so sweet in the springtime when blossoms are fragrant in May. No years that are coming can bring time to make me forget, dear, this day. I love you in life's gray December, the same as I love you today. My heart ever young will remember the thrill it knew that day in May. Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, through life's last faint ember, will you remember? Springtime, love time,
Maestro Goodman has just given us a synopsis of Three Little Sisters. We just had time to meet one of the girls. And that brings us to...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Say, what's wrong, Portland? You look scared to death.
There's a lady outside with 3 snakes. She wants to see you.
A lady with 3 snakes?
She says the snakes played on the bill with you at Ithaca.
Snakes on the bill at Ithaca? Has the woman got venom spots on her sleeves and fang bites all over her face?
Yes.
Rosita and her rattlers. Ever since Jack Haley and Ben Burney were here telling me that vaudeville was back, hundreds of old acts have been coming around to see me here.
They're calling you the Daniel Boone of vaudeville.
I know, I heard that, the Daniel Boone yet. Life magazine has pictures of Haley and me dancing in this week's issue. My apartment house lobby looks as though Ringling Brothers is casting there. Clowns, midgets, sawdust, so people are...
There was a magician looking for you before.
Well, how do you know he was a magician?
I saw rabbit tracks in his hat.
Rabbit tracks in his hat, huh? You know, it's terrible. I got up this morning, and there was a contortionist under my bed. Of all... will you answer the phone, Portland, please?
All right. Hello? Yes.
Who is it, another vaudeville act?
Yes, it's Armbuster and his talking dog. You can have the act for $50 a week.
Tell him no.
Hello? Mr. Allen says... Oh, what? Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well, now what?
You can have the dog alone for $25.
Well, what is Armbuster going to do?
I don't know.
Well, wasn't that Armbuster talking on the phone?
No, that was the dog.
Dog's calling me up yet. How did the dog get a nickel in the phone to call up? Like that, I will know. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you coming
Hi,
in.
F.A. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny. Is that your traveling bag?
Yes, Porty, I just dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Where do you think you're off to?
I'm going into vaudeville, F.A. I open in New Britain Wednesday.
Open in New Britain? Have you been talking to those broken-down small-timers who've been pesting me around here?
I've had plenty of offers, brother.
Offers? For vaudeville? What offers?
I could have gone with Neil and a seal. The Honey Boy Minstrels were after me. They wanted me to sing with black on my face.
No kidding.
Which offer did you take, Kenny?
I'm going with the Novelty Peabodys. They're short a man.
The Novelty Peabodys?
What kind of an act is it, Kenny?
Well, when the curtain goes up, the 4 Peabodys are standing there in pink tights.
Bloodshot Balbriggans, huh?
2 Peabodys pick up a big slab of concrete and put it on the other Peabody's head.
Yeah?
Then the 4th Peabody hits the slab of concrete with a sledgehammer, and it breaks. The house comes down.
Which Peabody will you be, Kenny?
The one with the concrete on his head. Who else?
What happened to the other Peabody?
From getting hit on the head with a sledgehammer 5 shows a day,
Yeah?
he's got fallen arches.
Fallen arches. He got them the hard way, huh? Well, Kenny, getting hit on the head with that sledgehammer, you're apt to get hurt.
What can happen? I got fallen arches already.
Oh, I give up. Portland.
Yes?
You keep an eye on the door. Now, if any vaudeville acts show up, you keep them out. I've got to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Jean Arthur called me up a little while ago. She said she wanted to see me, that it was very important. So I invited her over, naturally.
Jean Arthur, the movie star?
Yes, Portland. And you may have heard someplace that 3 is a crowd.
I get it.
Uh-huh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present one of the cinema's most charming ladies, Miss Jean Arthur. I'm happy to see you, Jean.
I'm happy to see you, too, Fred.
What I've been through the last 2 weeks with those vaudeville actors. You know, it's a pleasure to see someone from Hollywood.
Oh, thank you.
For one night, I won't have to worry about vaudeville, Jean. Say, you said that you wanted to talk to me. What's on your mind?
I'm going into vaudeville.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Jean, you're not through out in Hollywood. They haven't cast you aside like an old sarong, have they, out there?
No, I just finished a picture at Columbia.
A short?
No, it's a big feature called The Town's Talking. Cary Grant and Ronald Colman are in it.
Cary Grant. Well, why is it when all of you stars make a picture, the minute it's finished, you come east? Now, why don't you stay in Hollywood until the picture comes out and face it?
But I'm not running away.
You're not?
No, I'm joining a USO unit to tour the Army camp.
Oh, good.
That's why I want to talk to you.
You need a chaperone?
No, I need a vaudeville act.
Well, who told you to come to me?
Everybody said see Fred Allen. He started the whole thing.
Oh, that's fine.
You've got to help me, Fred. What will I need to do a vaudeville act?
Well, you have to have a song, a dance, and a few gags. Do you sing?
No.
You dance?
No.
You tell jokes?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can you do?
Just act.
You just act, huh?
Monotonous, isn't it?
Well, now, wait a minute. We have a problem here, Gene. You are going to two of the army camps. You must have something to do. Can you do any card tricks?
No.
No card tricks. So how about acrobatics?
Oh, I used to be able to kick myself in the back of the head.
Oh, well, you just can't come out on the stage and kick yourself. Kick yourself in the back of the head for 15 minutes. I mean...
Oh, I don't do it anymore. I had to stop it.
You had to stop? Why?
It was making my forehead protrude.
Well, that's good. You get more your money's worth at a phrenologist then. It was a big... Well, there's only one thing you can do, Gene. I'm afraid that you have to tell a joke.
You mean I have to walk out on the stage and tell a joke?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
Oh, I can't go out on the stage alone.
Well, why not?
Well, I'll get blamed for everything.
Oh, you mean in Hollywood the blame is shared?
Oh, sure. In pictures before I act, the names flash on the screen. It tells who wrote the picture, who directed it, who made the costume.
Oh, well, you can tell a joke the same way, Gene. Now, I'll give you the fanfares, all of the announcements, and everything.
Oh, but how would it sound?
I'll show you how it would sound. A fanfare, Mr. Goodman.
This joke is presented by the Texaco Style Theater. This joke was written for radio by Nat Hiken. Additional dialogue and joke by Roland Kibbe and Arnold Auerbach. This joke is based on an original joke by Mark Twain. The joke will be told by Miss Jean Arthur. Miss Arthur's wardrobe created especially for this joke by Bloomingdale's basement. Mr. Allen's wardrobe by Barney. Any resemblance between this joke and any other joke you may have heard over your radio is highly probable. This is a Fred Allen production.
All right, Gene. Now that ought to make you feel at home. Now go ahead and tell your joke.
Where's the director?
Director?
Look, I'm from Hollywood. I wouldn't know what to do without a director.
Well, we haven't got time to get Lubitsch now, Gene.
Well, can't you direct me, Fred?
Well, all right. I'll try to direct. I've never done it, of course. I tell you, I'll tell the joke first to show you how it goes. Now, this is the joke, in case there's any misunderstanding later. A little boy came running up... A little boy... Well, you don't know what these things... A little boy came running up to his mother on a train and said, Mummy, what was the name of the city we just stopped at? And the mother said, Go away, Rollo, I'm reading. A few minutes later, the kid ran up again and said, Mummy, what was the name of that city? And the mother said, We have passed the city, Rollo. Why do you want to know the name of it? And the boy said, Because little brother just got off there. Do you get it?
Yes. Now I'm supposed to finish the joke?
No, the joke has been consummated, Gene.
Maybe if I said I doed it.
I doed it. No, Gene. Just tell the joke the way it is.
All right. Will you direct me?
All right. Now I'll direct you. First, look out at the audience and smile. That's right. Now, that shows them that you're not afraid of them. See, that's very important. Now, look out at the audience. Look out at the audience again. Maybe if I read yours, I'd have better luck. Well, I'm new at this directing. You see, it upsets me. Now, great. Look down at your script. Fine. Now, look out at the audience and laugh. You see. You see? That shows them that something funny is coming. They'll be on the watch for it. Now look back at your script again. All right, now start the joke.
I'm sorry, Fred, I can't.
Well, why not?
I'm not in the mood. In pictures, I can't do a scene unless I'm in the mood.
Well, all right, then. I guess I'll get you some mood music. Mr. Goodman, could I borrow 3 nephews with violins? All right, boys. I tell you what we want. We need a little mood music for Miss Arthur. A little mood music, will you please? All right, Jean. Now tell your joke.
A little boy came up to his mother on a train and said, Mother, darling, Mother, what was the name of that city we stopped at? And his mother said, Go away! I hate you!
Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Thanks a lot, fellas. That's plenty. Now, look, Gene, we are not trying for the Academy Award tonight. You are just telling a simple little joke.
Was I too emotional?
Emotional? You sounded like Betty Davis at a Rotary luncheon. Gene, there's only one thing to do if you're going to play the Army camps. I'm afraid that I will have to make the trip. I'll have to go with you.
Oh, will you really do an act with me?
Well, why not? Arthur and Allen, a breath from old Broadway.
But didn't you promise to do an act with Jack Haley?
Oh, so what? With a loose coat, a knife, and Haley's back won't even show. Why, you and I will be a sensation.
Well, what can we do?
Now, let me see. Well, we could do a gay 90s routine. You know, you come out on a stage with a leg of mutton sleeves, swinging a parasol, and I sort of saunter by in tan button shoes and peg-top pants.
Yes,
you know,
and then what?
Swagger by. Then you drop your Kleenex, and I pick it up. I tip my boater. We tell a couple of jokes. You remember those old jokes like this? Didn't I see you in Atlantic City?
Yes, I was the girl with the boardwalk.
Girl with the boardwalk. Right, that'll do for one. Now, here's another. What would I have to give you to get a little kiss?
Chloroform.
Very good. And then all we have to do, 18 or 9 of those jokes like that, then we sing one of those old gay 90s songs.
But I can't sing.
Well, neither can I. That's great. Our voices won't conflict. Nothing. Say, how about in my merry Oldsmobile?
You'll be sorry.
Well, we'll wait and find out. Let's try in my merry Oldsmobile with one of those old-time fast patter choruses. We'll just see how it sounds. Mr. Goodman, in my merry Oldsmobile. Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, almost bubbling, you and I. To the church we'll swiftly steal, then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Take me up along with you, my darling, and we will go up high into a latitude about as near as anybody that has ever reached the sky. We will sail around the lunar planet, making love and hugging every time we scan it, with nobody in the airplane except the minister, you and I. We will float a little, fly and boat a little, while we rode a little, send a note a little, subsequently passing through the sky and having lots of fun. We'll go up into the sweetest skies of blue, and on ascending we will figure out the two, but on returning to Hotel Firma we will be as one. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Thank you very much, Miss Jean Arthur. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have no encore. As a matter of fact, to get that song together, we had Merry Oldsmobile, and the patter was from Come Josephine and My Flying Machine. So you know what an encore might turn out to be Gunga Din with a piccolo player. Yes. And while Miss Arthur, thank you, Miss Arthur, and while Miss Arthur prepares to join the workshop players later in the program, Kenny Baker makes a welcome reappearance, this time to sing for us, Johnny Doughboy Found a Rose in Ireland.
flower that Aaron never grew. Oh, the Blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you. Johnny Doughboy sailed away, and it was his lucky day, even though the skies were gray above. On that isle across the sea, Johnny's making history with his Yankee Doodle arms of love. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that Aaron never grew. Oh, the Blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, by presenting its most talented students. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Freddie, you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, meet Claude Carman. Claude. Well, congratulations, Claude, and more than welcome to our Texaco campus.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me, have you ever heard our program out there in St. Louis?
Yes, I tune in every Sunday night.
Well, then, of course, you know the first question I'm going to ask you, Claude.
Yes, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip to New York.
This is your first trip to New York. Fine. Well, I suppose you've been out looking our city over.
Well, I tried to find a sightseeing bus today. There didn't seem to be any around.
No, the sightseeing buses have been taken off the streets, Claude, to save the rubber and the rubbernecking, I understand. There is a new tour, though, that... I'll wait for you, madam. Did you want to laugh? We give that service, Claude. You just wave at us and we wait. There is a new tour, though, Claude, a new tour that leaves from Times Square. There's a man down there with 30 bicycles, and the tourists ride the bicycles around the city, you see, and the guide goes along on a pogo stick and explains the sightseeing. But, well, that takes care of New York, Claude. Now, how would you like to tell us something about your school?
Well, St. Louis University was founded by Bishop Louis DeBerg in 1818. It's the oldest university between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean.
Well, how did the university start? Did someone open a McGuffey reader and a crowd gathered? How did this school start?
No, Mr. Allen. The school started in a one-story stone house near the riverfront. At first, it was called an Academy for Young Gentlemen, and 15 students were enrolled.
15? You mean in 1818 there were only 15 gentlemen in St. Louis?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Well, what happened to the little stone house and the 15 young gentlemen?
Today, the university embraces 17 schools and colleges. We have over 7,000 students enrolled, and there are nearly 800 professors on the teaching staff.
What are you studying at school, Claude?
Well, I'm wrestling with law.
Well, that's fine. Wrestling with law, huh? I know a boy who studied law here in New York. He finished his 4-year course in 3 years, sued the college, and got his last year's tuition back. Do you participate in athletics out there at school?
Well, I don't have time for athletics. I have a job.
Oh, you have a job? You're working your way through school?
Yes, sir. After school hours, I work in a clothing store.
Oh, you do really? Which store?
Is it all right to mention it on the air?
Why not? You want to get a raise when you get back. What clothing store is it?
Robert's Custom Tailor.
Why don't you spell it out like a radio announcer, Claude?
Roberts. Roberts. Like that, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. And now that you are a vice president in the Roberts organization, can you tell us any interesting facts about the school, SLU?
Well, a St. Louis University football coach, Eddie Kokum, perfected the modern version of the forward pass.
He perfected the version that we have today, I see.
And St. Louis was the first university to own and operate its own radio station, WEW. That was back in 1921.
WEW. Say, when you become a lawyer, Claude, you can open your own Goodwill Court on WEW out there.
Well, I'd rather not be a radio lawyer.
Well, no, it is bad. If the case is appealed, you have a rebroadcast at night. When you have a fine voice, you can sing in radio, Claude.
I don't know. I think I'll wait until I finish school, Mr. Allen.
Well, you know what you can do? You can mix your law and your singing, Claude. Now, imagine you open up the Goodwill Court singing Zoot Suit, you see? Then you turn around and win the suit, which turns out to be from Roberts the Custom Tailor. But I think I'm getting a little mixed up, Claude. Perhaps we'd better have your song.
Before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have a gift for you.
Yes, Claude?
We heard down at school that you do a bit of boxing occasionally.
Yes, Claude, I do a little boxing, and I have the lumps to prove it.
The student sent you this boxing robe. We thought it might come in handy.
Say, this is a dandy, Claude. This is the robe. I'll just slip it on for size. It's a little chilly in here. Put this thing on, see how it comes out. Say, this is a dandy, Claude, this robe. And I want to thank you and the students of St. Louis University for your kindness tonight. Now, Claude, what about your song?
I'd like to sing Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, Claude Carman, sings for us Dark Eyes.
Dark eyes in my dream, I was sad it seemed, and the skies were gray, till you came my way. Then at once I knew that the skies were blue, and my dream came true. For they brought me oh, my dark-eyed one, lovely little dark-eyed one, life has just begun, for I've found the sun, for
within your eyes. Dark eyes that I love.
That was fine, Claude. That was fine, Claude. Carmen, I'm sure your fellow students, the faculty, and the St. Louis University alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your law career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. I borrowed the teeth for tonight. I don't know what. The most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. After hearing the three finalists over station WCHS in Charlestown, West Virginia, the student body voted. The ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Mary Eleanor Mulholland. Congratulations, Mary. We'll have the lamp in the window for you next Sunday night. Earlier in our program, ladies and gentlemen, you met Miss Jean Arthur. How many times have you, as a picture fan, said to yourself, where do movie stars come from? How do they become movie stars? What keeps them in the public eye? Well, tonight, we're going to tell you. The Texaco Workshop Players, starring Miss Jean Arthur, present the Cavalcade of a Glamour Girl. This little gem is called A Star is Born, or The Saga of Mona Bodenfelder. Mona Bodenfelder was the most glamorous and exotic Hollywood beauty of her day. Mona was born in a tiny town in Jersey, Upper Ferret Falls. She was the prettiest girl in Upper Ferret Falls, and as a little tyke, when Mona walked down Main Street with her raven pigtails bobbing, little boys would yell,
Hey, Mona, what's your hurry? I'm not playing post office, Mona. Easy you in a dim out, Mona.
Yes, Mona was the most popular girl in Upper Ferret Falls. A few years later, when graduation day exercises were held at high school, the teacher said,
And now our last class award. The student voted most likely to succeed is Mona Bodenfelder. And here is your birthmark plaque, Mona.
Oh, thank you, Miss Boynton. And thank you, class, for voting me the most likely to succeed. And no matter how successful I become in life, to you, my classmates, I will always be just little old Mona Bodenfelder.
And now, class will rise. We'll sing our school anthem. 1, 2.
Hail to thee, our alma mater. We sing your praises to the sky. Hail to thee, our alma mater. For thee, hated by Junior High.
Fortune smiled on Mona from the start. The day after school closed, she went to work as hostess at Golden Paul's Big Meat Market on Elm Street. Mona liked to meet people and always had a smile and a kind word for Mr. Golden Paul's patrons. Customers would say,
Mona, how is your cold shoulder today?
Oh, fine, Mr. Swan. How's yours?
Mona, your card.
Did you get your order, Mr. White?
Yeah, Mona.
Close your Boston bag. Your tongue is hanging out.
Thanks, Mona.
You back again, Mrs. Lane?
Yes, I got halfway home, forgot to take my kidneys.
Well, you stay right here. I'll get your kidneys for you.
Mona was happy in her little world of meat, and that fall Golden Paul's Meat Market sponsored a beauty contest. No one was surprised that night at the town hall when Mr. Golden Paul in his shiny new apron stood up and announced,
Tonight, the Golden Paul Meat Market Beauty Contest comes to a close. The winner will receive a free trip to Hollywood and 10 pounds of chuck roast. And the winner, the beauty we will crown Miss Upper Ferret Falls, is Mona Bodenfelder. Now, Mona, here is your ticket to Hollywood.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Golden Paul.
And here is your 10 pounds of chuck roast.
Miss Upper Ferret
and whoop her up.
The next morning, sitting in the day coach with her ticket and 10 pounds of Chuck Rose, Mona wondered what Hollywood had in store for her. The first day she arrived in Hollywood, Mona went to see Mr. L.V. Meyer, head of the mighty Diagram Studio. Mr. Goldenpaul had given Mona a letter and a veal cutlet to give to Mr. Meyer. As Mona entered the big producer's office, Mr. Meyer looked up from his aspirin bottle and said,
"Why, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
I'll make you a star in pictures."
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen. What is your name, Charmer?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Mona Bodenfelder. Why, that name is box office. Mona Bodenfelder. Gad, you're a find. Where's my aspirin?
Here it is, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, thank you. I'll buzz for my publicity man. Where's my buzzer?
Right here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Meyer.
Okay, I've got a find.
Again?
This is Lena Goldenpaul.
No, it's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Don't bother me with the details, this girl. Marquis, get busy. This girl is a star.
Yes, sir. I'll coin a gimmick. Oh, wait a minute. We've used Oomph Girl and Sweater Girl, L.V.
I got it. Yes, Marquis.
Whack. Mona Bodenfelder, the Whack Girl.
Gad, what a brain. The whap girl.
Yeah.
Mona, you got whap.
Oh, what is WAP, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, Marquis, what is whap?
Don't rush me, L.V. I just made up the word. I'll make up the definition later. So long.
Well, now I'll get my makeup man. Gad, what's wrong with this buzzer?
You're buzzing your aspirin bottle, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, Gad, I must have swallowed my buzzer.
No. Here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, L.V. Eastmore, this is Hollywood's new star, Sonia Bodenfelder.
It's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, that's right. Well, Eastmore? She's the Veronica Lake type, L.V. Yes, she's beautiful. What does she lack for pictures? You can see both her eyes, L.V. Have you seen Veronica Lake, dearie?
Yes, Veronica Lake has only one eye.
That's it. We'll comb your hair down over both eyes.
Both eyes? How can I see to walk around?
We'll get you a seeing eye dog. Gad, what a novelty. You'll play all your love scenes with mature and a seeing eye dog. Great, L.V. I'll get busy. Gad, a new star. And they said L.B. was slipping. That reminds me. Can you sing, dance, or act?
No, Mr. Meyer.
Well, that's no handicap in pictures.
You mean
The studio will teach you to sing, dance, and act. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the studio school. Now study hard.
You bet your life I will, Mr. Meyer.
Come back to me in 6 months. You'll be a star, Tanya Goldendelfer.
And Mona Bodenfelder did study hard. Every morning, Mona reported to her singing teacher, Professor Baker.
Take a deep breath, Miss Bodenfelder. Inhale.
Yes, sir.
Now exhale. Very good. Now we'll try the scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Excellent, Miss Bodenfelder. In 6 months, I will make you another Andrews sister.
Which Andrews sister will I be, Professor Baker?
The one in the middle.
Every afternoon, Mona reported to her dancing teacher, Madame Tabova.
First, we were bending down. 1, 2,
1, 2. 1, 2.
Next, we were kicking up. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Pointing the toe at this little darling.
Do you think I'll ever become a dancer, Madame Tabova?
In 6 months, I will making you another Becky Grable.
Every night, Mona took a dramatic lesson with Professor Dimmock.
To be an actress, you must cry, child. Give me tears. Very good. To be an actress, you must laugh. Give me teeth. Excellent. To be a success on the screen, you must master 3 speeches.
What speeches, Professor Dimmock?
Let me hear you say, darling.
Darling.
Roscoe, you mean...
Roscoe, you mean...
This is the end.
This is the end.
Your diction is perfect.
Is that all I have to know, Professor Dimmock?
Yes, those are the only 3 lines you will ever get to say in pictures.
I'll master them, Professor Dimmock.
Good. In 6 months, I will make you another Shirley Temple.
At the end of 6 months, Mona Bodenfelder was a combination of Shirley Temple, Becky Grable, and the Andrews sister in the middle. Her training completed, Mona reported back to the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.V. Meyer. As Mona opened the door, Mr. L.V. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder, the web girl, Mr. Meyer.
You want to get in the pictures?
Oh, yes, sir. You told me.
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye.
Mona went to see Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Schreiber looked at Mr. Meyer's memo and said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Hussey.
Mona saw Mr. Hussey. Mr. Hussey said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Morrow.
Mr. Morrow said...
Go to see Mr. Palese.
Palese said...
Take this slip and see Mr. Salvin.
Mr. Salvin turned out to be the policeman at the studio gate. Handing him the slip, Mona said...
Where do I go now, Mr. Salvin?
You go home, Miss Bodenfelder. This slip is your pass to get out of the studio. Good night.
And so Mona Bodenfelder, Miss Upper Ferret Falls, the little girl who was voted most likely to succeed, found herself outside of the Mighty Diagram Studios, disillusioned and alone. Her chuck roast long since eaten, she couldn't return and face Upper Ferret Falls, and so Mona took the first job she could find. Months passed, and then one day in the Brown Derby restaurant, Mona saw the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.V. Meyer, again. Mona spoke to him.
The veal fricassee is very nice today, Mr. Meyer.
No, waitress. I think I'll... Well, gad, girl, what are you doing working in this calorie cave?
I have to live, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you're beautiful.
Please, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you should be in pictures. What's your name?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Come to my office tomorrow morning, lad of Golden Heifer. I will make you a star.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, what's your order?
Oh, yes. I'll have number 7. Bicarbonate and lukewarm water.
Yes, sir. One producer's lunch. Have it medium luke.
Mona Bodenfelder didn't sleep a wink that night. At last she was to have her chance in pictures. The next morning, bright and early, Mona entered Mr. L.V. Meyer's office. As she opened the door, Mr. L.V. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder.
You want to get in the pictures?
But you told me...
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can go yourself, Mr. L.V. Meyer.
I can go where?
You know where, and it isn't to see Mr. Schreiber.
You dare to tell me?
2 years ago, you said you'd make me a star. You sent me to study singing, dancing, and acting. You said I'd be the WAP girl.
WAP girl?
I studied 6 months. When I came back, you didn't even know me.
I?
You turned me away. I've been working at the Brown Derby. Yesterday, you told me to come back here.
I?
Today, you don't know me again. When I left Upper Ferret Falls, I had hopes. I had ambition.
Wait a minute, girl. Did you say Upper Ferret Falls?
Yes, that's my home.
Upper Ferret Falls. I lived there as a boy. What is your name, girl?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Bodenfelder. What was your father's name?
Ossip.
Ossip Bodenfelder, my uncle's cousin.
Mr. Meyer, you mean...
Mona Bodenfelder, you are my own great-grandniece twice removed.
I am?
You're a relative. This is the day I've been waiting for.
I don't understand, Uncle Elvie.
For 20 years, I've been putting relatives on the studio payroll. My brother Irving is the treasurer. My sister's husband is casting director. My wife's uncle is a producer. My grandfather is wardrobe man. My nephew's running the cutting room.
The studio is run by relatives?
Relatives are everywhere but in my pictures. For 20 years, I've been testing relatives, but I've never found a relative with talent until today.
Uncle L.V., you mean that your great-great-grandniece twice removed?
You, Mona Bodenfelder, are a relative. I will make you a star.
Oh, thank you, L.V.
Now I can die happy. For 20 years, I've been looking at relatives around the studio. Now I can finally see a relative on the screen. Gad, I can't wait to see that name in light. A star is born. From now on, you are...
Mona Bodenfelder, the WAP girl.
That is how Mona Bodenfelder became a Hollywood star. And the moral is, the quickest way to become a star in pictures is to be born in the right family. For in Hollywood, in many cases, blood is thicker than talent. The end.
important personal message from Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, they say every comedian wants to play Hamlet. But I don't. I don't want to participate in a tragedy, and neither do you. And yet, tragedy will confront all of us if we lose this war. We'll win, but it's going to take everything we've got in effort and sacrifice. We've all got to do our share. And here's the thing that we all can do. Buy war bonds or stamps. No matter what your income, set aside 10% every payday. $1 out of every 10 to help buy planes and guns and ships and food and the million things our fighting men need to win. It's the safest, wisest investment you can possibly make. Start putting 10% of your income into war bonds or stamps on your next payday. You will be buying freedom for yourself and all of the generations of Americans to come. Thank you.
Next week, our guest will be Maurice Evans, famous Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Technical College competition at West Virginia University, Mary Eleanor Mulholland.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that haste makes waste and speed wastes tires. Drive under 40 and save rubber, and drive into your Texaco dealers at any time to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Washington calling counter-spy. Washington calling counter-spy. Washington calling counter-spy.
Harding, counter-spy, calling Washington. Harding, counter-spy, calling Washington.
The Blue Network presents Phillips H. Lord's Counter-Spy. Backing our great Army and Navy at the front is our invisible army of United States counter-spies who work quietly, effectively, and swiftly against the enemies in our midst. They are the dread of the German Gestapo, the Italian Obra, and the Japanese Black Dragons. Imagine the ace counter-spy of them all as David Harding, specially appointed with authority to work however or wherever he will. 3 weeks ago,
in Washington,
a very prominent bachelor by the name of William R. Terrace stood in the center of his expensive apartment. The time?
11:25 at night.
A dim light burned on a little ebony side table. Mr. Terrace stood there. His face was ashen white.
Great beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead.
Go on. You've betrayed your country. Go on. Go on, pull the trigger, you coward. Go on.
Tell the editor to hold the press. William R. Terrace has just committed suicide in his living room. He left a note saying it was because of ill health.
It's a clear-cut case of suicide, Mr. Harding. You're the chief, and what you say goes, but it's just the case of a wealthy bachelor in poor health.
Well, I admit, Mark,
William Terrace probably did commit suicide. But remember this. We're at war. The Gestapo are experts at making a murder appear to be a suicide.
Then you're really going to investigate it?
Well, I think I'll at least ask a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, the note Terrace left, Mark, said he was committing suicide because of ill health. I think I'll drop in on his doctor and see how bad his health really was. You would know, Doctor, if Mr. Terrace was in poor health.
I was shocked at his suicide, Mr. Harding. From everything I know, Mr. Terrace was in perfect health.
It's quite interesting. I think I'll go over to Mr. Terrace's bank and see if finances were worrying him.
No, Mr. Harding. Mr. Terrace's finances were in perfect condition. He was worth nearly $750,000. He had many government bonds and securities.
Thank you. Mark, when a man commits suicide, and it isn't his health and it isn't finances,
look for the woman.
Exactly. And that's what I want you to do, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Now pick 6 men. Cover Washington from head to foot. And find out what woman William Terrace paid special attention to. Yes?
Mr. Harding, I've just completed that investigation. Man in question was spotless. Described as congenial, social, friendly, but never escorted any particular woman. Was known to be very proper and old-fashioned in ideals.
All right, Mark, that ends that lead. Meet me later. I'm going to take a long chance and visit the accounting firm which checked Terrace's books.
Why, yes, Mr. Harding. We've been the accountants for Mr. Terrace's firm for 9 years.
I want you to go to Mr. Terrace's office and get his office pad of appointments for the past year. Now, check that appointment list for lapses of time. Then check those dates against his personal checks and see what checks were made out during those periods of absences. This should tell us where Mr. Terrace was during those absences.
Mr. Harding, we went over Mr. Terrace's office pad and found he was absent from his business during the past year on 4 different occasions, a week at each time.
Good. Now, during those absences, did he make out any checks?
His first absence corresponds with a check he made out at the Saratoga Hotel, Saratoga Springs. During Mr. Terrace's second absence, he made out a check at the clubhouse, Pine Hill, South Carolina. This third check was made out at a clubhouse, Atlanta, Georgia.
Fine, thank you. Proceed.
This is G6, calling from Saratoga Springs. Man in question spent week here in company of woman. Dark complexion, about 31, expensively dressed, unusually attractive. Full report follows.
Fine. Proceed.
G8, reporting from Pine Hill, South Carolina. Man in question stayed here accompanied by unknown woman in early 30s. Most attractive, expensively gowned, dark. Report follows.
This is beginning to get very interesting, Mr. Harding.
Yet we may still be on a wild goose chase, Mark. We have no idea who that girl was. She may have been perfectly all right.
But how can we ever find her? She may be anywhere.
Well, here's a little something I dug up. April the 2nd, William Terrace made out a check to the Washington Jewelry Company for $8,000.
Say, that's a pretty sizable amount for a bachelor to be making out to send to a jewelry house.
That's what I thought, Mark. I'm going to check that jewelry house. I wonder just what William Terrace bought with that $8,000.
Mr. Terrace bought a solitaire diamond ring, 10 1/2 carats, platinum setting, a woman's ring,
We have no record that he said whom he was buying it for. That is all.
Thank you. Well, Mark, now we know that Mr. Terrace bought a ring for some woman. But who is she? Where is she?
Oh, that's a tough question, Mr. Harding.
Well, let's put 2 and 2 together and try to make 5. Check all insurance companies, Mark.
Yes.
And see if within a few days after April the 2nd, any woman insured a ring for approximately $8,000.
Say, that's clever reasoning. You win, Harding. We're getting hot. Here's the insurance report. April 5th, a solitaire diamond ring, platinum setting, was insured for $8,000 by a Miss Avery Rollins of 1370 Lincoln Boulevard, Northwest, Washington.
Rollins. Avery Rollins. That name's very familiar.
She's high society, Mr. Harding. Lives with her uncle and aunt. Now, I got a report on her. Age 32, height 5'5", light hair, light complexion, very social, educated at the Sorbonne, Paris. Above reproach.
Yeah, but the woman seen with William Terrace at the resorts was dark hair. The weights are approximately the same, both apparently wealthy, both smart dressers. Mark, there's something wrong, something very wrong. It's a problem that's got to be approached from some unusual angle. Well, you have a very luxurious apartment here, Colonel Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. I'm pretty proud of it, especially this library den.
I'm here to make a very unusual request, Colonel. As you may know, I'm a United States counter-spy.
Yes, I do.
Now, Colonel, you knew William Terrace personally, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Was his suicide a bona fide suicide, Mr. Harding?
Well, to be perfectly frank, Colonel Reynolds, I don't know. That's why I've come to you. I need the aid of a citizen, Colonel, prominent, who has some government responsibility. You're 48?
That's correct.
A bachelor?
A confirmed one.
You're a very handsome man.
Oh, come now, come.
Yes, and very fascinating to women.
Now, wait a minute, Harding.
Oh, this is very serious business. You're chairman on the board for the new airplane formations and armor.
Yes?
That makes you a very interesting person to certain other persons. Colonel, do you happen to know a Miss Avery Rollins?
A very gorgeous woman, but I've never happened to meet her. She's usually surrounded by any number of admirers.
Well, I'm going to arrange for you to meet her, Colonel Reynolds. And I'm going to ask you to make yourself just as interesting to her as possible. In fact, I'm going to ask you to try and make it even a constant attachment for a time.
What? Oh, no, Harding, that's a little too much. I don't wish to get mixed up with women.
Now, Colonel Reynolds, you could be the principal factor in possibly exposing one of the most cunning spy rings in this country today.
You don't think Avery Rollins was in any way connected with Terrace's suicide? You don't think she's acting as a spy?
That's what I want to find out, Colonel.
Good Lord, Harding.
I've arranged with Lady Keston to give a formal ball next Friday evening. I've given her a list of guests she's to include. Miss Rollins will be one. And I'd appreciate your being another and casually meeting her.
Naturally, Rollins. Mr. Harding, under these circumstances, no man could refuse.
I thought you'd feel that way, sir. Now, after you meet her, please don't try to contact me in any way. Leave it up to me to find out what you're doing.
Three weeks later, March 23rd.
G6, the colonel boarded train at Washington. After an hour, was joined by a woman already on train. She is of dark complexion, expensively dressed, very attractive, black hair, height approximately 5'5". Ticket reads Palm Springs. That is all.
That's strange. That's not the description of Avery Rollins.
April 6th, 4:20 p.m., the colonel in question boarded train at Washington. Hour later, joined woman already on train. Dark complexion, expensively dressed, very beautiful and exotic. Weight, 110 pounds. Tickets read Atlanta, Georgia.
Who is meeting Colonel Reynolds on these trips? Is it Avery Rollins, or who is it? Come in. Oh, hello, Mark.
Hello, Mr. Harding. I just got the facts on that dark girl who's been meeting the colonel.
Good. What did you find out?
You were right, sir. After the girl got off the train with the colonel, I went to her compartment. There were unmistakable signs of dark-colored powder, blonde hair, and black hair which showed at the end of the hair, as if it had come out of a wig. Now, she must get on the train, get a compartment, and change her appearance before she comes out and meets the colonel.
Then it is Avery Rollins, because she's been absent from Washington at the same time as the colonel has. She's probably explained to the colonel that because of their prominent standing in Washington, she must disguise herself.
Then, the way I see it, this Avery Rollins must have been the mysterious dark woman with whom William Terrace went off on trips before he was murdered.
Without a doubt. And she's connected with his murder in some manner. And I've got to make sure the colonel isn't killed the same way. She's off now down at Virginia Beach with him.
What a sunset, Avery.
Beautiful. I love to lie on the beach after all the others have gone in.
Look at those breakers on the sea.
John, sometimes I see a look come over your face. A look of pain. Anything troubling you?
No, dear. Nothing really.
Perhaps you're worrying about your responsibilities. Those new war plans or something.
No, I don't think I am.
Oh, I wish we didn't have to go back to Washington tomorrow.
We must, though. I've got some important conferences. Here, put these in your bag, will you, Avery? I'm afraid I'll lose them in the sand.
Oh, but why bring keys down to the beach?
I don't dare leave them in the hotel room. The flat one is the key to the secret cabinet in my library. It has the government plans we're drawing up.
Oh, no, John. Don't give me the keys. It's too big a responsibility.
Well, all right. I'll hide them next time under the rug at the hotel.
Oh, silly. Let's go in the water. Come on.
Oh, all right. I'll beat you to it.
Oh, you just try.
Oh, I was looking for you, Harding.
Well, hello, Colonel Reynolds. Glad to see you. Sit down. Now, I thought it might be better for us to meet openly at the hotel here rather than for me to go again to your apartment.
A good many things have happened since we last talked, Harding.
Yes. And you've proved yourself a veteran. A professional counter spy. Couldn't have done better.
Anything the matter, Harding?
Well, I think the big moment's here. It's now or never.
What shall I do?
Now, I'd like to have you invite Miss Rollins up to your apartment Tuesday night for a formal dinner. Just you two.
I'll try. You don't think, do you, Harding, Miss Rollins really is a spy?
Yes, Colonel. I do.
But I kept the key to my secret file where she could get it. Called her attention to it. Harding, tell me the truth. You don't think Miss Rollins was the girl who was with Terrace on those trips before he committed suicide?
Yes. His blood is on her hands, Colonel. And probably the blood of a dozen other men. Now, Tuesday night, after you've had dinner, I wish you'd go with her into your library den for coffee. But under no conditions, Colonel, drink the coffee. Now, I'll casually drop in a little later.
You intend to break her Tuesday night?
If I can. And I hope I can. What's the matter, Colonel? You're white as a sheet.
I'm all right.
Can I get you something? No. What is it, Colonel? You can tell me.
Harding, I love her.
You don't mean that.
Yes. Yes, I do mean it. I love her.
But good heavens, man, you can't.
But I do. I think she's innocent. She didn't try to copy the key. She's never tried to ask me questions about secret government affairs.
But she's a murderess, Colonel. Take my word for it, the blood of Terrace is on her. She'd double-cross you in a second.
I didn't realize how lonely I'd been. She's so clever, smart, beautiful, everything about her. I can't stand it.
You're not thinking of doing what William Terrace did?
No. No, not that. I guess I can see it through.
I'm sorry, Colonel. Terribly sorry.
I guess there's no more to be said.
You'll go through with it tomorrow night, as planned.
Yes.
Now remember, do not drink any coffee that's poured. I wish I could say something, Colonel Reynolds. I feel for you from the bottom of my heart. But this is bigger than you, or me.
I know. But still, I think she's innocent. Some more champagne, Avery?
Please, John.
That's a stunning evening gown. It blends right with your skin.
Oh, flatter.
Some more champagne for you, sir.
Yes. And Martin.
Yes, sir.
Miss Avery and I will have our brandy and coffee in the library tonight.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to have you remain this evening.
Very good, sir.
Oh, by the way, Avery, did you ever know William R. Terrace?
Terrace? Wasn't he the man who committed suicide about 4 months ago?
Yes.
I've seen him, but I've never met him.
Oh. Awful thing, wasn't it?
I've heard some people say it wasn't suicide.
Yes, but you can't tell from rumors. Oh, like the silverware?
Oh, you caught me looking at it, John. Yes, I do like it. Everything about this place, it's so tasteful.
I had thought I was perfectly contented. But now it all seems so insignificant. To have something really worthwhile, you've got to have someone to share it with.
I found the same thing true, John. Closeness and comradeship mean more than anything.
Shall I have Martin serve the coffee and brandy in the library?
Yes, do I finish?
Let me help you.
Thank you. But I'd rather sit on the divan with you.
Avery, you look like the most sophisticated woman in the world. Like one of those gorgeous paintings. And then you say something so tender.
Oh, but a woman should be a mystery to a man. Oh, there.
Avery.
I know.
But you don't know how much.
Yes, I do, John. My heart's pitter-pattering the same way. It has been ever since that last trip.
Do you love me, Avery?
Yes, John. Very deeply.
Avery.
Pardon me, sir, but Mr. Harding and his friend have quarreled.
Oh, yes. Yes, Martin, show them in.
Oh. Certainly.
Why did they have to come at just this moment?
Well, Harding's a very good friend. I guess he's just dropping in.
No, we were just on our way to the club. We thought we'd stop in, Colonel.
Hello, Harding. Glad to see you. Have you met Miss Rollins?
I don't believe I've had that privilege. Good evening, Miss Rollins.
Good evening, Mr. Harding.
Miss Rollins is a friend of mine, Mr. Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Mark.
It's a pleasure. And Colonel Reynolds, Mark. Good evening, Mr. Mark. Won't you join us in the brandy coffee?
No, thank you. We've just finished dinner.
Sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable. Thank you.
Well, while you men chat, I think I'll go and freshen up a bit. We just finished dinner, a delicious dinner, Mr. Harding, but fried chicken, and you know what that does to the hand.
Well, I've always maintained the only real place to really enjoy fried chicken was in the bath.
Well, you men chat, and I'll be back in just a few moments, if you'll excuse me.
Harding, it's all right to talk in front of Mr. Mark? Yes, Colonel. He's a counter-spy in active service. Harding, it can't be true. She's too decent. I'm going crazy. Colonel Reynolds, I'm going to have to be brutal tonight. Ordinarily, I wouldn't operate this way. But I'm going to do everything I can to expose this right here in front of you. I believe I owe it to you. Tell me, Harding, she's really one of your agents working with you. Tell me that you suspected me and really did this so she could check on me. Tell me that. Ease my mind. The only way, Colonel, is to let this unfold. Now, would you ring for your butler, please? Why, yes. Harding, is it the butler you're really after? Tell me it's he and not Avery, isn't it? Colonel, I know how upset you are. I sympathize. But I can't change the facts. Now, don't say anything for a minute.
Did you ring for me, sir?
I believe the Colonel wanted you to pour some brandy for me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is a gun in your stomach. Don't move. Harding. Quiet, please, Colonel. Cuff his hands behind him, Mark. Tight. I've got him. Then he's the man you're after, not Avery. I believe he... Martin. There. Without his wig, he looks more natural, like his pictures. Your butler, Colonel Reynolds, is Herr Franz Berkman, one of the cleverest Austrian spies.
I am not him. I do not know whom you are talking about.
Colonel, when your butler was hurt by a car 6 weeks ago, you might be interested to know it was a plot. The man at the wheel of the car which ran down your butler was this man standing here. He wanted to pose as a butler so he could get in your house here. We've been checking on him for weeks. Here. Drink the coffee you served the Colonel. Drink it. Now, you don't like doped coffee, huh, Berkman? Please, Harding, Avery is coming back. Watch her when she comes in. I think she'll be pretty surprised.
Is something the matter in here? Well, is that your butler? His hair is...
Yes, Miss Rollins. We removed his wig.
Why?
Well, for the reason that he happens not to be a butler, but Herr Franz Berkman, a very noted Austrian spy.
Spy? He's a spy?
Yes. Quite a catch.
Oh, I'm so glad you caught him.
Mark, take Berkman over to the other side of the room.
Come on, Hitler, or I'll lead you by the nose.
Oh, John, you must feel terribly about this taking place in your apartment. Here, take this brandy. You look like a ghost.
Thank you. Thank you, Avery. Thanks. Now, Colonel Reynolds, I have a record I'd like to play for you. Would you mind my using your machine? Why, no. No, the switch is right on the side of the radio. It's just a short recording. I feel a little dizzy. I guess I'll sit here by you, Avery.
Good. What kind of a record is it, Mr. Harding? What's the purpose of it?
Well, I believe that it'll be self-explanatory. It was made last night. There. The lines were spoken rather softly at the time, but I'll turn on the full volume so we won't miss anything.
Here. Quick, get the camera ready. Oh, I can't find anything but personal papers.
Oh, they must be there. The Colonel told me himself. He kept them in the wall safe in his library.
Yes, all right, but if we don't find them, you'll just have to keep on playing him.
Oh, that old fool. I want to spit in his face every time I get near him. I can't stand to touch him.
Oh, the plans are not here. Yeah, he has tricked you.
But they must be there.
We have failed tonight. But he'll probably put them in here tomorrow night.
I hope tonight would be the last. Then I could break him and force him to commit suicide like terrorists. If he won't, we'll poison his coffee.
Not so quick.
You dog, it's vermin. I'll spit at you. I'll kill you.
Avery, do you know what you're saying?
You pig, you swine, let go of me.
Fortunately, Colonel Reynolds, the plans weren't there, but if they had been, you wouldn't be alive tonight. She'd have worked on you till she'd gotten you to commit suicide.
And I would have made him kill himself, just like I made Karras kill himself.
Shut up, you fool. Don't talk.
Yeah, she'd have told you she'd gotten the plans, that you'd be disgraced. She'd have broken your heart. You'd have done what all the other men have done she's worked on.
And I'd have laughed at the stupid dog.
Colonel, her real name is Marie Schmitz of Hungary, a paid spy. She goes to the biggest bidder. This woman is one of the cleverest, if not the cleverest, paid woman spy in this country. And that butler of yours, Franz Berkman, is her husband. Take them away, Mark.
The other agents are out in the front hall.
Yes, sir.
Keep your hands off the
Come on now, come on.
I'm sorry, Colonel. But I had to strip it all down before you, so you'd never have any doubt.
I didn't know. A person could be hurt quite this much.
You may have saved the lives, Colonel, of thousands of our boys.
I hope so.
Come over here by the window for a minute. Would you, Colonel?
Why couldn't she have been what I hoped she was?
Look at those Marines swing along. You've done them and the boys like them a great service, Colonel Reynolds. No one will probably ever know about it. But you will. And I will. Let's open the window. Doesn't that send a thrill through you?
It does. Yes. I'm glad I was able to help Harding. Every one of us has got to sacrifice. Some one way, some another. I guess this way is mine.
All over this country tonight is spread a great army of counter spies, men working to protect you and our boys at the front. Special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, of the Secret Service, of the Treasury and State Departments, of the intelligence bureaus of the Army and the Navy, men who are constantly on the alert, diligently protecting our home front. These men beg of you not to talk concerning troop movements, armaments, defense plants, and wartime plans. There are many leeches, enemy agents, just waiting to pounce on every little scrap of information so their experts can piece it together into a big, compact picture of our war efforts. Next Monday evening, counter spy David Harding will be on the air. Tell your friends, invite them to listen in to these exciting dramatized cases portrayed weekly at this time. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production which has originated from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Starring Walter Houston in The Colossus of Panama, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. The floor of the United States Senate, the year 1904.
Oh, Mr. President, the shame of it. Billions of dollars, hard-earned dollars, of American farmers and working people poured into a peated and fever-ridden jungle 1,000 miles from our shore. Now what do we ask?
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the voice of the senior senator from Alabama, speaking at the turn of the century. His subject, the Panama Canal, that great work which is so vitally important to us today in the defense of our hemisphere. Our play tonight will tell the story of William Crawford Gorgas, the man who made that work possible. It is called The Colossus of Panama and was written especially for this program by Robert Tallman. DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry, presents Walter Houston in the role of William Crawford Gorgas in The Colossus of Panama. As our play opens, Alabama's Senator Morgan still has the floor.
The name of this man, Mr. President, is Gorgas. I don't know this man. All I know is this. It's costing this man to kill one, not two, not 100, but one tiny, harmless mosquito 5 $5 of the people's money. Yeah, $5 to kill one mosquito. I tell you, this doctor, Congress, if he's in the gallery listening, to meet me in my office at recess. And if he can justify this wanton wastage of the people's money to me, I will not speak on this floor again, on any subject. I yield the rest of my time, Mr. President, for a motion for a recess.
If there is no objection, the Senate is recessed.
As the senators leave the floor, the sergeant at arms come forward to clear the gallery. But still seated deep in his own thoughts is a mild-mannered gentleman in a white linen suit. He turns to his wife, who sits beside him.
Well, my dear? I know how you must feel, William. If they had any conception of the importance of your work...
The importance of my work? There are 100 men who could do what I'm doing. It's the canal they're trying to sell cheap, and that's something I'll fight for.
Dr. Gorgas.
Yes, Lieutenant?
They're clearing the gallery, sir. Shall you be meeting me this afternoon?
Yes. Look after Mrs. Gorgas, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take up Senator Morgan's challenge.
Now, William, remember, don't lose your temper, please.
No, don't you worry, my dear. I'm just going to set the senator straight on his facts. He says it is costing me $5 to kill one mosquito. I resent that. It doesn't cost $5. It costs 10.
Well, Colonel Gorgas, I got to hand it to you. You certainly are frank. $10 a mosquito, eh?
Senator, if I were really frank, I would tell you that your speech out there today was little short of pleasing.
Come now, Colonel. Let's not be melodramatic. You have your business and I have mine. My business is to save money for my constituents. Yours is to spend...
I have only one business, Senator. To see that the Panama Canal is built as quickly as possible.
Well, I'm not even convinced it can be built, Colonel. The Spanish failed. The French failed. Now we're going to be made the goat.
I tell you, Senator, the only obstacle to the canal is disease. Get rid of the mosquitoes, and you get rid of the disease.
Supposing you do. Will the canal ever actually repay what we put into it? We have enough merchant ships on both coasts as it is. Railroads are faster than boats. Why should we build a canal that only foreigners will benefit from anyway?
There's only one flaw in that argument, Senator.
What's that?
Japan is building a navy.
Oh, yeah. Teddy Roosevelt and his yellow peril again.
Supposing Japan attacked the Philippines with her new navy, or even Hawaii, we'd need every ship we could spare from the Atlantic. Japan would have won the war before we could get one capital ship around Cape Horn.
Colonel Gorgas, I respect you as a doctor. As a prognosticator of wars, I do not. Your theory about the Japs is like your theory about mosquitoes. You have a phobia about small things, sir. Little bugs and little people.
Very well, Senator. But let this be understood. Whether Congress appropriates the money or not, I shall continue to kill mosquitoes. And I think you will live to see that it is worth whatever it costs.
How are you, Colonel Goethals? Well, Dr. Gorgas, welcome back to Panama. Have a nice vacation?
Well, it was hardly... Well, let's just say it's nice to be back, eh? How's the work going?
Slowly, too slowly. Another landslide here at Calabria last week. That's why I came over here to take personal charge of the whole job.
Good, then you can help me.
Anything I can do, Doctor. Just step into my shack here and we'll talk.
Thank you.
Sit down, won't you?
Sure.
Now, what's on your mind, sir?
I've been looking over the records at the Anson Hospital, Colonel. Yellow fever is epidemic again.
Yeah, it's the weather. Been damp, you know.
Mm-hmm. Who ordered my mosquito-killing squads to start cleaning up the streets in the city?
I did.
Did you realize what you were doing?
We have to face it, Gorgas. They can't kill all the mosquitoes.
That's no excuse for not killing all we can.
Gorgas, I know what you're trying to do. But something has to be done about the sanitary conditions in Colon and Panama City. If Congress ever sent a commission to investigate...
Would you rather they found a little filth and a few bad smells, or everybody dead of yellow fever and the jungle growing over your fine machinery?
Well, now, that's an exaggeration.
Not at the present death rate of yellow fever and malaria.
What do you propose that I do?
Give me back my mosquito-killing squad.
I can't do it.
You're the only one who can, Colonel Goethals.
Well, you may as well know the truth, Gorgas. The Admiral said he would order our ships home unless something was done about the smell. I couldn't allow that to happen.
Well, I can and I will.
I see. Will you take personal responsibility for whatever happens?
I will.
If the epidemic should become worse, we might even have to stop operations, you know.
And I hope it happens. Then we will know that disease, and nothing but disease, is our obstacle. And that, Colonel Goethals, I can prove.
William, you're late. What happened?
They had to stop work at Calabria today. Men are afraid to work there. Too many down with a fever there the past week.
Does that mean the end of the canal?
Well, not yet, no. Goethals is still hopeful. He thinks transferring Jamaicans over there, the ones that are immune to yellow fever, will solve the problem.
What do you think?
Well, it'll solve the yellow fever problem there for the moment, but not the malaria. I told them so. But they still expect me to fight it with a scrubbing brush and a bucket of whitewash.
Oh, don't they know it's the mosquitoes and not the filth?
Of course they know it, but they say there are too many of them. But it's hopeless. And I had to admit they were right. It does look hopeless.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I've disobeyed orders. And I've refused to resign. I can even be tried for manslaughter or heaven knows what. I have to go through with it.
Oh, William, I'm so worried for you. Is there anything I can do to help?
I wonder. Tell me, Ellen. Are you a good liar?
William, why do you ask?
Because I'm going to disappear for about 2 weeks.
Disappear? Where?
No, don't worry. I'll be right here in my laboratory. But nobody is allowed in nobody, you understand?
Yes, William.
And another thing. Don't kill any mosquitoes you see about the house. Capture them alive and bring them into me.
Mosquitoes? Why, I thought you already knew everything there was to know about them, William.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I forgot that I'm a scientist. The canal seemed to mean so much more. Time seemed too precious to waste in research. But now...
Yes?
Well, I might have known all along. Nobody ever knows enough about anything.
You are listening to Walter Houston as William Crawford Gorgas in The Colossus of Panama, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware. Two tiny mosquitoes, by name Stegomyia and Anopheles. They were everywhere. Their strength had been greater than all the accumulated knowledge of mankind. Yet the faith and labor of one man stood against them. William Crawford Gorgas.
Senor, what is it you want?
I want to see your water pitchers.
Oh, you are tourist. You wish to buy pottery? You like these big ones?
Let me see them all, Senora. It may take me some time to find the one I'm looking for.
Who is this strange Americano who has a big job in the canal, yet spends his time examining water pitchers in the slums? Even the Americanos think him strange.
Nurse! Nurse!
Yes, Dr. Gordon.
Who put the pans of water under the bed legs in this ward?
Why, the Mother Superior ordered it, Doctor. It keeps the ants from crawling up on the bed.
Well, get rid of them, do you hear? Throw them out.
But, Doctor...
I haven't time to explain to you. Just do as I say. And after this, no fresh water in the wards, except in covered vessels. Understand?
Yes, Doctor. I'll take care of it immediately.
He seems obsessed by the smallest details. In some quarters, his conduct is a scandal.
My family are of the oldest nobility in Panama. Now, what do you think this upstart has sent into my home? A sanitary squad. I said you are will not support this insult.
I am Bangkok, ruling the finest hotel in Panama. And this assassin, he puts black oil in my water supply. He drains my beautiful lagoon. Water lilies, swans, everything beautiful. I'll go to the authorities. My wife and I came here for a vacation. We haven't had a moment's peace. Restrictions, quarantine, churches, and seniors.
You wanted to see me, gentlemen?
Yes. You know the Admiral, I believe, and Commissioner Shunt?
Yes. Good day, sir, Commissioner.
I assume you know the purpose of this meeting, Dr. Gorgas?
No, but I am glad you asked me to come here today, gentlemen. I believe I have found the final answer to the problem that has confronted us. I think I have a way to eliminate not just a few, but all the deadly mosquitoes from the canal zone, and perhaps even from the entire Western Hemisphere.
Dr. Gorgas.
Please, time is of the essence. I must get this information across to you quickly.
Very well, Doctor. I only wanted to say...
I'll say it later, Admiral. Gentlemen, I have thought, dreamt, and observed nothing for 2 weeks except the habits of 2 mosquitoes. I have developed a strategy which I believe will assure success in the battle against them. Not in a matter of years as we once hoped, but in a few months.
A strategy, Doctor?
Colonel, when you go into a battle, what is the first thing you try to determine?
Well, the weak places in the enemy's defenses, as a rule.
Precisely. Now take the stegomyia, the yellow fever carrier. This mosquito has lived with mankind for so long, it has become over-civilized. It is squeamish. It will lay its eggs only in clean water. To deal with it, we will have to go into every house in the canal zone and insist that every vessel containing fresh water be tightly covered at all times.
That sounds simple enough. But, Dr. Gorgas, about this matter of invading people's houses, there have been complaints of a most serious nature.
I expected there would be.
You take a very cavalier view of the matter, Dr. Gorgas. And if I may say so, this nonsense about mosquitoes and water pitchers is wild, simply wild.
Gentlemen, please. You agreed to hear me out.
We stand corrected. Go on, Doctor.
Thank you, Colonel Gorgas. Our second enemy, gentlemen, is Anopheles, the malaria mosquito. It is, well, it's a little more of a problem. It will breed in any kind of water. Mud puddles, cow tracks, anywhere.
Are you going to propose abolishing cows from the zone?
Gentlemen, I have never been more serious in my life. Please give me a moment more.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I won't interrupt again.
Well, the malaria mosquito has a fatal weakness. It cannot fly more than 200 yards from its breeding place.
Are you absolutely certain of these facts, Gorgas?
I stake my reputation on them, or what's left of it.
And well, let's be candid, is not much at the moment. However, if what you say is true, then it simplifies our problem. Then we shall have to enforce drainage for only 200 yards around the work and residential zones.
It's worth trying, isn't it? Well, gentlemen, what do you think?
Dr. Gorgas, let me say that I would like nothing better than to put you to work on this scheme of yours at once. Unfortunately, I cannot.
But why not?
The President of the United States is on his way to Panama at this very moment.
I fail to see why that should interrupt our work.
The President will be greeted when he arrives, Dr. Gorgas, by a filth and stench of cologne in Panama City, caused entirely by your neglect of sanitation while you were preparing your scholarly treatise on the habits of mosquitoes.
Then you refuse even to let me start this work?
I suggest that you wait, Dr. Gorgas, and discuss it with the President himself. The Commission will naturally abide by his decision. And we are fairly confident of what that decision will be.
The President of the United States.
Mr. President, welcome to Panama, Mr. President.
Fine welcome. Rotten sinkhole. Dead cats in the streets. No wonder all the men are dying. What's the excuse for this, Goggles?
Dr. Gorgas is in charge of sanitation, Mr. President. You'd better ask him.
Gorgas, eh? You're Gorgas, aren't you?
That's right, Mr. President.
You've got gray hair since Cuba, eh? Well, I don't wonder. Do you realize the whole country's up in arms against you? And me, too, because of you?
Because of me?
I started this whole project mostly on your say-so. You said you could get rid of these smells, make this a fit place to live, like you did in Nevada.
I cleaned up Havana, yes, Mr. President. I made the mistake of cleaning up Havana.
Eh? Confound it, close that window, will you? Never heard anything like the racket down here. Now, what's that you were saying?
I said cleaning up Havana was a mistake as far as yellow fever was concerned.
Mistake?
Whitewash never killed one single mosquito egg, Mr. President.
Well, maybe you're right. What about it, Douglas? Can you build this canal or not?
Mr. President, if I could only be sure of a supply of healthy labor, then
Well, get them. Never mind the cost.
They won't work for us at any price.
Oh. Scared, eh?
You can hardly blame them. I'm a little frightened myself, Mr. President.
What about you, Gorgas? You scared of this thing?
I've already had yellow fever, Mr. President. I'm immune.
You must have a fine physique, sir. Surviving a thing like that?
No, there are worse things than yellow fever, Mr. President. Seeing men die, for instance, when you know the way to prevent it.
Then why don't you do something about it? They tell me you spend all your time oiling pools and stocking streams with fish.
That's right.
Tell me, what are the fish for, sir?
Well, to put it simply, they eat the mosquito eggs.
Before they can hatch out, eh? See, that's bully. I must tell my son about that. How did you find that out?
I watched them doing it.
That's really bully. Well, Commissioner, I'll have to think all this over.
Now, Mr. President, there's no time to think it over. Give me the authority. I can have the men back at work at a week's time. Delay even for one day and the epidemic will be out of control. You have got to decide tonight whether you're going to build the Panama Canal or not.
Things are that bad, eh? Well, gentlemen, we'll build it. We've got to, believe me. I think Dr. Gorgas is my man.
It's your decision, Mr. President.
I'll take personal responsibility. Mind you, don't make a fool of me again, Gorgas.
I think I can promise you results this time, Mr. President.
Bully. Well, good day, gentlemen. And I want you men to get behind Gorgas, all of you. Those are my orders.
The jungle of Panama. Squads of men work feverishly against time and against the most relentless heat on the face of the earth, the steaming heat of the jungle. They cut back the brush, filling the stagnant pools that breed the carriers of death. Volunteers go ahead with tins of oil. And where they have walked, the freshwater streams show the mark of the Americano border. The little rainbow smear of oil on the surface of the water.
Look, compañero. There it is again.
Yes. This is fresh oil. They must be nearby.
I hear them. Listen, they're just ahead. Hola.
Hello.
Boy, we found them. Come.
Well, we're certainly glad to see you. We have the food enough, General, and the drinking water. And a letter.
Thank you. All right, men, you can knock off for a while. Lunch.
What a nasty job. How much longer are you going to keep us at this, Colonel?
Until there's not one case of yellow fever at Anson Hospital.
That'll be the millennium, won't it?
That's just what it'll be, son.
Senor General, the letter. Aren't you going to read the letter?
Oh, yes. Thanks for reminding me.
Gee, this heat's enough to knock you flat. What's the matter, bad news, sir?
No, it's from Colonel Gothel. They start work today at Calabria at noon.
At noon? That's about 1 minute from now by my watch. Wonder if we can hear them from here.
Listen. Sounds like the cannon in the old fort.
No, sir, it's not. That's blasting. They've already begun.
At Calabria, the men have returned to their posts, confident, unworried. The great steel shovels whirl about like giant dinosaurs, bite into the stone flesh of the mountains.
Yes, Sergeant?
I have to report to you. The compound at Los Obispos has been paved, drainage in operation.
Good. You may inform Colonel Gothel that work may be resumed at that side of the cut.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, arrange to transfer your company to Chagres. The train leaves in the morning.
The course of the great river is forced into a new channel. An evacuated town of 10,000 souls is drowned in mud and silt. Silent, brown-skinned men and women, their pockets bulging with stiff American dollars, happily watch the destruction of the homes that had brought them only misery. They will move into new white houses along the clean, blue waters that will join the oceans together.
Men, our battle is won. In a few days, standing on this hill at sunset, we will see the lights go on from Colon to Panama. May they never be extinguished. But our job has only just begun. Now comes the most hazardous work of all. Only volunteers will go. We must go back into the jungle. We must follow every stream to its source. We must find the secret place, the endemic source of this disease, and there we must destroy the one tiny class of insects that started the trouble. Who among you has the courage to do this thing?
I'm with you, sir.
Gentlemen, I salute you.
Mr. President, General William Crawford Gorgas.
Oh, bring him in. Bring him in.
Mr. President.
General Gorgas. We meet under the most happy of circumstances. The troublesome old busybody who don't know what that means.
Perhaps I know better than you imagine, Mr. President.
Well, now tell me. How did you do it? I'll be frank with you. I never thought you would. It was the last resort by choosing you.
Well, it's a long story, sir.
Yes, of course. What about those fish? My son was delighted with that story. Delighted.
We finally found where they came from. Stegomyia mosquitoes, I mean. It was a lake in Ecuador.
And you put those fish in there, eh? And they just gobbled them up. Boy!
Curious thing, Mr. President, but it always seems to be the same. When large numbers of people are plagued by some one trouble, it nearly always turns out to be a very small group somewhere that is causing all the misery.
Just so. Like this Prussian military group in Europe. Don't trust them, never did. And these Japs. Now they have a bunch they call a samurai. That's what they're getting to be dangerous for. And then it turns out to be the same way with yellow fever and so on. It's extraordinary.
Mr. President, we have a peculiar situation here. As a scientist, I've learned something from politics. And as a politician...
Well, let's not go into that. I spoke at the graduation exercise at Walter Reed Hospital the other day, and this is what I said. I'd like to repeat it to you now. I said, Gorgas is the Panama Canal, and the Panama Canal is Gorgas, and no man will ever get higher praise than that from me.
That, Mr. President, is all that any man can ask.
Thank you, Walter Houston. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will hear again from our star. In the meantime, we want to tell you a story of a chemical product necessary to the building of the Panama Canal and other great engineering projects in peacetime, as well as a vital force for increasing production in wartime. America, in the middle years of the last century, was an eager, vibrant young nation struggling to grow out to her wider boundaries. Struggling, but balked. Then in Switzerland, a man invented gun cotton. In Italy, another man invented nitroglycerin. In Sweden, a man discovered dynamite. And science placed in her hand the great mountain-moving lever that America needed. For America, DuPont manufactured this new explosive of tremendous strength. Promptly, the gold miners of California found they could shatter and move out of the way 4 times as much rock. Nevada's silver miners doubled their production. Into the copper, the iron lands of Lake Superior went the new chemical tool, working math miracles there. In the 1890s, iron production quadrupled. That of copper was multiplied 9 times. Coal production increased 5 times. At last, Americans could use cement as a building material because dynamite made big-scale rock blasting practicable. Between 1870 and 80, 40,000 miles of railroad tracks were laid. And then in the 90s, trackage doubled. America grew to stature in a roar and thud of dynamite. There are old-time blasting men who remember the great nation-building jobs dynamite handled at the turn of the century, jobs never before possible, like the Panama Canal, about which you've heard tonight. Men who have worked with dynamite since canal days, grateful for its safety, impressed by the amount of work it does, see in it a chemical tool of infinite potentiality for mankind's benefit, both for today and for the future. At a critical period in America's expansion, DuPont responded with a product filling a vital need. DuPont has done exactly that consistently in a 140-year history that parallels the history of the nation. Dynamite is a prime mover. In peace, America uses 1 million pounds of it every day, 350 million pounds of the various types each year, produced by 25 companies in 42 plants throughout the United States. DuPont alone manufactures nearly 200 different types and grades of dynamite. Nitramon, to single out one blasting agent, is the safest known. Used especially in quarrying and oil prospecting, nitramon can be held in a flame or riddled with rifle bullets without danger. In this war year, America will use an estimated 450 million pounds of dynamite. Dynamite is helping to produce more steel, more coal, more copper. Dynamite helps speed cantonments and airports, excavations and harbors. On one island outpost of the United States, dynamite is quarrying 20 million yards of rock for a single giant air base. Between British Columbia and Alaska, dynamite is helping to cut and surface a 24-foot roadway 1,500 miles long. the Alaska Highway. In the Tennessee Valley, dynamite has helped to bring power to our war industries from the great new dams, Norris, Hiwassee, Chickamauga, Cherokee, and the others, to say nothing of Grand Coulee and Boulder and Shasta of the Great West. At one Navy ammunition storage dump, it's helping build 3,000 igloos, as they're called, each one of which stores 250,000 pounds of ammunition. Bad news for America's enemies. DuPont dynamite, weapons of production in wartime, in peacetime help to bring better things for better living through chemistry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to meet our star of the evening, Walter Houston.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I gratefully acknowledge that applause, not for myself or the Cavalcade players, but for William Crawford Gorgas, whose unshakable faith in pursuing an idea made possible the great canal across the Isthmus of Panama. Today, as never before, we realize how great was his vision and foresight to the preservation of America and all things that are American. Thank you.
Next week on the Cavalcade of America, DuPont will bring you an original radio play starring Paulette Goddard in The Lady and the Flag, a story of a great American woman, Betsy Ross. The orchestra and musical score on this program were under the personal direction of Don Voorhees. Don't forget, next week on Cavalcade, Paulette Goddard in The Lady and the Flag. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from the DuPont Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the North Woods. Oh, Silver! Hi!
Building the great Central Railroad across the country was a gigantic task. Steel rails and supplies had to be shipped from the east, men recruited from all parts of the country. And from the great forests of the Northwest Territory came the huge trees which were turned into ties to support the iron horse.
Timber! Timber!
Bien. Not a tree for the railroad to use.
Your handle's Antoine Bourdet. I want to talk with you for a couple of minutes.
Sure thing, I'm Antoine Bourdet. You want to make talk with me? What is your name, monsieur?
You can call me Pollard.
You are not from this country,
Nope, I'm down around Omaha. My business is cattle.
Bien, I make talk with you. Hey, Jacques! Montana! Slide this log down spillway. Pretty soon it's come time to float log raft down river, we? Come on.
I reckon this spot's good enough, Bourdet. There's a raft of logs going down to Missouri pretty soon. That right?
Perhaps so, monsieur.
To be used as railroad ties for the Great Central, huh?
You make talk, monsieur. Bourdet, he listen.
Keno. When that raft of logs gets downriver, the railroad men figure on cutting them up into the right length. It'd be too bad if something happened to them railroad ties, wouldn't it?
Something happened?
Why, sure. It's a long way downriver. There might be a log jam, or the logs might get smashed at white water.
No, monsieur. Me, myself, I ride downriver with the lumber. Me, Antoine Bourdet, by God, I am best lumberman on Three River. I take that raft of log downriver so soft it's like a little baby that sleep in a cradle.
Sure, I savvy, but supposing somebody made it worth your while, Bourdet.
Huh? What'd you say?
I mean, suppose you fixed it so something did happen, so that, here. Money talks.
No, you know. It sounds like money.
Go ahead, open it. Take a good look.
What? It's solid gold coin.
Double eagles, Bourdet. 300 cash. It's yours.
Oui. It's a lot of money for... Sacre bleu. What that you say? She's for me, for Antoine Bourdet?
Yeah. Provided you make doggone sure the railroad doesn't get those railroad ties. Now, what do you say to that?
What I say? I say this. I show you how Antoine Bourdet do.
Hey, you loco, let go of me.
Mais no, monsieur. You are too hot in the head. You need water to cool you off. Oui.
Let go, you ornery polecat. Let go or I'll shoot yourself full of holes.
You drop 6 gun, monsieur. Drop it. Here. Now, you know the share. I show you what there's like to tell me. You need water. He's very funny. I shake him like muskrat. Then I throw him into the river. He look like she's drowned rat. I swear to you, Mademoiselle Barclay, never have Antoine Bourdet see anything
Wait,
so
Antoine. What did you say his name was?
Pollard. That was the name he gave me. Pollard.
I was afraid of that.
Huh?
Antoine, you know I work for the railroad. I'm secretary to Colonel Parkman in charge of construction. He sent me up here especially to see you.
Certainement. This I know for sure.
Please. This man Pollard offered you money to stop the railroad from getting the lumber.
Bien. The money I keep. But if you think Antoine Bourdet will ever do something that is not right, then I am very upset, mademoiselle.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I know you can be trusted implicitly. Only...
Oui?
Well, there's no way of proving it. But this man Pollard may be a member of the Iron Spur.
What?
You've heard of the Iron Spur?
For sure.
Antoine, unless the railroad has that lumber in 2 weeks, Colonel Parkman may have to give it up.
Huh?
A railroad must be built according to schedule, Antoine. The government is paying for it, but unless a certain number of miles are laid each week, then the government has the right to withdraw from the agreement. Our supply of railroad ties is running short. You can't lay track without ties.
Do not concern yourself with this matter, mademoiselle. 2 weeks? That is nothing. It takes but 1 week to get log raft downriver.
1 week, yes, if nothing goes wrong.
The Iron Spur?
I didn't come up here alone, Antoine. I have some friends. I want to tell them about the log raft, all about it. Now tell me, Antoine, when do you float them downstream, and how many men will you take? Where will the difficulties be?
It gets plenty cold here at night.
Well, this is the North Woods, Tonto.
Me like prairie better. Up here, no buffalo, no cattle, no antelope. Only tree and cold.
You've been on the Texas Panhandle in the winter, Tonto.
This is nothing to the coal that hits there.
Where Miss Barkley, huh?
She was at the lumber camp, seeing a man named Antoine Bourdet.
You think Iron Spur make trouble?
Pollard came up here, Tonto.
Him plenty bad hombre.
About a dozen men with him. Every one of them gunfighters.
Railroad need lumber. Heap fast.
Just as soon as we can get... Steady, Silver, steady.
Whoa. Kimasabi, that girl.
She said she'd have news for us. Over that way, Tonto, toward the river.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Low on the saddle, Tonto. Trees hang over the trail.
They're water now.
There she is. Left, Tonto. Along the riverbank. Steady, Silver, steady. Whoa. Hello, Miss Barkley.
I knew you'd be here.
We were ranging the woods, waiting for your signal. There's trouble?
It's already started, masked man. Pollard attempted to bribe the boss lumberman.
Pollard no good.
No need to worry yet, Tonto. Miss Barkley knows about it. That means the lumberman isn't playing Pollard's game.
Antoine Bourdet is completely loyal, and I'm sure he'll keep all the lumbermen loyal, too. Only...
Yes?
Well, it's a long distance down the river. Those logs pass through rapids and swift currents. If Pollard and his men start trouble, they'll have ample time for it.
Pollard, him from Plains country. Him not know anything about lumber.
Oh, yes, Tonto. But Pollard has other men with him.
What's that? Men who know about logging?
Yes, 2 lumberjacks named Waddell and Sladen. Masked man, you'll have to watch Pollard and his gang every minute.
Where is he now, Miss Barkley?
Oh, camping out in the woods someplace. We couldn't be sure where.
We find him.
They must have come up the west bank of the river. It's the only trail from the south.
And we'll start looking there. You'll stay at the lumber camp?
Until the logs are started downstream. Then I'm going along. Sometimes by horse, sometimes by bateau.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a riverboat, Tonto. It's a French name for a small boat. Not much larger than a canoe.
Oh.
You may not see us, Miss Barkley. Just remember, Tonto and I'll be nearby all the time. If there's danger, you can count on us.
The railroad needs your help, masked man. And so does the country.
Adios, Miss Barkley. We'll find those outlaws, don't worry. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Kimasabi, that campfire.
Yes, dead ahead. Steady, boy. Steady.
That campfire. But me not savvy. Fire out in water.
Yes.
Tonto see in daylight there no island in water.
It's a log raft, Tonto. It's anchored about 20 feet out in the current.
Oh, that right. Tonto see now.
Steady, big fella.
What you do?
I've got to learn their plans. Here, take my gun belt. Take it. I'm going out there.
Out there? But we not have boat. How you...
I'll swim out. It's dark. I can pull right alongside of that raft and hear everything that's said.
Me go with you.
No, Kimosabe.
But that heap dangerous. They see you in water, they shoot you maybe. You not got guns.
It's a risk only one of us can take. Stay here on the bank and guard the horses. If anything goes wrong... Well, if something does happen, Tonto, then it's up to you. Remember, we've got to make sure those logs get to the railroad.
Adios.
Adios, Kimosabe. Wait for me.
Tonto, wait.
I'll be hanged if I like this living on a raft. Give me a saddle anytime. Pretty soon I'll be getting webs on my feet. You went to the lumber camp, Waddell?
Yeah, asking for a job. I knew there wasn't no job.
Don't take all night. Get to the point.
Logs will be in the spillway by tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, they tie them together to form a log raft and start floating them downstream.
You sure?
Mister, I know lumbering. The water's just right. It won't be in another week.
I don't savvy. What do you mean the water's just right?
It's just high enough, that's what I mean. High enough so as most of the rocks are covered and not so high that the current's moving too fast.
Keno, go on. How many men?
Bourdet and 3 others.
Only 4 for all those logs?
Those gents know their business. 4's enough. The only place they'll have any trouble will be Coffin Rapids. It's white water, plenty fast, and hard to travel.
Coffin Rapids, sir?
Yeah. There's plenty of hombres died in Coffin Rapids, Pollard.
You reckon that's the best place for us to do our job?
It sure is, Pollard. None better.
We got twice as many men.
Yeah. Now, here's what Bourdet will do when he gets that log raft to the upper end of the rapids. He cuts the logs free, savvy?
Yeah?
And lets them ride through the rapids one at a time. That way, the current keeps them from smashing into the rocks. There's a still pool down below the white water, and they can gather the logs into a raft again. You follow me?
Yeah, Waddell, but what happens if Borday should forget to stop the log raft before it hits Coffin Rapids?
He won't forget, mister. If those logs are tied together when they get them to the rocks in fast currents, they'll smash to smithereens. There won't be nothing left of them but toothpicks.
You're sure of that?
I was a lumberman before I turned to gunfighting, mister.
Fine. That's mighty interesting.
Waddell, Sladen, what in blazes are you...
Quiet, not so loud. I've been watching this end of the raft. There's something funny.
Huh?
Looks like a man's head close to the edge.
I don't see nothing.
Yeah, you can't. From here, the logs are in the way. Might be a muskrat.
Don't be loco. A muskrat would come this close.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Take off your boots, Waddell.
Huh?
Take off your boots. Bring your gun. Sladen, go on talking like nothing was wrong. Me and Waddell are going to walk over to that corner of the raft ready to shoot, Savvy. Now start talking.
Well, sure, Pollard. I done a lot of timber cutting. Back a couple of years, I was in the Ohio Valley. Black walnut, hard as rock, and so tough it took the bit right off the axe.
Another step.
What's that, Pollard? Boy, sure, I can skin a log. But
There he is.
It's a man. Get him. Why, you? He's pulling loose. Come on.
He's wearing a mask.
The Lone Ranger. Don't waste time, Waddell. Use your gun.
Yeah, stand back.
Get him before he gets away.
He's gone. You got him, Waddell. Nice shooting.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Our story. The next day, Tonto watched beside the river with Silver and Scout standing near him. There was no sign of the Lone Ranger. There had been no further sign of him since the volley of shots rang out from the raft anchored in the swift current.
Miss Barkley. He may talk with you.
Tonto, you startled me.
Tonto not want anybody see him. He stay in trees.
What's the matter, Tonto? Look. Where's the Lone Ranger?
Tonto do what masked friends say.
Tonto, what's happened?
Lone Ranger go into water to listen to Iron's Square Outlaw, to learn what they do.
Yes? What did he find out?
Tonto not savvy that.
But you said he went to learn their scheme.
That's right, but...
Yes?
Tonto wait. Lone Ranger not come back.
He didn't come back? Tonto.
No. Lone Ranger. Him say, Tonto make sure logs get down river. And Tonto come to help. We not talk about anything else,
It seems incredible.
We not talk anymore, Better we not talk.
I understand. You will go downriver when we do.
Here we go. Down the river. Murchison, pull us out into deeper water. Pierre, push out from shore. The log, we take them to railroad, Come on. Alouette, gentil, alouette. Alouette, gentil, coumer. Gentil, coumer, la tête. Oui, la tête.
Time for Tonto to go, too. He takes Scout Silver downriver. Keep up with logs like masked friends say. Here, Scout. Here, Silver. What matter? Silver! Silver! Scout, what happened? Silver, him gone.
he's fallen off a bronco. How soon do we get to Coffin Rapids, Waddell?
Just around the next bend, Pollard.
Yeah, we're well ahead of the log drive, aren't we?
Yeah.
Here we are, Pollard. There's the rapids.
Rein up, gents.
Keno, Waddell. Now that I see the rapids, I savvy just what you mean.
No log raft could last a half hour in that water, mister.
O'Day will tie up right below us when he gets here, Pollard.
Yeah?
It's the only place where the bank slopes right down to the water. The rest is too steep. And they take the supplies and so on off the raft. They'll sleep ashore overnight.
They won't stay on the raft?
Don't be loco. They're going to break the raft up, aren't they? Separate the logs so each one can float through the white water separately.
Yeah, that's so. Guess you hit the nail on the head.
Sure.
Borde and 3 other gents, huh?
Don't forget that railroad woman, that Miss...
Miss Barkley? Keno, 4 men and the girl. We got a dozen of us. Gather around, gents. Here's the scheme. They'll tie the raft to the shore overnight while they sleep. In the middle of the night, we go down there and
Finish them off?
No, we won't do no shooting if it ain't necessary. All we gotta do is cut the rope and swing the raft free into the current, isn't it?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Sure it's so. So that's what I say. We watch from up here, keeping under cover, making sure we see just where they tie the raft up to the shore. When we ride in, we move fast and sudden, see? Waddell and Sladen jump off their horses and cut the raft loose. The rest of us stand by with our guns ready. Most likely, we won't even need them. Now, we'll have that raft cut adrift. We'll be galloping halfway up the slope before those lumberjacks even wake up to what's happened.
By then, it'll be too late. There ain't nobody can swim in that water. It's moving like a stampede in a herd.
Keno, gents. Now, let's get... Quiet. Listen.
That's them, Pollard. It's the lumberjacks. They're just above the bend.
Yeah. I reckon we do that little job tonight. All right, gents, vamoose. We'll be back. Come on, get him back.
This way. The logs have come this far without the slightest trouble. Is there any sign of Pollard and his band?
No. Tonto not find trail.
You didn't?
Ground all rock round here. Pollard someplace nearby, but Tonto not know where.
And there's no sign of Silver?
No. Him gone 3 days now.
Oh, Tonto, if only the Lone Ranger were here. If only he hadn't...
Don't.
I'm sorry. I promise not to speak of him anymore. I'll keep my promise. But somehow I can't help feeling
That Lone Ranger, him alive?
Yes. But sometimes when I was riding along the riverbank and Bourdet and the lumberjacks were singing on the raft, suddenly I would seem to hear the thunder of Silver's hooves. But I never saw him.
Uh-huh.
And at night, I've awakened from my sleep positive that I've heard the masked man's voice. Do you think it was all a dream?
Tonto dream like that, too. Maybe Lone Ranger, him talk to us from happy hunting ground. Tonto not savvy.
He might be alive. After all, Tonto.
What's that? Kimasabi.
A bullet. A silver bullet. Oh, Tonto, he is alive.
Look up there. There, Lone Ranger. Time!
That's what happened, Tonto. One of them must have seen me, and they took me by surprise. They were reaching for me while I was still listening.
Then what happened?
Tonto hear shots?
Yes, I dove under the water. One of them fired at close range, and I was hit.
That bandage on your forearm.
Yes, Miss Barkley. The water took some of the force from the bullet, so the wound wasn't bad. Knocked me out for a while, though.
Tonto wait on shore.
I was unconscious, Tonto. I suppose a current floated me downriver. When I opened my eyes, I was on a sandbar. I fixed my wound and headed back upriver.
By that time, Tonto had left the place where he'd been waiting.
And you follow and get Silver, huh?
That's it, Kimosabe. I was a little bit weak. I couldn't have been thinking very clearly, or I'd have let you know somehow. The only thing in my mind was to get help, so I rode away fast.
Help? What kind of help?
Miss Barkley, I heard enough that night to know what Pollard plans to do. He and his men are hiding somewhere near here.
That's right.
They said something about Coffin Rapids. What would happen if the log raft went into the rapids with the logs still tied together?
Why, they'd smash to kindling.
Yes. Where are the lumberjacks now?
Borday and the others? They're asleep.
And wake them up. Do it as quietly as possible. Tell them to get aboard the raft with Tonto.
Uh-huh.
They got aboard right now. And I'll be up above on the shore with the men I brought. Now, here's my plan.
You make it out sleeping?
Campfire's down to ashes, Pollard. I can just make out the sleeping bags. It's dark beyond that.
The raft is there. It must be.
Keno, gents. Move down the slope. Travel slow and easy till I give the word. Then we move in fast.
Yeah, sure.
The outlaws rode down the slope, swinging wide to circle the dying campfire. As they approached the river, the white caps showed against the black rush of the current. They saw the log raft held against the bank with 2 long lines.
2 lines. We can cut 'em easy, Pollard.
Looks like we'll take them completely by surprise, gents. Won't have to ride fast at all. Now we'll just keep...
Yeah, this one time we were ready for him, eh?
What blazes?
Pollard, they tricked us. They're on the raft. They got guns. They were waiting for us. They're shooting.
We ain't licked yet. We got them 2 to 1. Right into them. Use your guns and keep busy. We'll show them.
Silver, go on, boy.
What the... Pollard, it's the masked man.
It can't be.
It is. What are we going to do? We're caught between 2 fires.
The outlaws were thrown into confusion. While Borday and his lumberjacks peppered them from the raft, the Lone Ranger thundered down the slope, followed by a half-dozen soldiers. Half of the outlaws gave up the fight at once. The others jumped off their horses and clambered aboard the log raft. The Lone Ranger followed them even there.
Wake you up! Stop shooting!
All yours, Corporal.
Right, masked man. The ones on shore are under arrest, and these hombres here got all the fight took right out of them.
We didn't know that the masked man was alive.
He's alive, all right. It takes more than a couple of snakes like you to finish the Lone Ranger.
Where's the Lone Ranger?
It's all right, Miss Barkley. It's all over. These logs can go through to the railroad
I'm so glad. And no one was even wounded. No one was
Kimasabi.
Hello, what is it?
Look there in water.
It's a man.
What happened?
It's Borday. Him slip on that giraffe, fall into current.
Oh, masked man. He can't swim. He can't swim, and the current is so swift he'll drown.
Hello, Corporal, out of the way.
What you do?
We can't let him drown. Come on, Silver.
Masked man, no.
Come on, Silver. We're going after him. Into the water, old boy. Jump, Silver. That's it, Silver. The current's strong. We'll have to fight every inch. Borday!
Help! Help!
That's Silver. He needs us. Come on, Silver.
Help! Help! The current!
This way, Borday. Try to swim this way.
I cannot swim, monsieur.
I've got you. Here. Hold on to the saddle horn.
Monsieur, one more day, I thank you.
Hold on, Borday. It isn't over yet. We've got to get to shore. This time we're swimming against the current.
La bon Dieu! Better you let Borday sink and go by yourself.
No, Silver can do it. But no, he can. Here, old boy, I slipped out of the saddle. I'm in the water beside you. You haven't any weight on your back, Silver. Now turn, Silver. Get back to shore. Come on, Silver.
The great stallion responded. Inch by inch, he fought the strangling rush of water, forged his way back to the level beach, pulling the lumberjack with him.
Good boy, Silver. You did it, big fella. You made the shore. Good work, Silver.
Miss Barkley, I tell you this one thing for sure. Never before has Antoine Borday swallowed so much water.
The Lone Ranger saved your life, Antoine.
First he saved the log for the railroad, then he jumped into the river and saved my life. And that horse, my foi.
There's no horse like Silver anywhere.
Hey, where'd they go? I won't thank them for what they do for me. I won't shake hands with
They're
them.
gone, Antoine.
Huh?
The Lone Ranger never waits for thanks, Antoine. Oh, look, there they go now. See them up the slope? The Lone Ranger and Tonto beside them. They're still on the trail of the Iron Spur.
That Lone Ranger. He won't fine man, no? I tell you this for true, mademoiselle. That fella, he start out for to get Iron Spur, then by golly, get Iron Spur.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This is Cecil B. DeMille in Hollywood. From the stage of the Lux Radio Theater, I can visualize an audience that stretches around the world. With you of the armed forces go the hopes and prayers of your country. Indeed, the hopes and prayers of the world. But you're not alone. You march in the shadow of 130 million people who stand united behind you. And as one small symbol of this unity, we bring you these, well, let's say letters from home. Letters in the form of the same entertainment you might enjoy if you were at home. Tonight the play is Arise, My Love. And our two stars are here to speak to you now, Loretta Young and Ray Milland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I wish tonight that I could offer you a telephone. And on the other end of the line might be all the mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and sweethearts whose hearts have gone with you. But even if I can't do that, I can say one thing they would all say. America's proud of you.
Yes, Loretta, and proving that pride with planes and tanks and guns and ships produced in a never-ending line by America's industrial might. All those things say good luck better than words.
And right now, you'll hear the familiar words that say hello from home.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Ray Milland in Arise, My Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. So pleaded the poet in the Song of Solomon. The modern twist is provided by the hero of tonight's play, who whispers it in the ear of his airplane every time he takes off. And modern is the word for Paramount's romantic thriller, Arise, My Love, which comes to this stage tonight decorated by two of the brightest stars in the Hollywood sky, Loretta Young and Ray Milland. Loretta is cast as a reporter, quite the loveliest reporter I've ever laid eyes on. And Ray, after many months with me and Reap the Wild Wind, returns to a part he played superbly in Arise, My Love. Like most exciting dramas, this is a story of boy meets girl. Boy aviator meets girl war correspondent, and begins a trail of adventure that leads from a Spanish prison to a torpedoed steamer in the Atlantic, with the war drums of the world playing the theme song of their romance. Just recently, the Lux Radio Theater, which Lux Toilet Soap brings together each week, this audience, has expanded rather considerably. The last row on the balcony used to be somewhere in northern Canada. Now it's somewhere in Australia. Because the Lux Radio Theater, through shortwave and other facilities, is now heard by American armed forces all over the world. For many years, your support of our product has had a double reward: the enjoyment of these plays and the value of Lux Toilet Soap itself. But now to that double reward, a third has been added. Remember that you're the ones who keep this curtain going up every Monday night. And now you have the satisfaction of knowing that you're also helping raise a magic curtain for thousands of American boys far from home. So here's the first act of Arise, My Love, starring Ray Milland as Tom Martin and Loretta Young as Augusta Nash. Spain in the year 1939. The Civil War is over. Of the soldiers of fortune who came from all parts of the world to join in the conflict, only a few remain, waiting to be written off in a military prison near Madrid. One of these is the American aviator, Tom Martin. Sentenced to be shot, he spends his last few hours in a game of solitaire, while near the barred window a priest stands looking at him with sorrowful eyes. From the prison courtyard comes the thunder of the firing squad.
That was Oviedo. He flew in my squadron. I guess he never heard that volley. Lead travels faster than sound. Well, Black Tan and the Red Jack.
Oh, my son, let us stop this foolish game. You know what will happen at 5 o'clock.
Father, where's your tact? You know, I couldn't sleep last night trying to decide what my last words were going to be when I stand up out there. I sort of wavered between death to tyrants and long live liberty. But I finally decided to stay with music. What do you think of this? Looky, looky, looky! Here goes Cookie.
Please, my son. During these last few hours, isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, give me some better cards.
My son, I am not of your religion, but within a few hours you must face your Creator. Examine your heart deeply. Do you find no repentance there and no regret?
Regret? You bet. I had one life, and what did I do? I wasted it in some palooka preliminaries in Spain, just before Hitler and Chamberlain warm up for the main event. I tell you, those Nazis know how to fly. When I think of the fun I could have taking pot shots at those monkeys...
My son, let us set aside the question of repentance. There are still other matters. Are there no final instructions you wish to give? No last messages?
Well, here's my will. Here's the menu I've drawn up for my last meal. Some green turtle soup, a little squab with some wild rice, and a bottle of good burgundy. And for dessert, a bubble dancer served with some soft music from the next cell.
I wish I were more competent to deal with your situation, my son. This is my first execution.
Now, don't worry, Father. It's mine, too. Red 9 and the black 10. Hey, it's not bad. Not bad. Who's that?
It is the prison guard.
Trata de un indulto.
What's he saying?
It concerns a pardon.
Who's been pardoned?
La esposa del prisionero ha tenido una audiencia esta mañana con las autoridades generales.
Not so fast. What was that, Padre?
Ya ha firmado el indulto. La señora espera a su esposo en el despacho del comandante de la prisión.
Bendito sea Dios.
Look, Padre, I don't want to intrude, but is that my pardon he's talking about?
Yes, my son, an interview was granted by the highest military authorities. Your wife has.
My wife?
Yes, they have listened to the entreaties of your wife. It is a full pardon. She's waiting for you in the office of the governor of the prison.
My wife is waiting in the governor's office?
Yes.
Vamos, enseguida. Por aquí.
Come, my son, quickly. What a blessed outcome. This is a miracle, my son. A glorious miracle.
Oh, it's a miracle, all right. Because strictly between you and me, Padre, I haven't got a wife.
Pase usted.
Go in, my son. Go in.
Sure.
Tom. Oh, Tom, it's you. It's your funny old face.
Huh?
Let me look at you, darling. Oh, you look pale. You've lost weight.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, Governor, look at him. He's completely dazed.
Huh?
Darling, don't you understand? You're free. Your wife is here, Augusta. Haven't you got a kiss for her?
Oh, sure.
Darling. Oh, darling, it's been so long.
One moment, Senora Marti.
Oh, yes, Governor.
Senor Marti, my superior seen fit to show you clemency. He did so because of the pleadings of your wife. But before that pardon will take effect, you must give to us your written pledge to leave this country at once and never to take up arms against the gate.
Oh, once he's out of here, he'll never come back. Tom, you promise, don't you, darling?
Oh, me? Oh, sure.
Good. And now, one thing more. Is this your passport, Senor Martin? Your photograph?
Well, it looks like it.
It says here, Thomas Fuller Martin, born June 22nd, 1906, Cleveland, Ohio.
That's me.
It also says unmarried.
Oh, does it?
Oh, so that's how you got abroad. That's how you managed to enlist. Why, Governor, they never would have taken him if they'd known he was married. That's why he did it.
Yes, that's why I did it.
Huh?
Tom leaving me in New York in an apartment with back rent and one child and another one on the way.
No!
Oh, Tom, I hate you. Maybe I shouldn't have come for you at all. Maybe we'd be better off if they'd shot you.
Senor.
There you are, Governor. Now you can see why I ran away. Always crying, always hysterical. Now listen, baby, with you bawling like this, I'm not sure I wouldn't rather face the firing squad.
Oh, Tom, you don't love me.
Why, sure I do.
No, you
Sure
don't.
I do, baby. Now don't cry.
Of course he does, Senor. You will leave at once, Senor.
Thanks, Governor.
Oh.
Father, you come with me. We'll see if the papers are drawn up.
Yes, thank you. Oh, darling.
Say, who in blazes are you?
Shh, for heaven's sake, be careful if you don't want two people shot instead of one. They might be listening.
But what is this? What gives out?
Shh, you're just doing me a favor.
Doing you a favor?
Yes.
I am?
I'm Augusta Nasser, the Associated News. I thought it'd make a great story.
What?
A beat, a headline, an exclusive story, don't you see?
Well, But why pick me?
It had to be an American for the American papers. You can see that.
Oh, sure.
Well, you don't mind, I hope.
Oh, no. I'm glad to be of service.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I am sorry, Senora. I hope we haven't come back too soon.
Oh, no, it's quite all right.
Yes, I've entirely forgiven her.
Yes.
You have forgiven her? After all she has done for you?
Oh, an amazing girl, my wife.
You will sign here.
Yes, never under any circumstances to engage in any activity connected with Spain. Look, Governor, I'm kind of a music lover. Is it all right if I listen to Carmen now and then?
Tom, aren't you cute?
Oh, yeah.
May I lend you my car, senor?
Oh, thank you. No, I've hired one. It's waiting outside. We're catching the plane for Paris.
Paris.
Come on, Tom. Now tell the governor you've had a lovely time. And thank you for everything.
Thank you, Governor, and goodbye. Take care of Adolf.
Adolf?
Yes, I've shared my cell for the past 6 months with Adolf. He's a rat, but very smart. I taught him to hold up his paw like that.
That's enough, Tom. He never knows what he's saying, Governor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, driver, shake it up, will you? Velos.
Si, senor.
All right, lady. Now, how did you get away with it?
Well, it was simple. A wedding ring was all the makeup I needed.
But weren't there millions of guards? How'd you get in?
After waiting 3 days in the anteroom for an interview, I had to whip up a feint.
Then came a couple of hours crying?
Yes, sirree. His Excellency cried like a baby. I had to blow his nose while he was signing the pardon.
Well, that ought to tickle the readers of that, what was the name of that paper you write for?
Associated News. 400 of them, New York to San Francisco.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll subscribe to each one for 6 months.
If you take 3 subscriptions to each, I could get 400 scooters. Hey, what kind of a church makes a sound like that?
That's no church. That's the alarm bell at the prison.
What? Oh, don't tell me something slipped up after all the trouble I've taken.
Hey, driver, what's the matter?
Every car must stop when the alarm sounds, senor.
Why?
Regulation. Some prisionero escaped, maybe. Oh, don't get out, senor.
Listen, driver, we gotta get to the airport pronto.
I cannot drive, senor.
Well, I can. Beat it.
Oh, no, the regulation.
Come on, I'll have to bounce you one.
You let go.
All right, brother.
Oh, well, hurry up, come on.
Sit tight. There's the airport.
Listen, there's a car behind us.
As long as it's still behind us, it's okay. See that plane over there? When I stop, get in and get in fast.
Look, soldiers.
Here we go. Get set. Go on, get in the plane.
Hey, my typewriter.
Oh, for the love of, get in there.
Here comes the mechanic.
Hello, mechanic.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
Get in.
I'm in.
Well, hold on, here we go. All right, now here comes my little prayer.
What prayer?
Always when I take off, the Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 13. Arise, my love, my fair one, and come away. Well, you can sit up now. We're out of range. Come on, get up. Don't be so scared.
You think I'm scared?
Yeah.
Well, I was. I was scared the story was petering out. You know, this comes in mighty handy. I needed a good climax. I'm delighted.
You don't know how good the climax is.
Huh?
We've got exactly 47 gallons of gas. This ship does 2 miles to the gallon. That's 94 miles. It's 120 to the French border.
You mean we might have to land in Spain?
Well, if we get a slight tailwind, we may be able to glide the difference. Gliding twixt life and death. That ought to be pretty good reading, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, I'd probably have thought of it anyway.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You mind if I get out my typewriter? I want to get a good start.
Go ahead. Here's a little cotton wool for us to hide in for a while.
Yeah. We hid in the clouds, a sanctuary of whipped cream.
Oh, is that the sort of stuff you write, Augusta? And why don't you rewrite your name, Augusta? It's like talking to a battleship.
Well, they call me Gusto. For 3 years, I've had a column. In Paris with Gusto.
Haven't I seen it someplace?
No. It's a fashion column. Flash. Chiffon makes comeback. Flash. Suzanne Scoop Skunk corsets.
Oh, now listen, don't tell me this story's going to be what the well-dressed fugitive is wearing.
No, sirree. From now on, it's front-page features for me with a byline, syndicated and copyrighted. Well, let's get started. Thomas Martin. Hey, what was that middle name of yours?
Thomas Fuller Martin.
Ah.
Sometimes known as Thomas Fuller Malarkey.
I'll bet.
Look, Gusto, why not be practical, huh? What's the use of writing that stuff now? If this is going to be our last hour, well, why not spend it like sensible people, huh?
For instance?
Well, you might move over and kiss the lobe of my ear.
Thanks.
Just here, and gently, without breathing down my neck. You see, I'm a little ticklish.
Uh-huh.
You know, Gusto, it's a funny thing that you of all people should be sitting beside me. You're precisely my type.
Yeah? How long were you in that prison?
10 months.
Well, after 10 months in jail, anything would be your type.
No. It's you, really. You know, Gusto, there are 3 ways of approaching a woman.
Mm-hmm.
The first one winds between rose bushes and forget-me-nots to the song of nightingales. It takes about 6 months.
Yes?
The second way is all dusty with deep understandings, good fellowship, common interests. That takes about 6 weeks. But the third way is a shortcut.
Uh-huh. The last time a man tried a shortcut, I bit his nose.
Why, Gusto.
Hey, look. There's a plane.
You're wrong, Gusto. There are 3 planes. One over there and 2 up on top.
Can they see us?
No. All that can happen is when they start swooping, they might dent our fenders.
Hit us? Well, can't you do something?
Sure. We'll take a little dive into that cloud bank down there. Wait till they start shooting at us.
They're shooting now. I can see the puppets.
Take a deep breath and yell.
What for?
Take another one. There go. Fine.
Oh.
How do you feel?
Oh, fine. But I left my stomach up there. What's the matter? Where we hit?
That's what they think, I hope. They lose a good hour looking for our wreckage down below.
Say, you're pretty clever, aren't you?
Yeah, now that's what I was trying to tell you. Now to get back to those 3 ways,
Look here, Mr. Martin. Don't sneak up on me.
Oh, Gusto.
Now get away, Martin.
Now listen.
I'll bite your nose.
You just try it. Ow!
There they are, just getting off the train. Hey, Gusto. Hey, Mr. Martin, this way. Listen, you newsreel guys all set up?
All ready, monsieur.
Gusto!
Hello, boss.
Stand right here, Gusto. Every paper in Paris wants pictures and newsreels. Mr. Martin, right here, please.
What for?
This is my boss, Mr. Phillips.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's go. Now, quiet, everybody.
Look at the camera. Smile, please. Now.
Miss Nash, as European head of the Associated News, it is my great privilege to welcome you after an exploit as brilliant as it was daring. You thrilled the hearts of millions of readers with your story, which appeared exclusively with the Associated News in 400 papers. Congratulations, Miss Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'm glad I was able to do my bit for a fellow American and the Associated News.
And now let me congratulate you, Mr. Martin.
Thanks.
Oh, I notice your face is bandaged. We hope the injury is not serious.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Well, maybe you'll tell us all about it, Mr. Martin.
Sure. I ran into an iceberg.
Huh?
Yeah, and she bit me on the nose. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to bow out of this 3-ring circus. Miss Nash, thanks. Whatever thanks life is worth. So long.
Hey, Mr. Martin. Come back here, Mr. Martin. Well, what's the matter with him?
Hey, Tom! Tom, it's us.
Hey, how are you, Pink? How are you, Chef?
Well, hello, Tom. How are you?
Say, am I glad to see you guys?
Glad to see you, too. So they didn't get you after all?
No. How about you, Shep? How'd you get out of it?
Well, they shot us down off the coast near Barcelona.
Yeah, a British cruiser came along and took us to Marseille.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't that one of my suits?
Yeah, that's right.
So is this, too.
Yeah, you see, we didn't think you'd have any use for it, so we claimed your trunk.
Yeah, we wanted something to remember you by. Something that had been very close to you.
Well, how about a couple of pair of shorts?
Oh, we're wearing those, too.
Oh, you are, huh? Well, come on, let's get to a hotel.
Oh, sure. There's a swell one just down there.
Mr. Martin! Where are you? Mr. Martin!
And if he wants to go, let him go.
Well, now, what's the idea, Gusto? Why did he walk out on us?
Oh, it's just his nose.
Well, nose or no nose, we need that guy. They've telephoned from New York. They're hot for more stuff on it.
I wired 1,000 words.
Well, they want 50,000. We've got to get it for them.
Now, look, Mr. Martin and I had a slight misunderstanding. He tried a shortcut.
Judas H. Iscariot, woman. First you yammer that you want to write something better than that fashion drool. Finally, you get a break. Do you put your teeth into it?
Yeah, that was the trouble.
A bath, a clean pair of socks, a hotel in Paris. Oh, boy, have I been dreaming about this.
Hey, I see in the paper they finally found somebody to play Scarlett O'Hara.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it looks like the Yankees in the American League again.
Say, if we miss that World Series again this year... Oh, well, of course, that all depends on the rabbits.
Those rabbits.
What rabbits?
Oh, Shep's mother runs a rabbit farm in New Jersey, and she promised to send over passage money.
Yeah, as soon as the rabbits cooperate a little.
Hey, are you serious? You guys want to go home, honestly?
You bet.
Back to Mama, huh? Back under the old stove like a pair of wet galoshes. Say, why did you guys come over here in the first place?
Me? Well, I came over because I'm a hero. Flash Gordon.
Well, what do you want us to do? The war's all over.
You mean the first round's over?
You heard what Hitler said over the radio, didn't you? I have but 3 desires in my heart. Peace, peace, and peace.
Yeah, and the next day he took Czechoslovakia. Tomorrow it'll be Poland, Romania, Hungary. We'll get another crack at those big boys. War is coming, and I can smell it.
Romania. Say, that reminds me, Shep. Do you think Tom would go for that Romanian gal on the first floor?
I'm not interested.
She's got the cutest lisp.
Yeah, she had, but she left yesterday for Bucharest.
Oh, she did she? How do you know?
Well, will you shut up and stop talking about women? Self-control. That's all they think about. They're nothing but a bunch of stuffy, chilly, self-centered... They bore the living bejabbers out of me. I don't want to ever see one again.
Hello.
Say, what happened to you while you were in prison?
Nothing.
Okay. Tom, the desk for you.
Yeah, let me have it. Hello? Who? Where? Well, send her up! Yahoo!
Hey, what goes?
Hey, Peter, fellas, outside, quick. I got an appointment here.
Yeah, who?
Listen, will you, fellas, I'll say this for women. You never know. After what happened, I figured she was about as human as a mermaid in a municipal fountain. So what happens? The phone rings, the mermaid wants to kiss and make up. Just like that.
It's that newspaper woman, huh?
Mind your own business and get out of here.
Well, keep your nose down on the turns.
Both of you out.
Good fishing, Chum.
Go on.
Hello.
Beat it. Well, come in, Augusta. This is the pleasantest surprise I've ever had.
I might as well tell you, I had to come.
You did?
Uh-huh.
Well.
There's too much unfinished business between us.
Oh, that's the way I feel, too.
I've got to know everything about you, every detail.
Well, I'm at your complete disposal. How about a little drink first?
No, I want my mind to be as clear as a bell.
Uh-huh. Well, a little music, huh?
Oh, come on now, Tom. Let's concentrate. This story's got to go to New York tomorrow.
Why, Gusto. What story?
Story of your life.
Listen, is that what you came up here for?
Well, what did you think?
Oh, this is fine.
Now, about your early years, any bright childhood sayings?
My mother was a manic depressive and my father had decided homicidal tendencies.
I shouldn't be surprised. You were born in Cleveland, weren't you?
Yes, Miss Nash, I was born in Cleveland, but tonight I'm in Paris. And they have a guillotine here for people who work at this hour. It's 8 o'clock.
10 of.
All right, it's 10 of. But on the Champs-Élysées, the lights are bursting into bloom. Women all set for their rendezvous stand putting perfume behind their ears. And you expect me to sit here and tell you what happened while I was in knee pants?
Anything of interest?
Miss Nash, have you ever been to Maxime's?
Tourist stuff.
That sort of place doesn't mean anything to you? Red plush and gilt and women's shoulders, the fireworks of crepe Suzette and a wine card so big you can hide behind it.
L'amour.
All right, l'amour. But I'm devoting my first evening to it. Also my second, my third, and my fourth.
That's an awful lot of amour.
I was in jail an awful long time. Miss Nash, I reserved a table for 9 o'clock.
Well, I won't go, Mr. Martin.
You won't go?
No.
Who invited you? I'm meeting a lady there.
Oh, with perfume behind her ears?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's a Romanian, and she's got the cutest lisp.
Is that so?
All right, Augusta, that's enough. Now beat it.
All right. I'll come back tomorrow morning.
I'd better warn you. The last time I stepped out in Paris was on a Monday. I didn't get home until Thursday.
Oh, now, come on, Tom. This is no joke. I have a deadline to meet.
And I have to meet life and love with arms outstretched.
You know, when we were in that plane, I had a hunch you were a stinker. Now I'm sure of it.
Oh. And just when I was about to make a very soft-hearted suggestion.
What?
You know anything about Romanians?
No.
Well, they've no sense of time, whatever. And the lady I'm meeting tonight is notoriously late, even among Romanians. Now, if you want to come along to Maxime's, I can give you the time until she arrives.
I get it. I take notes between the plush and the crepe Suzette.
And when the lady comes, I expect you to run along like a good little girl. Only run quickly, will you?
Sure. Don't worry, Mr. Martin. There will be no Balkan entanglements.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Loretta Young and Ray Milland, will return in Act 2 of Arise, My Love. It's June, college commencement time. Time for sweet girl graduates to get their degrees. A group of them are coming down the aisle.
Oh, look at Mary Smith. Isn't she lovely? There's something about her, all right. You know, she and Bill Thomas are engaged.
It's a few days later, and Mary is walking down another aisle.
Mary, I'm the luckiest man in the world. I just want to make you happy forever.
That's the way men feel about girls like lovely young Mary. Girls who have that most appealing of charms, soft, smooth, adorable skin. But there's something about a lovely complexion that always makes masculine hearts beat faster. Clever girls know this. And they know, too, that gentle white Lux toilet soap gives skin protection it needs for beauty. Lux toilet soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly. Yet the touch of this creamy lather on the skin is gentle as a caress. Protect your own precious complexion with active lather facials. The same care famous Hollywood stars use every day. You just pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. Rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently dry with a soft towel. Now, touch your skin. See how exquisitely smooth it feels, how fresh it looks.
Try this Lux Toilet Soap Care regularly for 30 days. You'll agree with lovely women everywhere who say,
It's Lux toilet soap for me. The Hollywood stars use it. I use it, too.
let regular care with this pure, fine complexion soap help you keep your skin beautifully soft and smooth. Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 2 of Arise, My Love, starring Ray Milland as Tom Martin and Loretta Young as Augusta Nash. Maxime's is jammed to the doors. At the far end of the bar, Tom sits waiting for his mythical Romanian lady, while Gusto takes down the story of his life.
Now, that time you took off with a hot dog stand mixed up in your landing gear, was that your only serious accident?
Except when I broke my legs.
Oh, when was that?
When I jumped off the barn with Mother's umbrella for a parachute.
Oh, that's wonderful. That goes way back in the beginning. Let me see.
Look, do you believe in give and take?
Within limits.
Well, how about me asking you a question now? In fact, asking for some advice.
Shoot.
Well, you see, the lady who's coming, the last time we saw each other, we had quite a bit of a row. I guess it was my fault. She seemed to get the impression that I was abrupt, kind of out of control.
Oh, not you.
Well, tell me, Gusto, you're smart. How could I erase a footprint that looks as though it was left by a heel?
Well, that sounds almost human.
Well, you see, I'm crazy about the girl. She's swell, really, only, well, she's got standards, and you know me.
Yeah. Well, let's see. When she comes, and after you've dined and danced, well, why hide behind the wine card?
What do you suggest?
Oh, a change of pace. Take her out of here. Out where there's a breeze and some stars. Find an old cab and drive up a cobbled street in Montmartre. Don't talk. No, not even a word. Just sit and wait.
How long?
Well, count the clop, clop, clop of the horses' hooves on the cobbles. Count to 1,000. And then possibly, now just possibly, mind you, kiss her.
Waiter. Monsieur? Get me a cab and have it wait outside.
Of course, the lady being Romanian, they loathe horses.
Look, about this dancing, do you think it's absolutely essential? You see, my waltz is bad, but my rumba's a public scandal.
I'll just hold her tight and let the music tell you.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't care to help me brush up a little?
Sure. But if she comes...
Oh, I'll keep an eye on the door now. Come on.
Say, you're not bad at all.
Yeah? Wait till I hit a downdraft.
The music's nice.
You having a good time?
Oh, yes.
Me too. You know, I almost wish my Romanian wasn't coming at all.
Say, wait a minute. It's 10 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes, isn't she late? Even for a very late Romanian?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she isn't coming at all.
Maybe.
Maybe she doesn't even exist.
Maybe.
And maybe I walked into a trap.
Gusto.
Maybe I even helped to build it.
Yes, Gusto, you saw?
You bet I am. We could have had dinner a whole hour ago.
$995, 96, 97, 98, 99, 1,000. Come here, Gusto.
Oh, Tom, don't. Now that's enough, please. You cheated. I only made it 910.
Well, I couldn't wait. Do you mind?
No, hold me tight. Till we get to the corner down below.
Well, what's at the corner?
My hotel, that's where I leave you.
Yeah? Like fun, you do.
Oh, now, Tom, I'm sorry. I've had a grand time, really. Not just this evening. I mean, well, ever since I first met you. You and your cheap Romanian tricks. Oh, Tom, I've loved every second of it.
Oh, Gusto, come here.
No, please don't.
Well, listen, you tell me you like me, and in the same breath you say you're walking out. Now, what sort of a woman are you?
I'm a career woman. I've got my foot in a door that I've been pounding against for years, and I'm not going to let anything turn me away from it.
Well, what is that going to do with us?
Well, I know me. Now, some people get a slight case of love. All they need is an aspirin and a hot water bottle, and then, well, it's all over. But not me. If I fall in love in January, I'm still miserable next December. Really, I get a temperature of 105, chills, fever. It knocks me out. You know, I flunked geometry 3 times running because I was in love with a professor. Oh, Tom, I want my mind free.
But, darling, it's too late now. Your cheeks are flushed. Your pulse is unsteady.
Driver, arrêtez.
All right. Go ahead. Won't do you any good. You'll go up to your room, sit at your typewriter, and mess around with words. All of a sudden, you won't be able to stand it. You'll dash straight out of your room to the Cafe Magenta.
Why, the Cafe Magenta?
That's that little place just across the street, see?
Mm-hmm. What about it?
I'll be waiting for you until you come.
Oh, that's fine. That gives me a fade out on your life story. He lived happily ever after at the Cafe Magenta. If you want me to describe Tom Martin, he's not exactly good looking. He is not very good looking. If you want me to describe Tom Martin, he's very good looking. Oh. Who is it?
Madame, that man you were expecting is downstairs.
What? Well, I'm not here. Tell him I've died.
Oh, we did. We told them everything.
Well, don't let him up here.
Oh, they're trying to stop him now. The night porter is defending the staircase. Let me see. It's like a tiger. He keeps saying it is something that cannot wait.
Well, do something, please. Do something.
Out of my way. No, monsieur.
Tom, the crazy idiot.
He's coming now, madame.
Tom, pull yourself together. I'll see you, but... Oh, Mr. Phillips.
Come back.
No. This isn't the man.
Let me go, will you?
Listen, this is Mr. Phillips.
Have no fear, madame. Cut it out. I will bash him on the head.
No, don't hurt him. It's Mr. Phillips.
Oh, there.
Oh, good heavens, get out of here.
Madame.
Go on quickly, get out, both of you. Mr. Phillips, I'm sorry.
My head.
Oh.
Will you kindly tell me why I have to fight my way through the entire staff of a second-rate hotel to see you?
Oh, it's all right. Hey, come on, now, you're all right, aren't you?
Yeah, just a slight skull fracture. I'll deduct that from your salary.
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
Well, who were you expecting, Jack the Ripper?
I was just trying to work.
Never mind. Gusto Nash, you're fired as of immediately.
It's not true.
No, I know it's not true. I just wanted to taste the words, the sheer rapture of it. Unfortunately, it's my painful duty to hand you the best assignment in Europe.
What? What's the job?
Associated News correspondent in Berlin. They're counting on you for intimate, personal stuff on Hitler and his gang.
Oh, say that again.
Special Berlin correspondent.
Oh, wait a minute. What happened to Stanley Kirk?
What happened to Stanley Kirk? He's leaving Germany by special request of the Nazi government. He goes to a reception at Herr von Ribbentrop's and keeps yelling for gefilte fish. Oh, my head.
Look, do you think I can handle the job?
No, but you get a crack at it anyway. Oh, I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all.
When do you want me to leave?
Saturday.
That's 3 days.
Yes, that'll give you time enough to have your eyebrows plucked. Say, how about Tom Martin?
What?
Yeah, what about that stuff? Did you see him?
Oh, yes, I saw him. Look, I don't want to go on Saturday.
Now, what's the matter? Cold feet?
No, I want to go right away. Tomorrow morning, the first train.
Now, don't tear yourself to pieces.
Oh, please let me go, Mr. Phillips. Look, I've got a running start. I'm in my stride. I don't want to fool around Paris. It's no good for me. I want to work. Berlin sounds tough and absorbing. It's just what I need.
Listen to the swish of that new broom.
Well, it's... I'm afraid if I stay here that...
That what?
Oh, listen. I've just got to go.
Your compartment is here, madame.
Thank you.
Hello there.
Well, what in the world... Hello.
Allow me to wish you the most delightful of journeys. And may I also take the liberty of offering you a small bon voyage gift?
Oh, thanks. How did you know I was on this train, bloodhound?
Well, I ran into Phillips last night. Congratulations, foreign correspondent.
Thanks. What's the gift?
Something to wind around your heart with my humblest compliments.
Why, it's typewriter ribbon.
That's right. That's what's ticking inside you, Miss Nash. A typewriter with 26 letters from A to Z.
Well, thanks anyway. From the bottom of my typewriter.
Monsieur! Monsieur!
Well, we're leaving. Goodbye, Tom, and take good care of yourself.
Thanks.
Hey, you better hurry.
Oh, there's plenty of time. Would you like your window open?
Listen, what? Thomas Martin, are you crazy?
Crazy? How?
Running after me.
I'm not running after you. We just happen to be running over the same track on the same train.
It was pure coincidence.
That's right.
I see. And where are you going?
To Warsaw.
Oh, you're going to Warsaw.
Yep. Volunteer Tomislav Martinovsky reporting for duty with the Polish Air Force.
Uh-huh. And when did you enlist?
Before breakfast.
Oh.
You don't believe me? Here, my credentials. Polish consulate is working night and day signing up flyers. Looks like any moment now.
Uh-huh, it certainly does. Do you mind if I read?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is very important.
What's the book? Mein Kampf? You don't intend to wade through that?
I certainly do. It's my homework for my new job.
Uh-huh. Well, wake me up when you come to the part where he claims Milwaukee. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing
yes.
at all.
Yes, you were. You thought I was asleep. Well, if you were counting my eyebrows, I can help you. There are 2.
I wasn't doing anything of the kind. I was just looking out the window.
What do you see, Gusto?
A wood, trees.
Yeah. The forest of Compiègne. Look at it. Like a kind grandmother dozing in her rocking chair. Old trees practicing curtsies in the wind because they still think Louis XIV is king.
Who said that?
Why?
It doesn't sound like you.
Well, I was just quoting a French boy who was with me in Spain. He grew up here.
Oh.
Whenever the bullets got thick, he used to talk about it. He wanted so much to see it again, to wade in the brooks, pick wild strawberries. His name was Andre.
He sounds like a sweet boy.
Oh, he was. You know, it'd be kind of a nice gesture if we could step off this train and take his memory back. Back to the brooks and the strawberries.
Yes, it's a pretty thought. You're quite sure that Andre is no relation to your Romanian lady?
Oh, Gusto, you always think the worst of me.
I wonder why.
Well, listen, Miss Willpower, you're as safe as a church. You're worried about your career. Well, nothing can stop you now. You're traveling toward it at 70 miles an hour. Next stop, Berlin. There's no danger.
No danger whatever.
Well, now that nothing can stop you, you might just as well admit that you feel toward me exactly the way I feel toward you. Exactly.
All right, I admit it. Now, there's no danger.
Not at all. Even if I went over to you and took you in my arms.
Tom,
Even if we decided to step off this train and steal 3 days for ourselves. 3 quiet, innocent days before we say goodbye. Perhaps never to see each other again. Perhaps never to see a forest again, or a brook, or a sky at peace.
But the train doesn't stop.
I know. No stops for us. 70 miles an hour. No danger.
Tom, you better stay over there on your own side of the seat.
You might even be generous enough to say, kiss me, you big idiot.
Tom.
I said no danger.
We can't stop the train.
Only by using the emergency brake.
No.
It's right up there. See it? That brass ring. Signal d'alarme. Pull only in case of danger.
Oh, Tom, don't. Oh, Tom.
Hitler invades Poland! Warsaw bomb! Hitler invades Poland!
Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, I love your forest.
Our forest.
Yes, our forest. Don't you think we'd better leave?
No. Let's never leave, darling. It's so cool and fresh. There's dew on your hair.
And there's an ant strolling up your cheek.
I wish it were your lips.
All right.
Such a little kiss.
Such a little ant.
Wish there'd been an elephant.
Oh, Tom. It's as though you had a brand new set of senses, isn't it? As though you'd been tone deaf and colorblind before. As if you'd never laughed or cried.
No tears, please.
No, darling. No tears.
It's a long day, darling, and it's still early.
Maybe the sun will stop, huh?
Maybe. You know, Gusto, in Spain, when there was just one more day between me and a hole in the sod, I didn't care a hang. I threw the hours away like a spendthrift. Now I feel like a miser, hoarding the minutes, counting the seconds.
Darling, what was that?
Look, over there, see?
Oh, it's a deer.
And a fawn.
Oh, aren't they adorable? Tom, look, there's another one. Snow White must be giving a party, huh?
Maybe. But it just doesn't look like a party to me. Those animals are scared.
Scared of what?
I don't know. But they've got an instinct. Look at them. They're running for their lives.
Tom, what does it mean?
Listen. Do you hear that?
Is it... Are those planes?
There they are. 50. 100.
Oh.
It's begun, Gusto. The war's begun.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Loretta Young and Ray Milland in Act 3 of Arise, My Love. Why, it's our young friend Sally, and looking mighty pleased with herself, too.
I feel pleased, Mr. Ruick. I just mailed a package to my cousin Jim, and I know it's going to make a hit. He's in the Army, you know, so I wrote him for a list of the things he really wanted. And what do you think they were?
Oh, things to eat, probably. Sweet stuff, cookies and such.
Ah, surprise, Mr. Ruick. Jim didn't say much about food. Just mentioned that the Army serves swell desserts. But he did say hard candy's good. Soldiers can carry that in their pockets. I sent him a big box of it. Here's some of the other things he wanted. Film for his camera, tooth powder, and he said, most of all, Sally, send me some soap. Send me lots of soap. And be sure it's Lux soap. We like the way it lathers.
Well, Sally, I guess it didn't take you long to fill that request.
1 dozen cakes of Lux toilet soap, Mr. Ruick, are even now on their way.
And I'll bet you get special thanks from your cousin for that gift, Sally. Lux toilet soap sells like hotcakes with our boys in the services. You know, men go for that wonderful rich lather that's so quick and abundant, even in hard water. After a tough day's work, a Lux toilet soap shower feels like a million. That smooth white cake lathers fast. And because Lux toilet soap is hard milled, it doesn't get mushy or soft. It can be used down to the last thin sliver. Yes, a man gets a lot of enjoyment from using this pure soap with the creamy, soothing lather. Active lather that swiftly carries away the day's dust and grime, leaves him feeling refreshed and fit. To women everywhere, here's a tip. Why not let the men in your family enjoy the luxury of using this fine white soap every day? Lux toilet soap costs so little, you know. Get a supply tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Arise, My Love, starring Loretta Young and Ray Milland. In the first days of the war, the Nazi war machine rolled like a black cloud over Poland, over Holland, over Belgium. Then from America came word to its citizens in Europe.
This is the American Embassy in Paris acting on instructions from Washington. Due to the grave international situation, all American nationals in France are urgently requested to return to America at the earliest possible moment. For further information and
Turn it
advice,
off,
we
Tom.
suggest that you
Trying to
consult
panic
the
you, aren't
embassy.
they? Run, do not walk to the nearest exit.
Yes.
Well, I suppose they have to do it for the old men and lady tourists and the kids. But wouldn't you feel kind of foolish to beat it now the race is on?
I suppose so.
Imagine being in Cleveland, seeing the war from a newsreel in the little Nemo Theater, and all he can do is hiss. And you, reading the war news instead of writing it.
Well, that's for idiots, isn't it?
Sure.
Sure, we stay. We're not turning back now. We're not running home just because we got sentimental for one day. Oh, no, we're making great gestures. We're gallant and reckless.
What's the matter, Gusto?
We're the new lost generation. You're flying until it happens, till they smash you to bits. And I writing, and I wouldn't care if I never wrote another word.
Gusto.
That's female and middle class, isn't it? To think maybe our lives are worth more than 25 cents. Tom, you laugh at that little Nemo Theater in Cleveland. And to me, it sounds like heaven. Come home with me, Tom. Please take me home.
I'm sorry, but the Ile de France is sold out. Aquitania sold out. We'll let you know as soon as possible. Just stay in line, please. Mr. Martin.
Yeah?
Have you got something for us?
Yes, ma'am. The boat leaves Liverpool at 4 o'clock. plane in 1 hour.
Good.
Your ticket, sir.
Thank you. 1 hour. That doesn't leave you much time to see Phillips.
Oh, that's all right. I'll send him my official resignation from the boat.
Look, are you sure you want to take this boat? It sounds kind of crummy to me.
It's headed for America, and that's all that matters.
Oh, Gusto, you're as hysterical as those old hens over there. Don't tell me you're afraid.
I'm scared to death.
But, Gusto, the war is 1,000 miles away.
Well, those headlines aren't nor the radio, nor all those bugles blowing right in the ears of a confused liberal. And I do mean you.
Now, look, honey, I'm not looking and I'm not listening.
Now, don't tell me. You're itching all over like a reformed drunk.
Not me. I've taken the pledge, sister.
Hallelujah.
Hey, Tom! Martin!
Shep, how are you? Hello, Pinky.
Where the heck have you been?
Hey, we thought you were in Poland.
Well, I started out that way, but didn't quite make it. This is Miss Nash.
Hi.
Hello.
How do you do?
Gusto, I'd like you to meet my wardrobe. The blue suit is Pink O'Connor, and the brown herringbone is Joe Shepard. Well, seeing you boys in this line, I take it the rabbits came across.
Just like the Johnstown flood.
Yeah, only we've changed our minds.
You mean you're going to stay?
You really didn't think we were a pair of heels, did you? Folding up and ducking for home now that the show's on again.
You can get in the Royal Air Force now.
You can?
Yeah, and there's a big chance they might send us to Poland. Imagine the three of us meeting in Warsaw.
Just a minute, boys. I want you to know something. I'm the one that's folding up. We just came out of there.
That ain't possible.
Oh, come on, Tom. Who are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. It's on the level. We're going back and we're going to be married.
And settle down in Cleveland, maybe. Maybe Tom can get back his commercial license. And I'll be writing for American Housewife. How to preserve peaches. Kind of a quiet life.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Listen, boys. It's all my fault. I begged him not to break his neck. I like it too much.
Well, come on. Why don't you say I'm a yellow belly and a big mouth at that?
You yellow? Who thinks you're yellow? Guy that's got the nerve to get married.
Yeah, that's more than Flash Gordon ever did. You're the hero.
Why, sure. And don't worry about those Nazis either. We'll give them a special kiss for you. Well, so long, Tom.
Goodbye, you lugs.
Goodbye.
So long. See you, Tom. Cleveland, 1942.
Okay.
Tom,
Yep.
all the time we were talking to them, do you know what I was doing? I was saying your prayer. Arise, my love, and come away with me.
Stewart?
Yes, sir.
That champagne ready?
Right here, sir.
Oh, boy, that looks good.
You expecting a storm tonight, Stewart? Covering up the portholes?
Just a precautionary measure, sir. The Admiralty has complete blackout for every boat.
Oh. Well, here you are, Guster. Are you ready to drink to those two dizzy fools, those show-offs with their outsized ideals?
Tilting at very large windmills with very small knitting needles.
Here's to Augusta Nash, career woman, foreign correspondent extraordinary, queen of headlines.
Goodbye, Augusta Nash, career woman. Here's to Thomas Fuller Martin, crusader, champion of the underdog, avenger of the oppressed.
Goodbye, Tom Martin, crusader.
And here's to our voyage to Cleveland. And to our gallant ship that... Say, what's the name of this boat anyway?
The Athenia.
Athenia sunk! British liner Athenia goes down west of Hebrides.
Athenia torpedoed!
There's another boat just pulled up on the beach, ma'am.
No, he's not in that one. I saw it. Are those the last survivors?
Well, over at the Coast Guard station, they say that some other people were picked up by a British destroyer.
Oh, thank you.
Gusto! Gusto Nash!
Darling!
Gusto!
Darling! Oh, darling, it's really you.
Are you all right, Gusto?
Oh, yes. Now I am.
Bring the survivors this way.
Tom, I never thought I'd see you again.
Oh, Gusto, you looked so awfully little in that lifeboat when pulled away.
Don't talk to me about that lifeboat. I felt like jumping right out and swimming back to you and tell you what a liar you were. What a low trick it was to get me in by saying you'd come too.
I'd have knocked you cold and thrown you in if necessary.
Oh, darling. What happened to you?
Me? Oh, I put the sea in a life belt. I was only in the water 40 minutes, and the plane fished me out.
Your eyes, They're all bloodshot.
Yeah, I guess that's from trying to see through the darkness last night. We were flying squares all night long.
Flying?
Yeah. 3 other seaplanes came along and we flew around looking for survivors. It was like hunting Easter eggs. But say, those English flyers, they really know their stuff, Gusto. We had a kid from New Zealand in ours, and you ought to see the way he handled a 25-ton plane. He set it down 24 times and picked it up again on a choppy sea, and that takes it out of you. The last time he just fell forward on the stick, completely out, laughing, crying.
So you took over?
Well, I had to. And Gusto, listen. I asked them if they could use me.
Tom.
We're going after that submarine. They think they saw it when it was broaching.
Oh, swell.
We'll get those babies. There's a chance I wouldn't miss for anything in the world. Oh, Gusto, I don't see how I can pass it up, really. I'm here. They need me. Oh, darling, please don't look at me like that.
Like what?
Don't make me feel as if I'm walking out on you. It'll only be for a day or two. There are lots of boats going home.
Home? Who wants to go home? Do you think I do? Now that I've got a story, a great story, an exclusive? Oh, no, Tom, look at me. Can't you see that old light in my eyes? I'm Augusta Nash again. Why, all I can think of is where's the nearest telephone and the next story and the next.
And when was it? Only yesterday. We thought we could throw 2 people overboard. Their ambitions, their big dreams.
Yes. But God knew better. He threw us right in after them.
Yeah. Gusto, I've never loved you so much.
Well, that's the best time to say goodbye, isn't it?
Gusto.
Yes, it is. Bye, Tom. Good luck, darling.
I was on the Athenia. Exclusive eyewitness account by Augusta Nash.
Warsaw burns under Nazi attack. Story by Augusta Nash.
Norway gone. Gray tide sweeps north.
Death trap in Flanders.
Paris Falls. Story by Augusta Nash.
Look at them. In Paris, the city of light, so gay, so full of charm. Home of those 3 lovely sisters. Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité.
Mr. Phillips, that flyer is here.
Huh? What flyer?
This flyer. Hello, Phillips.
Well,
there's quite a parade out there. I only hope when they get to the tomb of the unknown soldier, he'll sit up and spit right in their eye.
Where'd you blow from?
I'm looking for Gusto Nash.
Thought you were flying someplace.
Well, I was sent to the showers. Little souvenir of Norway. They shot the plane out from under me.
Huh.
Arm broken just above the elbow.
That's too bad, Tom.
Where's Gusto?
Listen, now you'd better get out of the occupied zone before the Germans start taking inventory.
Oh, I'm all set. But before I leave, I'm going to see Gusto Nash to say goodbye. Even if it's only for a moment.
Well, you can't. She's at German headquarters with the official press.
Oh?
Nobody can get there. Nobody.
Nobody but a newspaper man?
Exactly.
Well, so I'm a newspaper man.
On what paper?
On 400 of them, from New York to San Francisco, the Associated News.
Martin, you didn't fall on your elbow. You fell on your head. You can't drop in on Gusto with a bunch of forget-me-nots. She's up at Compiègne, covering the armistice.
Did you say Compiègne?
Exactly. The forest of Compiègne. I guess that settles it, huh?
Yeah, I guess that settles it.
Your attention, please. Gentlemen of the press and lady, in a certain railroad coach about 1 kilometer from here, the terms of the armistice will be handed to the French government. You will be permitted to visit the historic railroad coach in groups of 5 after the conference begins. As the Führer will be present, the smoking of cigarettes will not be permitted there. With regard to you, Fräulein...
The name is Miss Nash.
Miss Nash, considering the importance of the occasion, it is suggested that you dispense with all lip rouge.
Don't worry. My lips will be as white as chalk.
Until then, you will have about an hour. The time is yours, but do it as you please.
Is it all right if I take a walk?
As you wish, Fräulein.
Oh, Tom. Tom, my darling. Our lovely forest.
Let's never leave, darling. It's so cool.
Let's never leave.
There's dew on your hair. No tears, please.
No tears. No, darling. No tears. Tom.
Gusto.
Yes.
It's been a long time, Gusto.
Yes, a very long time.
I love you, darling. Turn around. I'm just behind you.
Tom!
It's all right. It's not done with mirrors. It's me.
Darling! Darling!
No, none of that frightened look, please. They won't shoot me. I've got a press card. Phillips fixed it.
Oh, but I can't believe you're here. Here, darling, above all places.
Wasn't it here they robbed us of a whole day?
Yes.
Well, I came back to claim it for us before I say goodbye.
Oh, darling. Can you get to England?
I'm afraid they wouldn't want me. I've got a compound fracture.
Oh, Tom.
I couldn't break a match. All I can do now is crawl aboard a refugee ship and find some cushy job in America. Flying instructor, maybe. Teaching kids what wings are for. That's a fine end.
The end? Why, you don't think this is the end. Just because in that railroad coach this afternoon they're going to be clicking their heels and saying that freedom is a sign of weakness and incompetence, and that slavery is a badge of pride and patriotism. Oh, no, darling, that can't be the end. You're not crawling back. We are marching back, both of us.
You're coming with me?
Of course I am. Tom, I've been watching them for 10 months. They're things that I've got to say. My voice isn't much, I know, but I want to use it without somebody's hand over my mouth. And you, darling, what a wonderful job you've got, making tens of thousands of pilots for tens of thousands of planes. Tom, remember your prayer. This time we say it to America. Arise, my love, arise, be strong. And they will, Tom. I know America. They'll rise up 130 million of them, and they'll roll up their sleeves and stand up straight, and they'll say to anyone under God's heaven, all right, whose way of life is it going to be? Yours or ours?
Loretta Young and Ray Milland have given fine performances tonight in Arise, My Love. And if they're both arise right now, we'll ask them to take a curtain call.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Playing a war correspondent was certainly a novelty.
Well, war reporting was one of the last male strongholds, CB. What would Richard Harding Davis and Floyd Gibbons have thought of it?
Well, I knew both of them, and they'd probably ask whether the lady in question was a good reporter.
Well, there's some very good reporting being done by women in this war. Offhand, I can think of Claire Booth's stories in life from China, Burma, and India. And Shelley Smith, now a prisoner in war in the Philippines.
They're in the grand tradition, Loretta, reporting the stories of our national heroes every day. It isn't until the war is over that we find many of them are heroes themselves.
In this war, radio, as well as the press, has its reporter heroes, Ray. For instance, William J. Dunn of the Columbia Network was on the very last boat to leave Java. I made that discovery while preparing the picture about Dr. Corridon Wassell, the Navy hero who brought out 9 wounded American sailors on the same boat that Dunn escaped on.
Well, I can't think of a woman broadcasting from the battlefront at the moment, but there will be. And now, before we say goodnight, Mr. DeMille, there's a little report from the home front. My home, to be exact. I always keep Lux soap on hand and use it every day. It's a wonderful help to any woman in the caring of her complexion.
Now, we'll give that a banner headline. Loretta Lord's Lux.
Thank you.
And now, let me tell you about next week's play.
What are we going to hear, CB?
A delightful comedy, Ray. It's the Columbia picture, You Belong to Me. And our stars will be Merle Oberon and George Brent. You Belong to Me is the story of a woman doctor and her sportsman husband who can't understand why he has to compete with medicine for his wife's attention. 3 acts of gaiety and romance next Monday night, with George Brent and Merle Oberon heading a fine cast.
Oh, that sounds really wonderful, Mr. DeMille. We'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You hit the center of the target tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon and George Brent in You Belong to Me. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Loretta Young is currently seen in the Columbia picture Bedtime Story. Ray Milland is now being seen in the Technicolor production Reap the Wild Wind. Heard in tonight's play were Cy Kendall as Phillips, Tris Coffin as Shep, John Milton as Pink, and Howard McNair, Fred Mackay, Jose Perez, Leo Cleary, Tony Martelli, Charles Seal, Norman Field, Jack Mather, and Torrey Carlton. Tune in next Monday night to hear George Brent and Merle Oberon in You Belong to Me. Our music was conducted by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
At the sound of the V4 Victory, the correct Eastern Wartime, 2 o'clock.
The WIP Special Events Department, in conjunction with the Coast to Coast Mutual Network, presents the exclusive story of the Battle of Midway Island. This broadcast by 3 captains of the United States Marines is presented as shortwave from Honolulu, Hawaii, and transcribed here from the Mutual line.
Aloha, fellow Americans. This is Owen Cunningham in Hawaii. From the Midway Islands have come 3 young officers of the United States Marine Corps, ready to tell you of the valiant job done by that service, whose motto of Semper Fidelis never rang truer than during those hectic days last week. 2 of them are aviators who were shot down in combat, but not until they had scored against the enemy. The 3rd commanded an anti-aircraft battery. Now, history is waiting to be reported. You know the framework of this epic. Captain Buckner, you had the best close-aboard view of the Midway area during the Japanese bombing attack. Will you set the stage for us?
As the Japs approached, we saw our fighters begin to engage them. Several enemy bombers went down in flames. About this time, we replenished ammunition, took a deep breath, and now we're ready again. It all began pretty early. Word was passed by telephone at 4 a.m., and those not already on station manned their stations. Mine was at the observation post of my anti-aircraft battery. It was still dark, but we could hear the big bombers warming up. We waited. We'd been waiting for 7 months, but this was the real McCoy. In about 2 hours, we got word that the Japs were on their way, advancing in 3 waves. They passed north of the island, swung around, and came in. The enemy had come within range of our anti-aircraft. All batteries went into action. Between our fighters and our guns, we had reduced the enemy bomber force to 20 planes by the time they hit Midway. After unloading their first bombs, the Japs changed tactics. They started dive bombing both islands, peeling off and coming in steep. They seemed pretty methodical about it, but missed their main targets. Personnel casualties were light, too. We think our heavy ground fire was too hot for them. All in all, the attack lasted about a half hour. It didn't seem that long. It was like watching a 6-ring circus through a keyhole. But finally, the Japs had had enough. They went out low, strafing a bit as they went, and rendezvoused out of gun range. Then I guess they lit out for those carriers that our flyers were attacking at that very moment.
Meanwhile, our flyers were hitting the enemy. Let's hear from Captain Merrill.
We got up long before dawn and went to work. We knew our heavy stuff, the bombers that were to have the sky cleared for their takeoff. So we went out to screen their departure and then skipped back to Midway for the next phase of the operation.
Which was?
which was doing a bit of attacking ourselves. About dawn, word came in that our pilots out there had engaged the Japs. Off we went. We had just one order, to intercept their bombardment squadrons before they hit Midway. My division found them only 10 miles out. And when I say found them, I'm putting it mildly. They were pretty well protected by fighters. I saw about 16 Jap bombers with fixed landing gear winging straight for our base. They were the same kind that raided Pearl Harbor 6 months ago. I made one pass with a Jap squadron, and I sprayed a few bullets into them. Then suddenly I caught them from above and behind. At 8,000 feet, I lost partial control of my ship. On the way down, I was struck twice more, and the gasoline tank blew up in my face. When I saw I couldn't make the Midway Reef, I bailed out. I had heard that the Japs liked to strafe parachutists, so I didn't pull my ripcord for 3,000 feet. As they came down, I could see enemy bombs falling around the base. Lots of them missed. One whole row of high explosives made a sort of white dotted line along the beach. Then I was swimming. I had disengaged my chute and inflated my life jacket. And boy, the shore seemed a long way off. I finally made the reef and rested up for 10 or 15 minutes. Then the boat picked me up.
Meanwhile, your comrades in the air were pushing home their attack, too. People like Captain Blaine here.
I'm a dive bomber, Pilot Owen. Our assignment was to take off shortly after Herbie's fighters and hit the Jap carriers that launched the planes that our fighters were then engaging. It was just breaking into one of those clear Midway mornings when we took off. We had almost 200-mile flight ahead of us, so we poured the coal to them.
What sort of orders did your commanding officer give you, Captain Blaine?
Concise ones. Intercept and destroy. We found our objective while passing above a fleecy patch of clouds at 8,000 feet. Through holes in this stuff, we caught a glimpse of the sweetest bunch of targets I'd ever imagined seeing. 3 carriers strung out in a 5-mile column, screened by cruisers and destroyers. Our squadron leader radioed our assignment, and I drew a keg attack carrier. One of the big babies.
Had the enemy spotted you?
Yes, indeed. We saw their fighters taking off and rising to meet us. Then their anti-aircraft opened up. It began to explode all around us, great puffs of it. We were tossed around like toy balloons, but weren't hit. We had to smack those carriers because they were bent on smacking Midway. We peeled off in steep dives. I was well in the rear of the formation, so I got a bird's eye view. One of our bombs burst directly on the superstructure of the Jap carrier and rocketed it like a hobby horse. Several hit alongside and probably stove in her plates. Enemy planes on deck took a lacing too.
Boy, this begins to sound like an episode in an old-time movie thriller, Captain. What next?
With the carrier smoking behind us, we started for home. 3 of their fighters clung to our tail. I went down to 25 feet to escape anti-aircraft fire and shot from the Jap destroyers. The fighters would make a stab at us, wheel overhead, and then serve comfort. A stray shot carried away part of my fuel line. I managed to keep the engine flowing, the gas flowing to the engine, by working the wobble pump. From then on, it was a nightmare. Pumping, controlling, watching, and praying. When I caught a glimpse of our wings, I added another word. They looked like Swiss cheese.
Oh, boy. I judge your machine gunner was keeping occupied, eh, Captain?
He was working like a fiend. Then he told me he had been hit twice. About this time, I became aware that my evasive tactics weren't shaking to zeros. So, above us, there was a white cloud, maybe 1,000 feet up. Pumping gas like mad, I gave her the gun, and we made it.
You did, eh? Swell. And you finally lost the enemy?
Finally, none too soon. Either because I had pumped all the fuel out trying to stay aloft as long as I did, or from some other trouble, the engine quit cold. So I made my first water landing. We lit like a ton of scrap metal. But the dive bomber took it nobly and floated long enough for the gunner to climb out and for us to free our 2-man rubber boat, emergency rations, and some float lights.
Captain, you mentioned your gunner. Will you tell us who he is?
I'm delighted to, Owen. He's Private First Class Gordon McFeely, United States Marine Corps, and a swell companion for a flight like that. Take it from me. He's 27 years old and comes from Yountsville, California. Right now, he's recovering from his wounds, which weren't serious, in the Naval Hospital at Pearl Harbor.
Captain, what happened after you got into the rubber boat?
Well, our main source of satisfaction came from the fact that Jap strafers lay 100 miles behind us, and Midway only 60 ahead. We figured our patrols would find us. We drifted. Our little boat had a leak caused by a job bullet. So every 15 minutes, we had to give her 50 licks with the hand pump. We floated for 2 days and 2 nights pumping.
And how did your comrades finally pick you up?
Twice we had bitter disappointment when patrol planes passed fairly near us, but missed. Then on the morning of the 6th, we saw a flying boat. I fired a last float light, which sent out a long column of smoke. 8 miles away, the plane swung around and glided back towards us. She looked heavy and was, because her fuel tanks were chock full. Her pilot made a magnificent landing. We got on board. He made an even more brilliant takeoff, and that was that.
So you just went home, eh, Captain?
No, not quite. This particular plane was heading out on a daily patrol. She couldn't go back till it was finished. So McFeely and I spent most of the day as observers, hunting the enemy again.
Dick, in the final accounting, I hope that the fullest credit will go to such officers as Captain Sal T. Samad, a splendid Navy flyer himself, and senior in command at Midway, and to Colonel Harold D. Shannon, whose Marine Defense Battalion put up the mighty barge that chased away the enemy, and also to Lieutenant Colonel Ira Kimes, commanding our Marine Air Group.
Credit should go to the Army Bombing Squadrons under Brigadier General Willis Hale, too. Coming into Midway and accepting our operating conditions, they put on an excellent combat performance in completing coordination with the Navy and Marine Air Corps. Yes, that's true. We fellows on the ground know that things would not have turned out as well if our air forces, Army, Navy, and Marine, hadn't hit the Japs so hard before and after they appeared at Midway.
Japanese neared Midway on June 3rd, hoping to launch an all-out knockout blow on that pair of coral atolls shortly after dawn on June 4th. They were roundly defeated during the ensuing 3 days. Combined forces of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps dispersed the Japanese with heavy losses. All of them contributed much to smashing what appears to have been a major enemy thrust at our vital island outpost, an invasion attempt. You will be prouder than ever to call yourselves Americans after you have heard from Captain Herbert Merrill, 28 years of age, of Arlington, Massachusetts, Captain Richard Blaine, 26, of Miami, Florida, and Captain Gene Buckner, 28, of Hanford, California. First, I shall introduce Captain Merrill, who informed me shortly before we went on the air that he became the father of twins a month ago. Would you like to say hello to Mrs. Merrill?
Yes, I would. Hello, Lois. I only wish that you were broadcasting too, so this wouldn't be a one-way affair. Give my love to the twins and save lots for yourself.
That greeting was sent to this Marine pilot's wife in faraway Nashua, New Hampshire. Now we have Captain Blaine of Miami, the second flyer.
Hello, Mother and Dad. I'm delighted to have this chance to tell you I'm fit as a fiddle and not at all worse from my experience.
And here is Captain Buckner, commanding an anti-aircraft battery, who wants to say a few words to his wife and son back in Chicago.
Thank you, Owen. Hello, dear. The last snapshots of David are the best yet. Please send along some more. I am okay, and I will stay that way.
And that is a Sega of the Sea. You have just heard Captain Gene Buckner, Captain Richard Blaine, and Captain Herbert Merrill of the United States Marine Corps describe the initial stages of the Battle of Midway. They played a part in the making of history. This was their story. They've been talking to you from the studios of KGMB, Honolulu, Hawaii, USA. We return you now to Mutual.
And for word on events on this side of the Atlantic, we take you now to Washington.
The showdown on minimum pay for men in the service may come in Congress tomorrow. At that time, the Senate is scheduled to take up the conference compromise of $46 a month, and many congressional observers are freely predicting that the upper house will readily agree to the new figure. At the same time, supporters of the $50 a month minimum are standing firm, and they claim they have enough votes to win out when the measure reaches the floor of both houses. Ever since the House of Representatives instructed its members of the conference committee to stand firm on the $50 a month minimum, a little heralded but well-supported movement to force final agreement on that figure has been taking place. And its supporters now believe that they have sufficient strength to force final adoption of the pay bill on their terms. In the original measure, the Senate boosted the pay for buck privates and apprentice seamen from $21 to $42 a month. The House upped the ante to $50 and refused to back down when its conferees came back with a recommendation to accept the Senate figure. The new $46 figure is the result of the latest attempt to reconcile the differences of the two houses. Another congressional fight is likely to take place this week on the move to abolish the CCC. The House has already voted against a $75 million appropriation for the once popular New Deal agency, and there is a definite move in the Senate to follow suit. However, Senate insistence on restoring the appropriation would not necessarily save the CCC. Should the upper chamber vote to continue the agency, its action would throw the measure into a conference. The report of this conference would still have to be approved by the House. And by its vote last week, the lower chamber has shown its insistence on ending the CCC's life. Some members are predicting, however, that the House might be forced to rescind its action if the Senate should insist on killing the National Youth Administration as well as the CCC. When these two agencies were up for discussion in the House, it was voted to continue funds for the former, but to withhold them from the Civilian Conservation Corps. There is a genuine belief that while the House might be willing to abolish the CCC, it will not do so if it means at the same time putting an end to the NYA. And the silver bloc in Congress is talking about forcing another 29-cent rise in the price the Treasury pays for domestic silver. The government already is paying more than double the world price. But Senator McCarran of Nevada plans to introduce a bill raising it to $1 an ounce. This would stimulate greater production, which McCarran claims is needed by war plants as a copper substitute. The latest suggestion in the movement to save rubber through gasoline restriction is that of curtailing the operation of taxicabs. It is understood that several methods of restricting taxi operations are under consideration. One would involve a flat order to make a certain reduction in mileage. Another would limit the use to which taxicabs could be put. And a third would bar intercity taxi operations and limit the distance a cab could travel from its garage. It is said that sightseeing trips by cabs will also be prohibited. In areas where gasoline is rationed, taxis will be allowed only enough gasoline to carry out the operations permitted under their mileage allowances. Draft headquarters may soon examine the cases of 1,000 government workers who are deferred because they are supposedly indispensable. All of them are under 25 years of age. Senator Tidings of Maryland called the cases to the attention of Selective Service officials after his committee uncovered 5,000 other government deferments. The tall Maryland senator said that these abuses in the Selective Service system stick out like a sore thumb among government agencies, and he has demanded that draft officials make a thorough inquiry. Just 2 days ago, a Washington newspaper published a story about the 28-year-old son of an Ohio representative who was deferred because his job as his father's secretary is termed indispensable. Army men no longer need heap wrath on the head of the unfortunate bugler because the Army has officially announced that it doesn't have a single one. The soldier whose musical blasts arouse troops in the morning is officially called a trumpeter. He blows a trumpet rather than a bugle. That explanation was made in listing the Army's 41 regulation trumpet calls. Less than a score of them are in daily use on military reservations. And so, for the moment, that's all from Washington.
Our final report comes from Mid-Pacific. Here is Jim Wall speaking from Honolulu.
And it's now 3:41 Sunday morning Hawaiian War time. The Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Nimitz, issued a brief communique from Pearl Harbor yesterday afternoon announcing the defeat of a large and formidable Japanese invasion fleet near Midway Island, and since then no further details of the naval battle have been divulged. What actually occurred in the vicinity of that small mid-Pacific atoll is known only to officers in blue jackets and flyers, soldiers and Marines who participated in it. But the Admiral's statement was enough to make this a Saturday night of sober rejoicing in Honolulu. All Hawaii has been jubilant over what has obviously been a major naval victory, a victory in which a heavy enemy fleet has been smashed, with many of their aircraft carriers and battleships, cruisers and troop transports sunk or damaged, their aircraft destroyed, and a presumably large invasion attempt shattered. What are left after the 3-day engagement are fleeing toward their island bases in the western Pacific, pursued relentlessly by our own ships and planes. The tales of all this are not being made public because the battle itself is obviously not yet completely finished, and until it is, the Navy doesn't wish to crow about it. But Admiral Nimitz has already briefly reported the results and has indicated that it was no minor sea fight. He has stated that we have partially avenged Pearl Harbor. Admiral Nimitz is a tall, lean, hard, gray Texan, usually grim, not given to wasting words. He's a man of action, and when he speaks, he means what he says. Honolulu, which has come to know him during the past 6 months of warfare, realizes that he is so sparing of words that often he means much more than he says. If the Admiral says that we've scored a victory, there can be no doubt of it. Though little has been said about it, the islands have been under a constant military alert for a long while, and everyone here realized that trouble was brewing. Volunteers, both men and women, stood ready for any emergency. The fact that details cannot be issued now about this and other battles should be no cause for grumbling by Americans here in Hawaii or on the mainland. The Army and Navy know their jobs and are doing their best. They want no information to leak out that might be of any possible aid to the enemy. Their censors are as anxious as anyone else to learn what is happening, but they're watchdogs of the press and radio and postal service, and they know as well as anyone that this war is not yet won by any means. We're on our way to winning it in the Pacific, against Japan, as the Admiral said. But we haven't done it yet. There's still a long road ahead. Hawaii is ready to travel it, no matter how long it takes. So are the hard-fighting Army and Navy, who are grimly marking this morning of June 7th, a Sunday just like that Sunday 6 months ago today, when the Japs hit us unaware at Pearl Harbor. I return you to San Francisco.
And there you have a roundup of war news from vital world centers. John McVane reported from London, David Anderson from Stockholm, our staff announcer in Washington, D.C., and finally, Jim Wall spoke to you from Honolulu. This is the newsroom in San Francisco. For latest news, keep tuned to this station.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real home front experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Welcome back to a new season of The Victory Kitchen. Today's episode is called Gardening is War Work. So we are going to be talking about victory gardens. But there was just so much to cover that I decided to split this up into 2 different episodes. So today we'll be talking more about the Victory Garden program itself and kind of the logistics of that program. And then the next episode we'll be talking about the down and dirty details of an actual victory garden. Today I'll be introducing a new cookbook to you. And for our story highlight, we're going to learn how one preacher set the bar for a victory garden. Now, I think victory gardens are something that is very near and dear to a lot of people's hearts. And as I was putting together this episode, it got me thinking about, why is that? Why are so many people drawn to the idea of the victory garden? And I think we're going to explore that a little bit today. So, did you do any gardening this year? I did attempt a garden this year. This is a new house for us, so the garden was already here. So I was kind of dealing with the soil that was here already, and I planted things, but I knew that it would be an experiment to see, how things would grow, how bad the weeds were, things like that. My tomatoes are doing pretty well, and, pretty well. I'm not the greatest at watering, to be honest. So actually, this episode was postponed a little bit because I needed to can a bunch of those tomatoes. And it's so tricky when you don't have enough producing at the same time. How do you keep those tomatoes for when you do have enough? And so today it was tricky. I kept some in the fridge, but I still had tomatoes go moldy. So those went on the compost. Anyway, I made some salsa yesterday, so I could have recorded, but I really needed to get that salsa canned. I think my family will be happy having that salsa, but boy, am I glad that's over with. And I'm sure that maybe you've noticed, but during this pandemic time, there has been a huge increase in the interest in gardening and World War II victory gardens. A lot of people are calling their garden a victory garden, myself included. And so I find that really fun and really interesting. When I was doing research for this episode, I was surprised actually that there are very few books written about American wartime victory gardens. A lot of books have chapters about them, or they kind of talk about them, but there isn't really a book dedicated to World War II victory gardens in America. Also, most of what I found is the use of the term victory garden is to invoke a certain feeling or an image. So there's a cookbook called the Victory Garden Cookbook, but I think it was published in the 70s or the 80s, and I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with World War II victory gardens. The closest book that I did find was called Cultivating Victory, The Women's Land Army and the Victory Garden Movement by Cecilia Gowdy-Wygant. This covers the UK and America, but it mainly focuses on the Women's Land Army. So while I couldn't find any modern, really solid things about victory gardens, what I did find, and what kind of scared me a little bit, is how much primary source material there is. There is so much. From newspaper articles to advertisements to cookbooks to gardening books to magazine articles. There is just a treasure trove of resources out there about victory gardens. And that's why we have 2 episodes on the victory gardens. Now, this is a really good thing, but having to dig through all of that and, sift through it to find the things to share that was quite the challenge. On the table in my office, I have a whole pile of wartime magazines with articles and images about victory gardens. So what this tells me is that the campaign for victory gardens during the war was successful in that it was a widespread message encouraging Americans to start a garden. So where did the whole victory garden thing come from? It came from an official program called the National Victory Garden Program, or in other places I've seen it called Home Victory Garden Program. So the idea was originally presented at the National Victory Garden Conference, or the Defense Garden Conference, I've seen both, in Washington, D.C. in December of 1941. And it was adopted officially on December 20th, 1941. This national program was under the umbrella of the much larger agricultural Food for Freedom campaign launched to enlist farmers in the wartime food effort. The 3 main objectives were: 1, to produce foods for home consumption to the end that the food habits of the family may be improved from the standpoint of nutrition. 2, to maintain the morale of the individual family and the public. And 3, to conserve labor, material, and transportation facilities. And it was suggested at this conference that the emblem representing the campaign be a victory V made from 2 carrots with a tomato between them and the phrase, "I have a garden," with the campaign slogan of "Vegetables for Vitality for Victory." I think that's kind of corny, but I don't know if this was adopted, at least the symbol was adopted, because I personally have not seen that symbol with the 2 carrots and the tomato, but maybe I just haven't come across it yet. If you have, let me know, because I'm really curious to see it. I have seen other symbols for victory gardens, just not that particular one. What's interesting, too, is that this conference also brought up the importance of maintaining flowers, shrubs, and lawns due to their moral factor in defense. So the idea that flowers and shrubs and trees can add to the morale of the general public, I think that's a really interesting concept. And another interesting aspect is that it called on women to assume the principal responsibility in this phase of the garden program. So essentially, they were adding to the women's wartime responsibilities because the men were needed to fight, and to work in factories, and so it was left to the women to assume a huge part of the responsibility of planting these victory gardens. That's not to say that men did not participate. They did, it was just on a much smaller scale. Now, within this conference, there was a committee on educational materials and methods, which recommended that boys and girls be given encouragement in participating through their various programs like 4-H clubs, Boy Scouts, and Future Farmers of America, as well as other rural youth groups. The committee also recommended that the main source of subject matter and help come from the Department of Agriculture and the state agricultural colleges, so meaning the county extension agents. So this means that if people needed to learn how to plant a victory garden or needed help with weeds or insects, things like that, that the main source of those educational materials or classes came through the Department of Agriculture and the state agricultural colleges. So during the winter of 1941, the new National Victory Garden Program was hyped up for the spring planting of gardens. In the April 1942 Farm Journal, it announced, quote, "The National Victory Garden Program received Uncle Sam's blessing recently when Secretary of Agriculture Wickard and Paul V. McNutt, Director of the Office of Defense Health and Welfare Services, sent out a joint letter to all state governors suggesting a garden enrollment week. This was requested by the National Advisory Garden Committee, recently appointed and headed by Governor Prentice Cooper of Tennessee. Various agencies and garden groups have held meetings and made plans for helping all who want to plant gardens and don't know how to go about it. Any would-be gardener needing help should call on his county agent, who is still the old standby." Close quote. So for some people, gardening was old hat. Like, they've been doing it for a while, and they probably didn't need that much help. But for many, they would be planting a garden for the first time. So for the year 1943, Secretary of Agriculture Claude R. Wickard asked that 1 million victory gardens be grown in America in 1943. Now, something that I came across that I was not expecting to run across, but I was actually very excited by this, was the definition of what a victory garden is. Now, I have seen the term victory garden tossed around willy-nilly. I've done it myself. Because since I study World War II, I'll naturally call my garden a victory garden, right? Well, there is a technical definition for what a victory garden is. And this is something that I found in a newspaper article from the Central New Jersey Home News from March 21st, 1943. It says that a victory garden is defined as one that under competent management and without waste of seeds, fertilizers, land, or time, produces in the space available just as much as possible of the family's summer and winter requirements of those vegetables that contribute most of the health-giving minerals and vitamins to the food supply. Anyone's garden that meets those conditions is a victory. So now we know. It's not just a garden. It's one that practices conservation in materials and space and provides added nutrition for the individual or family. Now, the aspect of conservation of seeds and fertilizer was a result of there being scarcities. Just like there were shortages of certain types of food, there were shortages of seeds. And if we wonder why that was, we can just look at today's situation where, we've got the normal population of people who use seeds, that garden on a regular basis, and all of a sudden there's this pandemic where everyone's at home and they're worried about the food supply. So now everyone wants to plant a garden. There's going to be a shortage of tools. There's going to be a shortage of seeds and dirt and just all kinds of things you need for gardening. Like, I had a hard time finding garden hoses. So all of a sudden with the Victory Garden program, a whole ton more people are needing to plant things and wanting to participate in this program. And they are using up the ready available supply of materials like seeds. So conservation was really important in a victory garden. And also fertilizers. There was a huge need for fertilizers for the farmers. So if the farmers are using up the bulk of the fertilizers available, then the home gardeners were definitely going to have a hard time getting hold of that. So Does my garden qualify as a victory garden? That was the big question. The answer, sadly, is no. But I have great hope for next year. And I have these amazing images of wartime gardens that I can use as a guide. And I will be sharing the ones that I can on my blog. To prepare the public for this new campaign, local victory garden committees were set up under local defense councils. In some areas, victory garden work was undertaken by Citizens Service Corps. Block leaders went to each house asking if they were planning a victory garden and advised prospective gardeners to obtain lots through a clearance house established by the Chamber of Commerce. Anyone with unused lots were asked to register them for free use by others. Block and sector leaders also sought out experienced gardeners in the area to elicit their help in advising others about proper planting and gardening, as well as establishing them in informal advisory groups on gardening. I think this is pretty cool that communities were working hard to help their citizens participate in the program, and they were also gathering local knowledge. You know, people that knew a lot about gardening, they were a huge asset for this program in these smaller localities. So essentially, communities using the resources they already had available to them to do their part in the Victory Garden program and to help their fellow citizens succeed. Now, if you wanted to sign up to have a Victory Garden, and this is also an interesting aspect of the Victory Garden program, you needed to fill out a form to inform your local area council that you wanted to participate. And this was important because of numbers. The government loves numbers. And so they wanted to find out exactly how many people were planting gardens. And it was also a way of knowing how much help was needed. So these forms to sign up were distributed to school children to take home for their parents to fill out and the children to return the next day. If a household didn't have any school-age children, a registration blank was provided in the newspapers. This was to provide a sort of census so that the local Victory Garden committees would know how many people were planning on planting a Victory Garden, to determine how much land was needed, and to allocate available land to people who wished to plant gardens but had no land of their own. So what was on one of these forms? At the top of the form, it says, "Food will win the war and right the peace," which is a pretty cool slogan, I think. Now, this particular form is from New Brunswick, New Jersey. There were various types of forms out there. It just depends on what newspaper that you find it in. This one has a few statements and then yes and no answers. So this is what it reads. I expect to have a Victory Garden in 1943. Yes or no? I have space in my own yard or elsewhere. Yes or no? I would like outside space. Yes or no? I have had a vegetable garden for blank many of years. You fill in the blank. Number in the family? Blank. I expect to can. Yes or no? I have land I would be willing to have others use. And then in parentheses, it says, please tell where. And then at the bottom, you write your name, your address, telephone number, and the apartment or flat number, if that applies. I think these forms are really cool because they say a lot of things. They say what this particular community wanted to know. I like that they ask if they expect to can, despite, I think, the stereotyped view we have of our grandparents or grandmothers that they all knew how to can. That actually isn't true. And so I really like this question because not everybody probably expected to can food. But that is in another episode coming up. Actually, that will be episode 3 after we're done talking about Victory Gardens. Another thing I think is cool about this form is talking about that you need outside space. Like if you didn't have space for a garden, there were people in your community that did have extra space and were willing to let you use it for a Victory Garden. And I just think that's a really cool community cooperative effort there so that everyone could participate in this program that wanted to. Okay, so why were Victory Gardens needed? It seems like kind of an obvious question, but we're going to kind of dive into it in more detail. The Regional Office of Civil Defense Director Joseph M. Laughlin urged everyone to join the Victory Garden movement. He said, quote, "Victory gardening is a major job for 1943. To eat well, we must plant well. The nation's farmers are doing a remarkable job in producing our food, but the demand races ahead of our supply. 1/4 of our total food production this year must go to our armed forces to help supply our allies, their fighting men, and the workers who build their weapons of war. Battle lines are long and supply lines longer. Food stores for future campaigns must be accumulated now. Food must be ready for the gaunt people who look to us for rescue. Here at home, demand for food grows with the increase in war production. All this means less for normal civilian consumption. The solution to the problem lies in victory gardens. They must go a long way towards bridging the gap which widens inexorably between food supply and growing demand. Gardening is war work with a vengeance. Every family growing its own vegetables releases that much more for families unable to raise a garden. Lowered point values on commercial foods may reflect the success of the Victory Garden program." Close quote. So one thing that really stood out to me from this paragraph is that food stores for future campaigns must be accumulated now. Fixing a food problem does not happen overnight. Food takes time to grow, and there's nothing we can do to make it go faster. Well, maybe there's a few things we can help, but food is just going to grow the way it does. So what he's saying is we're looking to the future here. If we want to have a good supply of food for the future, we need to start doing something now. Another thing that stood out to me is that victory gardens lighten the load of manpower needed. So the more garden produce civilians grew, the less men that were needed on a national scale for food production. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle newspaper gave an example of the importance of victory gardens in February of 1943, saying that due to the recent invasion of North Africa, vast amounts of food needed to be hauled there because the Axis had drained the region of food. It was announced that 60,000 tons of food was to be shipped to North Africa. The article stated that, quote, "This food makes the difference between a friendly population and one that would be hungry and resentful," close quote. And as the Allies carried the war into other lands, they would need to feed the people there too. It was a huge responsibility, and it was borne in large part by the American people. So the vitalness of the Victory Garden program really could not be understated. Another reason why the Victory Gardens were needed was because it reduced the demand of strategic materials for canning. So the more people that canned their own food at home with reusable jars, the more tin canned foods were available to go to the military, and the demand was lessened. It also helped relieve food transportation problems. So the more food at home and in town meant less food that needed to be shipped there. And last, but definitely not least, why victory gardens were needed was because of nutrition. I'm going to read to you the introduction to this book that I have called Food Gardens for Defense by MG Keynes. MG Keynes was formerly a special crop culturist and the U.S. Department of Agriculture author of 5 Acres and Independence. This was published in 1942. This is what it says. A word to gardeners. In recent years, there has been a tendency to consider gardening as a hobby. We have tended to look upon such an activity as a luxury, an expensive one at that. Even the folks in the lower income groups often fail to heed the necessity of having fresh vegetables and fruits in their diets. The more affluent found it all too convenient to stop at the corner grocery store, where a wide variety of fresh and canned vegetables and fruits were temptingly displayed. The can opener was easy to use compared with the effort a hoe required. Gardening seemed foolish. Yes, an expensive hobby when one could buy carrots at 5 or 10 cents a bunch. The wide variety of foods to be had without effort on our part seemed perfect. We had all that we wanted to eat. The National Draft Board took the smugness out of most of us. Their reports told of the great numbers of the nation's youth who could not pass the physical examination. It was incredible, and equally incredible the reason given: undernourishment. This was indeed a shock to a country that prided itself on having the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. Plenty of food and at low cost, but undernourishment. Gardening does have something for us besides exercise, something that seemingly does not come out of tin cans. Fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh from the gardens, have health-building and health-protecting vitamins and minerals that cannot be captured and put into a tin. They may look the same when cooked, taste the same, and smell the same, but are they? So that is a really sobering look at why Victory Gardens were so important. If so many young men were turned away at the draft boards because they were undernourished, that was saying a lot about the American diet, where we prided ourselves on the way we could provide ourselves with food, and there was so much food, and yet the nation's youth were undernourished, and Victory Gardens were a way that could fix that. Which goes right along into our next topic about Victory Gardens, and that is propaganda. As was the case with so many things, it wouldn't be a wartime program without propaganda that went along with it. Now, looking for Victory Garden propaganda is a bit tricky because most of the famous images out there are either British or they're from World War I. I have not been able to actually find that many World War II American propaganda about Victory Gardens. They are out there, and I just haven't seen very many. So the ones that I've seen are usually wartime posters featuring children or adults or both working hard in the garden. Some show arms or wheelbarrows or boxes full of garden bounty. Posters with slogans like, "Grow your own, be sure," "Groundwork for victory," "Plant a victory garden, our food is fighting," "A garden will make your rations go further," "Your victory garden counts more than ever," "War gardens for victory," "Grow vitamins at your door." They also enlisted famous characters in this Victory Garden propaganda campaign. One of my favorite Victory Garden images is from the World's Finest Comics fall issue number 11, featuring Batman, Robin, and Superman, all hard at work in their Victory Garden. And it shows Robin sweating pretty hard as he's working there. I love that image. Disney also participated in some of this. There is a film of Donald Duck in his Victory Garden. That's not what the film is about, but it does show him working in his garden, Victory Garden. And then there was Mickey Mouse. He was the mascot of the Green Thumb contest. And I will go more into this in the next episode. But there is a really great image I found in one of my farm journal magazines about this particular program with Mickey Mouse and his green thumb. So a lot of great propaganda that really stirs the soul of how much Victory Gardens are needed, that it's your patriotic duty to have one, and that by growing this food, you are helping the war effort. You are helping your family have greater nutrition. And that meant that you were saving food for our troops and for our allies. Our featured cookbook today is The American Woman's Food Stretcher Cookbook. This was edited by Ruth Berelseimer. She was the director of the Culinary Arts Institute. If you're familiar with these books, they have so many cookbooks published, especially in the 40s and 50s and 60s. These are like little cookbook booklets, and there's a whole series of them. But this particular one was published in wartime. Let me see if I can find the date. 1943. And this cookbook is really cool because it is a little booklet. It's 48 pages. And what I found really cool, besides all the really neat recipes in here, is that it shows you how to make your own fireless cooker. I did not even know this was a thing in wartime. I myself went through a huge homesteading phase where I was looking into all kinds of things like this. But I didn't even know they knew how to do this in wartime. So really cool. It's got diagrams and everything. It teaches you how to use a steamer. all the different cuts of variety meats, as we've talked about before on this show. And it's got some really great images in here too. So in the introduction, the title says, "Let's produce everything we can." Then it says, "In the everyday life of a nation at peace, each of us works at the task best suited to our abilities, then changes that labor for the results of another's. Thus we secure everything we need for a full life and some overflow. In a world at war, this exchange is so interfered with that there is no assurance that we shall be able to exchange our work for the fundamentals of living, food, clothing, and shelter. For that reason, we must produce some or all of these ourselves." And then it goes on to say, "Almost everyone will have a garden of some dimensions this year, and many will expand all previous efforts. It is imperative, no matter how much is raised, that nothing be wasted. If you find your family cannot eat it all, or you do not need all you can or preserve, look around for a neighbor or a family who can use the excess to advantage. If these are amply provided for, there is always the hospital or the children's home with empty jars to fill. Their ration points need stretching too." So it goes on to talk about animals that can be produced for food, additional fats and oils you can render yourself, and then also talking about that there are many lakes and streams generously restocked with fish, and that you can smoke or pickle the excess that you catch. All of these ways you can take care of your food consumption for your family yourself. And so I guess, in a sense, this is a wartime version of a homesteading or emergency preparedness manual. That's kind of the vibe it gives me, which is pretty cool. So the recipes that I tried, I wanted to focus on things that could be produced in the garden, of course, because, victory gardens. So I've been trying to make a better effort in trying like dinner recipes, because I always tend to gravitate toward baking and desserts and yummy things like that. But I really do want to explore more wartime dinner ideas. So I tried this recipe for bean sausages. That's right, bean sausages. Now, this is a vegetarian-friendly recipe. Actually, probably all the ones that I will share with you for Victory Garden, the Victory Garden episodes, will be vegetarian-friendly. These bean sausages are made from 3 cups of mashed cooked beans, cup of breadcrumbs, some sage, salt, pepper, 3 eggs, water, and fat. So you mash up the beans, you combine it with a half cup of the breadcrumbs, the seasonings, 2 of the eggs, then you mix it up kind of like you would meatloaf, I guess. And then you beat the remaining egg and you shape the mashed bean into sausages. I took this to mean like sausage links, not patties. But then you dip them into egg, the remaining egg, and then into the remaining breadcrumbs, and then you brown it in hot fat. It says to serve with tomato sauce. And this recipe serves 6. My recipe did make quite a lot, so I can see how it could serve 6 people. One thing I did not quite pay attention to how much breadcrumbs to go into the mixture. So I put the whole cup of breadcrumbs in with the mashed beans. Oops. But it actually, I think it turned out for the better. I think it maybe held the beans together a little bit more. So I had tons of breadcrumbs in my freezer that I make from grinding up like bread ends and stuff. So I just used another cup of breadcrumbs to roll the sausages in. Were they good? That's the big question, right? Well, my bean-hating child didn't even try them. And that's okay. Because, yeah. But another child said it was okay. And then my husband and I think we enjoyed them pretty well. But here's the thing. These things are pretty bland. And there is no disguising that these are made from beans. The sage did nothing. Like, I could barely taste it over the taste of the beans. Now, I used pinto beans, cannellini beans, and black-eyed peas. I think that was a mistake for the black-eyed peas. While I do love them in other things, the flavor of them was too strong. And I think that's why the recipe suggests navy, pinto, kidney, or limas. Those are all kind of pretty mild beans. So next time I would probably just do some navy beans. But yeah, couldn't taste the sage. Did not taste like sausages. Sorry, 1943. But what I did notice, that while they were bland, that makes them an excellent candidate for dipping into things. So I had this habanero crab ball dipping sauce from a restaurant I went to recently. And I was like, hey, why not? I'll try it in here. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And then I also made a mixture of sour cream and salsa. So kind of playing into this tomato sauce suggestion in the recipe. And that was really good too. I even tried plain sour cream and that was really good. So that's what's exciting about this recipe, is that because of its neutrality and bean flavor, it's really great for just dipping in things, and you can experiment with this. You could do a cheese sauce. You could do, I don't know, whatever you want with beans. So anyway, that was kind of interesting and exciting. Has anyone been fighting over the leftovers? No. Hopefully they won't be forgot about in the back of the fridge. I think I should have some for lunch today. Okay. The next recipe that I tried, I just tried 2 actually, but is for apple crisp. Now, I usually try to pick recipes that are really interesting and maybe people haven't heard of or thought of the combination, but sometimes it's just really good to try an old favorite, but wartime style, and see how it pans out. So apple crisp was my most favorite dessert growing up. And so I have a very specific criteria for what makes a good apple crisp. And it usually involves oats. Now, this recipe does not involve oats whatsoever. So I was really skeptical from the get-go. But it calls for 6 apples. I used a mixture of the wrinkly apples I had in the fridge. I think it was like Granny Smith and Gala. But I think using a mixture of different apples really helps any apple recipe. So it calls for also 2 tablespoons lemon juice, a 1/4 cup of water, 1/2 teaspoon cinnamon, a cup of sugar, 3/4 cup flour, a 1/4 teaspoon salt, and a 1/3 cup of butter. Now, this recipe was weird. I thought at first. So you pare, core, slice the apples into a greased baking dish. You add the lemon juice and a 1/4 cup of water. So there was just liquid in the bottom of this pan, and I thought that was really weird. Usually I just rely on the apples juicing themselves with the sugar for the juice in an apple crisp, right? I think that's what most modern recipes do. But just wait, we'll find out what happened. All right, so you mix the cinnamon with half the sugar and sprinkle that over the apples. Combine the remaining sugar with flour and salt. Cut in the butter. Arrange those crumbs over the apples, and then bake for about 45 minutes. And it serves 6 people. So, no oats, like I said, and this weird amount of water. Another criteria I think is important with apple crisp is the salt to sugar ratio. Salt is very important to set off the sugar flavor. It just enhances it. You just really need that balance for the sugar not to taste flat. Some recipes don't get it right. This had a 1/4 teaspoon salt. So was it enough? So this baked up really nicely. It looked amazing when it was done, even though it was oatless. I was also very curious about where that moisture, like what was going to happen with it. Oh, and I forgot to mention the sugar. A cup of sugar is a lot, especially for a wartime recipe. But what I did was I used 1/2 cup of white sugar to sprinkle over the apples, and then the other 1/2 brown sugar to use in the crumble mixture on the top. So it baked up beautifully. It was golden and crisp. That's another criteria for apple crisp. It needs to be crisp, like the recipe title says. And it was. It was crisp. And while it was still warm, it was very watery because, the water and then the juice from the apples. But the next day, there was some left. Not much, but there was some left. And I just left it out on my stove because sometimes when you put things in the fridge, it gets soggy. But the sauce had thickened, so it was more like a syrup. And so I was skeptical about that water. What I think happened was it helped to steam the apples, and it was so moist in a good way. A lot of times I've had apple crisp kind of like the next day it's more dry. Not that it tastes bad, but this was like juicy and wow. So I, have a seal of approval for that water added. That was a surprise. And it tasted amazing. The salt was perfect and the crust was perfect, which was so shocking without those oats. So if I'm going to make an apple crisp recipe and I don't have oats on hand, this would be my go-to recipe. It was so good. So I highly recommend this. They do suggest to add a 1/2 cup raisins and a 1/4 teaspoon nutmeg to the apples, and to use brown sugar instead of granulated if desired. I'm going to say no to the raisins, but to each his own. And the nutmeg sounds interesting. I think that would be really tasty too. So overall, really great recipes, and these will be up on my blog for you to try yourself. Our story highlight today comes from the March 1942 issue of Farm Journal and Farmer's Wife magazine. If anyone knows anything about me, they know I love this magazine. There are so many amazing issues from wartime. But what I really loved in this particular issue was this story from an article about farm victory gardens. And it was called Preacher's Garden. It says that a preacher's garden need not be any more productive than anybody else's. And for that reason, other folks should be able to match the record made by Reverend Claire V. McNeil of Liberty, Indiana. From a 40 by 50 foot garden patch, he produced 17 pints of butter beans, 10 pints mangoes, 15 pints corn, 27 quarts of beets, 46 quarts of tomatoes, 8 quarts of grape juice, 40 quarts peaches, 8 quarts sauerkraut, 35 pints of beans, 37 quarts string beans, 30 quarts red cherries. And then he says, besides, I harvested 1/2 bushel of onions and unknown amounts of lettuce, radishes, and other vegetables for table use throughout the season. Not the least enjoyable was an abundance of blueberries and beautiful flowers. So, what this article was saying, that if a preacher could do this, anybody can do this. Yeah, well, 40 by 50 foot garden patch. That's huge. Wow. But it's interesting the things that he grew. So butter beans, corn, beets, tomatoes, grapes, peaches, sauerkraut, peas, string beans, and cherries, and then a bunch of radishes and lettuce. Probably some carrots and things like that. Mangoes. That's what I'm curious about. 10 pints of mangoes. Where did he get mangoes? Huh. So I guess he was growing mangoes. Interesting. So, and this is in Indiana. So, way to go, fellow Hoosier. Yeah. This is like the garden of my dreams. The victory garden that is in my heart of hearts. I don't know about you, if you've ever like pored over one of those diagrams of a victory garden with the perfect rows and they tell you everything to plant. Yeah, that is #goals. I want to do that as an experiment, but man, gardening's a lot of hard work, and I really applaud Reverend McNeil for all of his hard work in producing his garden and all of those canned items. Now, what the article does not say is if he canned those things himself. We don't know. But really, though, wow. I admire this guy. If your garden was not as productive, or if you did not put up all this food, don't feel bad. I'm trying to tell myself not to feel bad. What I am proud of is that this season I canned beet relish, I canned dill relish, and I canned salsa. And I canned some jam. So you know what? I think I did pretty well. Not all of that came from my garden. Just the tomatoes from my garden went into the salsa and jalapeno peppers. And that's about it. But still, I think that's a lot to be proud of. And so whatever your gardening efforts have been this year, with how crazy it's been, I think you can pat yourself on the back. And there's just so much that comes from gardens, not just, the nutritional aspect like was emphasized in World War II, but the beauty that comes, that we can enjoy all those beautiful plants, and also just the satisfaction of, work that we can see the results of, and we can enjoy them on our table. So yeah, next week we will be talking about the down and dirty details of a victory garden. So stay tuned for that. If you or your family have American homefront stories, I would love to be able to share them on my podcast. To share your story, go to victorykitchenpodcast.com and click on Share a Ration Story. We have lots of fun on Instagram, so come on over and give me a follow. My handle is Victory Kitchen Podcast. And I would love your support, which helps keep this podcast going. To do so, go to anchor.fm/Sarah Creviston Lee and click on support. Thanks so much for listening, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Band and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with New Sun in the Sky. There's one thing car owners are learning now, many of them for the first time. You can't just put your car away and forget about it. Like any piece of good machinery, you've got to keep it up to keep its value up. That goes for the battery, for the tires, and it goes for the finish, too. Smashed bugs and road scum will damage the finish of your car if they're not removed. Even the dirt accumulation and temperature changes in a garage or parking space will cause damage. So even if you're not driving your car very much these days, you'll still lengthen the life of the finish and keep it new-looking if you clean and polish it with Johnson's Car New. I can tell you that's an easy job, because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application, 2 jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid. You apply it, let it dry, wipe it off. It does an amazing job of bringing back your car's original showroom shine. Then, if you want to give the finish added protection, apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular Johnson's Wax. But first, clean and polish the car with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Every man has his favorite dish. With the master, he thinks, of 79 Wistful Vista, it's pot roast. And here in the living room, inhaling the luscious aroma wafting in from the kitchen, we find a man with an appetite and a woman with a genius for doing something about it, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Baby, does that smell good? How long before we eat, Molly?
Now, don't get impatient, dearie. It won't be long now.
But I'm starved. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse and chase the jockey.
For goodness sakes, McGee, you had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch.
Well, I've been working.
At what?
Oh, different stuff. Took me 3 hours to fix that automatic pencil of mine.
Well, no wonder you're famished, dearie. Yeah. My goodness, fixing a pencil all afternoon.
My poor little fingers to the bone.
Now, look, do you think at your age you should exert yourself like that?
Oh, quit kidding.
But just relax, dearie. The pot roast is almost done. 17 minutes more.
17?
I cook by the clock, McGee. I believe in perfection in my cooking.
I'll say you do. You cook the best pot roast I ever looped a lip over. If you ever hear any vicious gossip to the effect that I married you for your pot roast, it ain't vicious gossip. It's the ugly truth.
Well, thank you, dearie. Say, did you get that new crystal for your watch today?
Oh, I forgot. I might walk down to Gilly's jewelry store right after dinner and get it.
Are they open?
I'll find out. Give me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Gilly's jewelry store on 14th, just opposite Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, huh? Hey, we're having pot roast for dinner tonight, Mert. Yeah, what are you having? Huh? Oh. Well, watch out for the bones.
What are they having for dinner, McGee?
Her little sister's algebra teacher. What say, Mert? Yeah, it took a while. Okay, I'll let it go. Now, let's eat, Molly.
All right, McGee. I'll take up the pot roast while you wash your hands.
Oh, my hands are clean.
Go wash your hands.
But, Molly, my hands are as clean...
McGee!
Okay. How's my shirt?
Good enough. Besides, you haven't got time to change now.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Pot roast. If there's anything I like better than pot roast, it's a second helping of pot roast. I remember one time when I was president of the PTA...
The what?
Oh, maybe I never told you. I worked in a pet shop once, and we had a lot of parrots that wouldn't talk. So me and 3 or 4 other fellas started a business to teach parrots how to talk.
What'd you call it?
The Parrot Teachers Association. Well, sir... Oh, my gosh. Who's that?
I don't know, but I hope they don't stay long.
Well, if they do, they're going to have to talk to me over a bowl of hot gravy.
Well, now, listen, don't ask them to eat with us. I only made enough pot roast for 2.
Okay.
Come in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Won't you come in and sit down?
Oh, maybe he hasn't got time to sit down, Molly. Must be about his dinner time.
Oh, I'm in no hurry, McGee. Am I interrupting your dinner by any chance?
If you are, I hope it is by chance. Because we only got barely enough for...
McGee.
Enough for McGee. What's on your mind, Latrivia? I can spare you a minute.
Oh, nothing in particular, McGee. I just wanted your opinion on the new big bulletin board on the City Hall steps.
What's that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it's a huge poster affair, Mrs. McGee, upon which we post air raid information, rationing information, directions about enlistments, and that sort of thing.
Well, I think it's great. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. I'll be seeing you.
Now, listen, McGee. Don't be rude. Maybe the mayor wasn't through talking.
Oh, sure he was.
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
I value the personal opinions of the citizens of Wistful Vista.
You wouldn't value mine right now.
Must be a great help to a mayor to take sort of an informal poll of people's ideas, Mr. Mayor.
It is indeed. I like to proceed cautiously with these things. I go by the old aphorism, a stitch in time saves 9.
9 what?
9 anything.
Now, listen, if you tore something, Mr. Mayor, I'll get needle and thread and fix it for you.
No, it's just an old expression, a stitch in time saves 9.
Well, that's pretty silly. How can you take a stitch in time? They making clocks out of cotton now so you can...
I was merely quoting an old saw, McGee, to the effect.
Oh, if you tore something on a saw, Mr. Mayor, it must be pretty bad. Turn around and let me see.
I didn't tear anything, Mrs. McGee.
Well, then what you come busting in here for, yelling for a needle and thread? If you ain't the worst false alarm, Latrivia...
I didn't start yelling for a needle and thread, Mrs. McGee.
I never yell. It isn't ladylike, and besides...
I didn't say you did yell, Mrs. McGee. I merely said...
Stop arguing with my wife.
Now, look here, McGee. My, something smells good. What is it?
Heavenly days, my pot roast. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, certainly.
Funny thing about the missus. The minute she gets dinner ready, she wants to sit right down and eat. And she loves pot roast.
Oh, I don't blame her. So do I.
Yeah. Well, I can take it or leave it myself. Well, it's nice you dropped in, Latrivia. You got my okay on that bulletin board. What'd you do with your hat?
I didn't wear a hat, McGee.
Oh.
I like to walk in the open air bareheaded. Gives me an appetite.
Does, eh?
Certainly does.
Yeah, bet it does at that.
Yes, indeed, really does.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Yes, sir. Gives me a great appetite. You know how it is. Bachelor like me eating out all the time. Have to work up an appetite.
Well, that's the best way to do it. All right, all right. Brisk walk in the open air. Particularly at about this time of day. Well, I'm sorry you're in such a hurry, Latrivia, because...
McGee, why don't you ask the mayor to sit down? My goodness, anybody think you were rushing him out?
Anybody but him would.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I will sit down for just a moment.
Oh.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh, nothing. Well, what do you know, Latrivia?
Oh, nothing new, McGee. Say, I hope you're not having guests for dinner. I wouldn't want to intrude, you know.
No, Mr. Mayor. There's just McGee and me. And we usually eat in the kitchen when we're alone.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mrs. McGee. That's the way I like it, too. When I drop in on people unexpectedly and they suggest we have a pick-up meal in the kitchen, I'm just delighted.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty uncomfortable. Water's always dripping in the sink or percolator bubbles so you can't hear yourself think or something. I like to put on a little dog when I eat.
Oh, now, McGee. McGee, what are you doing?
Just tightening my belt a little is all.
Oh, losing weight, McGee?
I think I have, recently. Last few hours or so. Well, don't rush away, Latrivia. Just because we were going to grab a bite to eat don't mean...
Not a bit, McGee, not a bit. No, you go right ahead with what you were doing. Forget I'm here.
Now, we wouldn't think of it. Have you seen tonight's paper, Mr. Mayor?
No, and I always do the crossword puzzle, too. Here it is. Have you got a pencil, McGee?
Yeah, here. And be careful with it. I spent all afternoon fixing it. Take it with you, Latrivia. Take the paper, too.
Excuse me a minute, Mr. Mayor. McGee, may I speak to you a minute?
Huh? Sure. Excuse me, Latrivia.
Of course. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
What's an 8-letter word meaning a popular dinner dish?
Let me see. 8 letters. What does it begin with?
P-O space R.
I know, pot roast.
That's it.
Oh.
Nearly finished with the puzzle?
No, I've got quite a long way to go yet.
But ain't you getting kind of hungry, Latrivia?
Oh, I don't know. Are you?
Not a bit. How about you, McGee?
Me? Shucks, I had ham and eggs and 2 pieces of pie for lunch. Why should I be hungry? I can go for hours yet.
Yeah, so can I.
Well, here we are, aren't we?
Sure are.
What's a 9-letter word meaning appetizing?
Vertical or horizontal?
Well, what difference does it make?
Well, it might make a lot. Asparagus is horizontal, and artichokes are vertical, and they're both delicious.
Thank you very much. Now, let me see. 32 vertical.
Oh, now, come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
You know Mayor Latrivia, Oldtimer.
Don't care if I do. Pleased to meet you, Sonny. Stranger in town?
Not exactly.
He's the mayor, Mr. Oldtimer.
Is that so? About time we had a new mayor. Got an awful stuffed vest in the city hall now. Name's Latrivia.
I am Latrivia.
Any relation?
Look, old-timer, this is that Latrivia. He's our mayor.
Congratulations, Sonny. Get in there and pitch. Can't do any worse than that, Latrivia.
Please, Mr. Oldtimer, this gentleman is Mr. Latrivia.
Can't be, daughter. Latrivia ain't a gentleman. Hey, Sonny, you look like a fellow I went to school with.
You don't say. I was Princeton 27, and you?
Lockheed 42. Welding school. Where are you working?
We just told you he's the mayor.
Glad to hear it. Whatever become of Latrivia?
Nothing. I'm still here.
Don't change the subject, young fella. I was talking about Latrivia.
But he is Mr. Latrivia.
Same name as the mayor, huh?
Doggone it, he is the mayor.
Is that so? Small world, ain't it? Hey, kid, sign this petition for me, will you?
Certainly. Let me take that pencil, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Right at the bottom there, daughter. That's it. You too, Johnny.
Okay.
Right below. Oh, and you, Sonny. What was the name?
Latrivia.
Name's familiar. We met before someplace?
You just met him here 2 minutes ago.
I did? Time sure drags, don't it?
You don't know the half of it. It's been so long since I ate, I think all my swallows have gone back to Capistrano.
That's pretty good, Johnny. That ain't the way I heard it. Way I heard it. Hey, did you sign this petition, Sonny?
Yes, I did.
Much obliged. Way I heard it. One feller says to t'other feller, see? They say it's going to be kind of hard to get gas after July 15th. That's great, says t'other feller. My radishes ought to be up by then. Much obliged, kids. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Oldtimer.
Just a minute, sir. That petition we just signed, I didn't read it very carefully.
Oh, we're going to impeach the mayor, Johnny. A fellow named Latrivia.
But I am Mayor Latrivia.
Well, now, don't worry about it. Common name. Met 3 fellas named Latrivia in the last 5 minutes. How's so long, kids? Glad I've met you, Mr.
Latrivia.
Criminy, another one?
Some silly conversations in my day, but that one wins the Petty Boy and Inner Tube.
Don't you think you better trot down to City Hall and do something about that petition, Latrivia?
Certainly not. I'm a great deal more worried about you two good people. I'm afraid I'm keeping you from your dinner.
What on earth gave you that idea?
Yeah, just because we got the table all set and you smell a pot roast cooking on the stove, and I'm beginning to feel faint, and Molly keeps looking at the clock. You needn't jump to conclusions.
No. The longer a pot roast cooks, the better it is, I always say.
It certainly smells delicious. Very fond of pot roast myself, particularly when it's cooked at home. I think the sight of a well-browned pot roast with that delicately flavored gravy oozing out of it is one of the finest... McGee, don't you feel well?
Here, dearie. Sit down a minute.
I'll be all right. Don't mind me.
Do you think it's something you ate?
Whatever it is, it must be very painful. The poor lad's got tears in his eyes. Use your handkerchief, darling.
I haven't got one on me.
What's that up your sleeve there?
That's my napkin, Snoopy.
Hello, folks. What's cooking?
Pot roast, and hasn't it been a lovely day?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in on a dinner party. Or is it a dinner party? Oh, on second thought, it's so late, you must have all had dinner.
That's 2 thoughts you've had today, Mastermind. So don't push your luck.
Hey, what are you so bad-tempered about, Fibber?
Well, he doesn't feel well, Mr. Wilcox. He feels kind of irritated.
What about, Fibber? What's your beef?
Pot roast. Or have I mentioned that?
I think McGee will be all right if we can only get him to eat something, Mr. Wilcox.
Maybe some crackers and milk, eh?
Or some tea and toast.
McGee, stop trembling.
No, I ain't trembling. I'm just quivering with happiness with everybody taking so much interest in me. What do you want, anyway, Wilcox?
Now, McGee, that's no way to talk to Mr. Wilcox. After all, he represents the sponsor. And if it wasn't for the sponsor, you wouldn't be eating. What am I saying? You'll have to make allowances for him today, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure. Everybody feels like that on occasion. I met a fellow today who was snapping everybody's head off.
He must have been even hungrier than I am.
What did you say, McGee?
He's just talking to himself. What was the matter with your irritable friend, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it's a funny thing. He was subconsciously annoyed by the dull and dingy looks of his car. I showed him how easy it was to bring back that showroom shine with some Johnson's Car New. How it cleans and polishes in one easy operation in practically no time at all. And when he got through car-newing that automobile, he was the cheerfulest, happiest fellow you could ever hope to meet. Gay as a grig, so delighted with that gleaming finish and the simplicity of the whole car-new operation that he insisted on taking me out to lunch.
Why doesn't everybody go away and leave me to my memories?
Say, it was some lunch, too. Ice-cold jellied consomme, crisp lettuce salad, a golden brown, light and fluffy mushroom omelet. Oh, hey, grab him, Latrivia. He's fainting.
I got him.
Somebody run and get a glass of pot roast. I mean water.
Hey, I'll dash down to the corner. There's a doctor down there.
I don't want a doctor.
I know it, but I promised him a car new demonstration today. See you later.
What's the matter with you, McGee? Every time anybody mentions food, you turn pale.
I think he's a little faint from loss of hunger, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm all right. I think maybe I better run up and go to bed.
Can you sleep on an empty stomach?
He sleeps on his side.
I can go to sleep, all right. All I got to do is just start counting politicians jumping over a pot roast. That always gets...
Come in. Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
Good day, Mrs. Uppington.
Nella Trivia, what a delightful surprise. I didn't know the McGees were having a guest for dinner. A lovely evening, isn't it?
Won't you sit down, Abigail?
Oh, thank you. No, my dear. I just stopped in to see if you and Mr. McGee had any plans for dinner this evening.
Yeah, we had plans, all right. Anyway, I did. But as the poet says, there's many a slip twixt the skillet and the gullet.
I don't think McGee feels much like eating this evening, Mrs. Uppington. The very mention of food seems to upset him.
Yes, the poor lad. I think he has a touch of oral humidity.
Good heavens. Oral humidity? What is that?
My mouth waters. Why'd you ask, Uppy?
Oh, well, I was eating alone tonight, and my cook has prepared a simply delicious boeuf brassé, and I had rather hoped you would be able to join me. Oh, informally, of course.
Well, thanks, Abigail, but I don't believe we'll be able to. It was nice of you to think of us.
Yeah, I ain't much for those French dishes anyway, Uppy. I'm strictly a eat in the kitchen and holler for more ketchup guy myself.
If I didn't feel that I was deserting McGee when he doesn't feel well, Mrs. Uppington, I'd accept your invitation myself.
Well, I'm terribly sorry about it, Miss McGee. Perhaps some other time.
Okay, if I live. I think I got a bad case of malnutrition. My tummy is so wrinkled you could grab me by the head and feet and play me like an accordion.
Why, I wouldn't think of doing such a thing. But you know, I was so sure that you particularly, Mr. McGee, would enjoy a bit of boeuf brassé.
Oh, I don't think so, Abigail. He usually shies away from those foreign specialties. As he says, he's just a Yankee Doodle for a bean and a noodle.
Well, some other time, perhaps. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Abigail. Like to have gone over there, dearie, but everything's always so fancy.
Yeah, I always feel that I ought to be eating my olives with gloves on over there. Hey, Latrivia.
Yes?
You're an educated guy. What was this boeuf brassé her cook dreamed up?
You don't know?
No, what is it?
Pot roast.
The King's Men sing the Bombardier song.
Said the bombardier to the pilot, give us a little ride. The pilot said to the navigator, won't you slide inside? The navigator, he looked around and said to the engineer, your hands are dirty, your pants are dirty, you're dirty behind the ear. Said the bombardier to the gunner, how are we fixed for lead? The pilot said to the radio man, how's the weather ahead? The weather's fine for flying. The fog has gone to bed. There's such good when we fly home again. Let the bombardier to the pilot give us the pretty crate, and 5 degrees to the right will make it just as sure as fate. The ship belonged to the bombardier who opened his little bay. He saw the target, the enemy target, and suddenly, bombs away!
Look, Latrivia, if you'd left when Wilcox did, he might have given you a lift in his car.
I wouldn't think of leaving till I'm sure you'll be all right, McGee.
Oh, he'll be all right, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll put him right to bed.
With no dinner?
Oh, phooey on dinner. I think it does people good to skip a meal now and then. Good night's sleep is just as valuable.
Not to me. I've got to have my dinner. Oh. But if you're going to bed, I guess I'd better be going to a restaurant someplace.
Well, it's nice you dropped in, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're sorry we're not going with you, Latrivia. I get awful hungry for a good restaurant-cooked meal now and then.
Don't be silly, McGee. I smelled that pot roast.
What pot roast? Oh, that pot roast. Well, that's for lunch tomorrow. Well, good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night. Good night, McGee.
Good night, Latrivia. Oh, boy. Now for that pot roast. I thought that guy would never go home.
Looks like we'd have to start taking our meals behind locked doors, dearie.
Well, come on. I got just enough strength left to lift the first mouthful of pot roast, and then when I...
McGee, look at my pot roast is ruined.
Huh?
It's all cooked away.
Let's see.
Oh,
my gosh.
dear.
Oh, my. Oh, looks like a retread on a retread. Oh, gone that Latrivia anyway. He's responsible for this. Next time I need him,
never mind that, McGee. Get your hat. We got to go out and eat now.
Huh?
Come on.
Oh, okay. Let's go someplace where they got pot roast.
All right.
I've been all puckered up for pot roast for 3 days. Come on, Molly, let's hurry.
Oh, my. I hope we can get a table right away, McGee. I'm starved.
You're starved. Gee whiz, I can even eat spinach. Hey, sis, can we get a table?
I think so, sir. I have one right over here. This way, please.
Thank you, dearie. You know, I almost felt sorry for Mayor Latrivia, McGee. I wish we'd asked him to eat with us.
Not me. The way that wolf moved in on us, I wouldn't split a pea with him.
Here you are, sir, and here's the menu.
Oh, boy. Let me study this a minute.
McGee, will you look? The specialty for today.
Where?
At the top of the page there. Pot roast.
Ah, baby. This is my lucky day.
Sure.
Hey, sis, bring me a double order of that pot roast. How about you, Molly?
No, just a bowl of soup and some green salad.
Okay.
Yes, madam, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you, sir.
Huh?
The pot roast is all gone. I just served the last portion of it to that gentleman over there.
Where?
The gentleman with his back towards you at the next table.
Oh, well, we can't have everything. Hey, Bud, how's the pot roast?
Excellent. In fact... Oh, hello, McGee.
Trivia.
Maybe you've already noticed that I like to talk about wax. Well, it has so many uses that if I talked about a different one every week, I could go on for several years without repeating myself. But what interests me today is, what is the real purpose of wax? The number one reason for using it on your floors, furniture, and woodwork. That reason is protection. When you apply a coat of genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, to any surface, you are really protecting that surface against dirt and wear, adding to its life. That makes wax a very useful item today when one of our jobs is to conserve and make our things last. Now, of course, protection is not wax's only contribution. It does save you many hours of housework, and it does add rich, mellow beauty to your entire home. But you can count these as extra dividends. You'll get more than your money's worth just from the protection the genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, gives to your floors, furniture, and woodwork.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Navy wants and needs 30,000 pilots a year to be trained on a 12-month program of flight training. The requirements are simple. They want young men between 18 and 27, high school graduates, who have been American citizens for at least 10 years. All those successfully completing the course will be commissioned as ensign with pay and allowances of over $200 a month.
Yes, it's a wonderful and thrilling opportunity for young men to find a new glory under old glory.
Join the Navy and see the world made into a decent place for free people to live in. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly programs are shortwaved each week to our armed forces throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everyone. That's right. It's time for another hour of your favorite show, The Swing Sister Show. I am your host for the evening, Jamie. Unfortunately, my fellow swing sister Erin is out today, but even though we're short a swing sister this evening, we're still going to have a lot of fun, and I've got lots of 1930s and 1940s songs coming up. This first song of the hour is from 1936. It is It True What They Say About Dixie by Jimmy Dorsey.
Is it true what they say about Dixie? Does the sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom at everybody's door? And do folks keep eating possum until they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh, do they long, like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong.
was the talented Jimmy Dorsey with Bob Eberly on vocals.
To have confidence, courage, high personal morale, to inspire morale in others, you need to have confidence in yourself, the assurance that you look your best, that your clothes are right. You will be well dressed and comfortable too in Real Silk's new Design for Action clothes. All our original styles created and coordinated exclusively for Real Silk by famous New York designers in accordance with the government's new regulations for women's apparel. They are designed with the emphasis on fine fit and a well-tailored, lasting look of quality. You'll find them a sound addition to your wartime wardrobe, not only slack suits, but dresses, lingerie, and hosiery.
Next up, we have The Glory of Love by Benny Goodman with Helen Ward on vocals, and this song is also from 1936. This next artist I'm going to play for you, I often struggle with the correct pronunciation of his last name, but here comes Horace Heidt from 1939 with Tomorrow Night.
all the thrill be gone. Tomorrow night, will this be just another memory? Another song that wouldn't linger on.
Tonight your lips are tender, your heart is beating fast. You willingly surrender, but darling, will it last?
Tomorrow night, will you remember what you said to me? Tomorrow night, all the things you said tonight.
What's the reason little birds invest in the nest? Do you know? Does anybody know the answer? The answer is love. What's the reason little girls and boys give up their toys? Do you know? Does anybody know the answer? The answer is love. What caused the market crash that caused the big depression? What makes the world go round with that busy expression? What's the reason little Jack and Jill climbed that hill? Do you know? Does anybody know the answer? The answer is love.
You just heard two back-to-back songs from 1939. The first song was by Horace Heidt in Tomorrow Night, and the second one was Bob Crosby with The Answer Is Love. You know, I'm actually feeling the year 1939, so let's go ahead and throw another one in there. Here comes In the Books by Jan Savitt.
the tune they like the best? When the jive becomes deluxe, what's the number one request? 7:20 in the books. When the band begins to play, you should see the dirty looks. If the leader doesn't say 7:20 in the books, it's something that you'll approve. Gets you right in the groove. To keep in step, you really gotta be hip. Just be like a kangaroo, or the fishes in the brooks. Everybody's jumping to 7:20 in the books.
Show on social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok?
That's right. And be sure to email the Swing Sisters Show at gmail.com for any feedback or requests.
And be sure to tune in every Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on iHeartRadio and Live 365 to hear new episodes of the Swing Sisters Show
on the Whiz Mix.
And now you can hear us on WLVN 1940s Radio every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain Time.
Or 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Whew! Hot dog! What a mouthful.
Here comes a number you may not have heard of. This is Glenn Gray Casaloma with I May Be Wrong, But I Think You're Wonderful.
wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell. I like your style, say, I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell? All of my shirts are unsightly, all of my ties are a crime. If dear in you I pick rightly, it's the very first time. You came along, say, I think you're marvelous. I think you're grand, but I may be wrong.
On May 27th, for the first time in history, the U.S. Army began general recruiting of women. The response was terrific. At registration centers in the nation's 9 corps area, women of infinite variety scrambled to enlist in the first cadre of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. There were college girls and career women, shop girls and stenographers, housewives and widows. Before the day ended, 13,208 had applied. Only 450 will be selected for the initial 2 months officers training course to be given at Fort Des Moines, Iowa, beginning July 15th. Many of last week's registrants had little conception of WAC's functions or aims. Some wanted to fly bombers, others to shoot big guns. Actually, the 150,000 auxiliaries who will ultimately compose the corps will operate as typists, hygienists, chauffeurs, cooks, bakers, accountants, telegraphers. A large proportion will be assigned to the aircraft warning service. Some make it overseas. Most of them will serve at home.
The next song we have for you this evening is from 1940. This is Johnny Lang with In a Shanty in Old Shanty Town.
After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue, you'll feel sad, you'll miss the bestest pal you've ever had. There'll come a time, now don't forget it, there'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart'll break like mine and you want me only. After you've gone, after you've gone away.
After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue, you'll feel sad.
You'll miss the best battle you've ever had.
There'll come a time, don't forget it, baby, when you'll regret it someday. When you grow lonely, your heart will break like mine and you'll want me only. After you've gone, after you've gone away.
After you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying you'll feel blue, you'll feel sad, you'll miss the biggest battle you've ever had. There'll come a time, now don't forget it, there'll come a time when you'll regret it. Someday, when you grow lonely, your heart'll break like mine and you want me only. After you've gone away, way. After you've gone away.
I'm sure you recognize that artist. That was Al Jolson with After You've Gone.
Darling, I heard you can help support the Swing Sisters show. If you're enjoying it and would like to support all future shows and upcoming projects, you can donate to their PayPal.
That's right. Just put in the Swing Sisters Show at gmail.com. All donations are appreciated and will help keep the show swinging. And we're definitely going to keep this show swinging. Let's go on with I'm Gonna Love That Gal Like She's Never Been Loved Before by Perry Como from 1945.
I'm gonna love that gal like she's never been loved before. I'm gonna show that gal she's the baby that I adore. When she's in my arms again, our dreams will all come true. Then the years between might never have been. We'll start our lives anew. I'm gonna kiss that gal like she's never been kissed before. And though I miss that gal, she's the baby I'm waiting for. We'll never part again, she'll hold my heart again, forever and evermore. I'm gonna love that gal like she's never been loved before. I'm gonna love that gal like she's never been loved before. I'm gonna show that gal she's the baby that I adore. When she's in my arms again, our dreams will all come true. Then the years between might never have been. We'll start our lives anew. I'm gonna kiss that gal like she's never been kissed before. And though I miss that gal, she's the baby I'm waiting for. We'll never part again, she'll hold my heart again, forever and evermore. I'm gonna love that gal like she's never been loved before.
You had just heard Perry Como, followed by Paul Whiteman and his orchestra with Announcer's Blues. For last week's show, Aaron wanted me to do a movie recommendation based on a song that we had ended that hour with. And I said, no, I won't do it this time, but I'll do it soon. And then when I came into the studio today, I still did not plan to do a movie recommendation, but you know what? I changed my mind.
It's a Swing Sister Show movie recommendation!
The movie I'm recommending for you this evening actually has a very special place in my heart, and I need to tell you a little of the story on why it's so special and why I want to recommend it. So when I was a young teenager living in the Chicago area, our local TV station, Channel 7, would air old movies on at about 3-4 a.m. in the morning on Saturday morning. One Saturday morning, I woke up very early. I couldn't sleep, so I went out to the living room and I turned on TV. One of these old movies was on Channel 7, and the movie was Higher and Higher from 1943. I enjoyed the movie so much that it became a habit of mine to wake up early every Saturday morning to watch what movie Channel 7 had on. And though I grew up watching old movies from the 30s and the 40s with my grandparents and my parents, it was this movie that actually reignited my love for movies from that era. Starring Michelle Morgan, Jack Haley, and Frank Sinatra, the movie is about a group of servants whose employer, Mr. Drake, has gone broke and has not paid them for 7 months. So in order to get paid and to save the mansion that they are all living in, they come up with a scheme to pass off scullery maid Millie as Mr. Drake's debutante daughter. Now throw in the suave Frank Sinatra, who happens to be their neighbor, Mr. Drake's actual daughter's childhood friend and now rival debutante, and a couple twists and turns to their con artist scheme, and you will get a musical comedy like Higher and Higher that you're sure to enjoy. And now here's a small clip from the movie Higher and Higher.
It's for you. His name is Sinatra.
How do you do? How do you do? Hello.
Hello.
I brought you some flowers.
Oh, for me?
Uh-huh. And a new song.
Oh, thank you.
Sweet. You haven't been waving lately, and I thought perhaps you were ill.
Oh, no, I felt swell.
You see, we know each other from across the courtyard.
Oh, so you're the one.
Sounds positively indecent. You know how your father feels about those things. Am I doing wrong? You're not doing bad. May I ask your name?
My name is Millie Pick.
That's just the nickname. You see, her real name is Miss Pamela Drake.
Of the Drakes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather silly. I thought Miss Drake was a member of the household staff. I apologize.
The staff accepts your apology.
Is there something wrong with your head?
Oh, no. You see, I'm just learning to walk.
It's a delayed case.
We're getting Miss Drake ready for her debut next week at the Butler's Ball.
Oh, that's a coincidence. I'm singing at the Butler's Ball. Our chambermaid has asked me.
Oh, you mean Margaret? Oh, how very nice. Is this a love song?
No, it's a torch ballad.
Oh, a hot tune, ain't it? Ain't it? Won't you please sing it for me now? Oscar will play it.
Well, You see, Pamela,
Oh, don't mind Michael. He's only the valet here. Come along.
Yes, I'm only the...
Oh, Oscar.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you play this for my friend?
For your friend, I'll play it extra well.
That guy may sing us out of a fortune.
If you watch the movie, I would love to hear what you think. Be sure to message me at theswingsistersshow@gmail.com. And now I'm going to play for you the song that would have continued that movie clip. This is I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night by Frank Sinatra.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning, 'cause
'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last
Coming up next, we have Stan Kenton with Do Nothing Till You Hear From Me.
Till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why people tear the seam of anyone's dream is over my head. Do nothing till you hear from me. At least consider our romance. If you should take the word of others you've heard, I haven't a chance. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue? When we're apart, the words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will.
And remember, if you're loving our show, you know where to find us.
Darling, did you know that you can follow the Swing Sister Show on social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok?
That's right. And be sure to email the Swing Sister Show at gmail.com for any feedback or requests.
And be sure to tune in every Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on iHeartRadio and Live 365 to hear new episodes of the Swing Sister Show
on the Whiz Mix.
And now you can hear us on WLVN 1940s Radio every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain Time.
Or 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Whew! Hot dog! What a mouthful. And now more news from the home front. Instead of playing bridge, the wives of Atlanta families hold their neighborhood hen parties with constructive purpose to make the things they need and to repair and refurbish the things they have against lean days. These sessions only augment the organized Red Cross or AWVS activities with which they are already occupied. On the afternoons at 3 p.m. at the home of Mrs. Harold H. Martin, whose husband does publicity for a Georgia theater chain, the children, home from school at 2:30, were amused by Betty Lippett and Beverly Lorton. Meanwhile, the others fixed sweaters, shirts, and socks for husbands, made dresses for themselves, practiced first aid, and eagerly planned for future sessions.
Coming up next, we have Scatterbrain by Freddie Martin with Glenn Hughes on vocals.
Pleasant as the morning and refreshing as the rain. Isn't it a pity that you're such a scatterbrain? When you smile it's so delightful, when you talk it's so insane. Still it's charming chatter, scatterbrain. I know I'll end up apoplectic, but there's nothing I can do. It's just the same as being in a hurricane. And though my life will be too hectic, I'm so much in love with you. Nothing else can matter, you're my darling scatterbrain. You're as gay as New Year parties and you're sweet as sugar cane. But when you get serious, you're an awful scatterbrain. When we dance, I think it's heaven till about the third refrain. Then you start that awful patter, scatterbrain. Perhaps I'm much too analytic, but I'm a well-known tree. I tried to understand your double talk in vain. Yet won't you please forgive your critic, cause it's much too mean to me. Nothing else can matter, you're my darling scatterbrain.
Said
the piper, you're a viper, but the mayor didn't care. Better forget it, you'll never get it. So the Pied Piper, he marched into Hamelin, charmed the children as he led them around when he blew. He taught them swinging how they're going to town.
Was Bunny Bear again with vocalist Ruth Gaylor in the Pied Piper. Coming up next, we have Erskine Hawkins with 5 O'Clock Whistle. good things, this episode has come to its end. Don't forget you can tune in to hear the Swing Sisters show every Sunday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on the Whiz Mix, which can be found on iHeartRadio and Live 365, or every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on WLVN 1940s Radio. And be sure to follow us on social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and even TikTok. And don't forget, you can reach out to us anytime at our email at theswingsistershow@gmail.com. I'm going to go ahead and finish the show with a song that's sure to get stuck in your head. Here's Jimmy Durante with Inka Dinka Doo.
Folks, ain't that beautiful? My symphony, a masterpiece. I can hear you saying, what is that haunting refrain that I hear in the air? Here and there, everywhere. It's just a beautiful strain that keeps haunting my brain constantly. It's my melody, it's my symphony. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. Oh, what a tune, all crooning. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. It's got the whole world spooning. Eskimo bells up in Iceland are ringing. They've made their own paradise land singing. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo simply means ink. A dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. Listen to that melody. Listen to that melody. Why, it would add class to any concert. You know, I resent them playing my symphony and jazz. I resent it. But they're paying me for this, so I'm helpless. Really helpless. But if that's what the world wants, I'm your slave. So here it is. A dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. Just a crooner, just a crooner. Ink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. There's a little bit of Bing Crosby in me. Eskimo bells up in Iceland are ringing. Come on, Jimmy. Here comes the finish. Pep it up. Hit it. Dink, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee, a dink-a-doo. What a voice. What a voice. Simply means ink. A dink-a-doo, a dink-a-dee.
You've been listening to the Swing Sisters Show. Hooray!
From Hollywood, California, we present Gene Hersholt in a new Dr. Christian story called Prelude to Thanksgiving. Presented for your enjoyment by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other famous Vaseline specialties. Do you know that any woman can give her hair a real oil treatment for only a few pennies? Now, here's what you do. Massage Vaseline Hair Tonic generously on your scalp. And then, with your scalp feeling tingly and well-stimulated, wring a towel out of hot water and wrap it around your head. Keep this steaming up for several minutes, and then shampoo your hair. You'll really be amazed when you see how soft and lustrous your hair looks. No matter how dry your scalp has been, how dry or brittle your hair, you'll find it looks and feels better after a Vaseline Hair Tonic treatment. Vaseline Hair Tonic contains absolutely no drying ingredients. It helps the natural oils of the scalp keep your hair healthy looking and easy to manage. You'll find Vaseline Hair Tonic economical, too. Only 40 cents for a generous shaker top bottle and only 70 cents for the large economy size. Now let us set the stage for tonight's Dr. Christian drama, which is called Prelude to Thanksgiving. Among Dr. Christian's favorite patients in River's End are the members of the Gardner family, Kathy, an energetic and attractive young matron, and her daughter, Catherine Ann, who dubbed herself Tanny at the age of 18 months and has been called that ever since. The cast in the play includes Janet Russell in the role of Tanny, Gloria Holden as Kathy, Edwin Mills as Randy, Eugene Dorian as Bud Collins, and, of course, Rosemary DeCamp in the role of Judy Price, the doctor's secretary. As the curtain rises, we find Dr. Christian in his office, adjusting a bandage and protesting vigorously.
Tanny, listen, I can't put a bandage on this ankle if you keep moving your foot around like that.
Oh, my foot's going to be all right. Mother wouldn't have thought anything about it if I'd turned it any way but trying to chin myself on the cherry tree with the boys. I beat 'em all, though.
But your mother didn't like you doing it?
No. She didn't say much, but Mother's an open book to me, Dr. Christian. I always know exactly what she thinks I should do and what she thinks about me when I don't do it.
Well, why don't you try doing it once in a while? You're fond of your mother, aren't you, Tanny?
I love her, Dr. Christian. I just about die for Mom. You know that. But she's so old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Dr. Christian, she's living in the past, practically in the Dark Ages.
Well, I've probably been so busy I just hadn't noticed. There isn't any movement on foot that you know of to have old parents put in a little chamber, say about 30, is there? After they have outlived their usefulness, I mean.
Are you making fun of me? Because if you are...
Oh, no, not at all, Tanny. Well, you just told me of certain revolutionary changes, which I'm afraid in my absent-minded way I hadn't noticed. I'm only trying to get your point of view. Unless you feel I'm too old even to get it.
No, you're different. That's one of the nicest things about you, Dr. Christian. You never seem to be any special age. I can talk to you just the way I can to Randy.
Randy?
You know Randy, Randolph Billings.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. I know him very well. He used to suck all the paint off his toy soldiers. And I had to go up there every week or so and give him a pill. It frightened his mother out of her wits. I finally sent him a set of unpainted soldiers, and we all got more sleep.
How revolting.
Revolting?
Thinking of Randy as a toy-sucking baby.
Well, most of us were, one time or another. So you think Randy and I are on about the same intellectual level, do you?
Well, you both have the same sort of attitude toward things. Nice and more practical.
Do you think your mother's too idealistic?
Heavens, yes. Listen, Dr. Christian. Mother sent me down here to have you look at my ankle. But I'll bet what she really hoped was that you'd give me a good talking to.
What about?
She thinks you're a profound influence in my life and that I'll do anything you say. I can't sit around all day all dressed up. I'll never go in for the things Mother wants, Dr. Christian.
You're sure?
Positive. I like to play games and swim, and I'd rather be with boys than girls because they're better sports. Really good eggs like Randy. But I can't be big-eyed and romantic and ladylike. The way I feel, all that sentimental stuff belongs to the days of hoop skirts.
What? Hoop skirts?
Oh, you know what I mean. It's old hat, Doctor. Honest, it isn't. It is. The way Mother expects me to sit with my hands folded when the boys come to call.
What do you do, Tanny?
Well, Randy's learning to play the trap, and sometimes he brings his drums over and teaches me. And last night the fellas all helped me finish building a kennel for Bean. If it's afternoon, why, sometimes they have football practice, and they let me play, too.
It all sounds very active.
Hasn't Mother told you all this? I'll bet she has. I know just how she'd say it. I don't want to restrict Catherine Ann too much, but she's getting older, and I can't have her running wild. You always had so much influence with her, Dr. Christian. You talked to her.
Well, as a matter of fact, Tanny, you're wrong.
I couldn't be.
Well, this time you are. Your mother hasn't mentioned your conduct to me, except to say that if I explained to you what was the matter with your complexion, you might stop eating so much candy.
My complexion? What's wrong with my complexion?
Well...
Oh, a little bump or two. I can't be worried. Dr. Christian, listen,
What is it, Tanny?
I've got the most marvelous idea. You talk to Mother for me, won't you? You tell her nobody nowadays does the things she did when she was 15.
Well, I don't know what I can say that...
Of course you can. Try and make Mom see that I don't need to have my hair waved and that it's just a waste of money for me to have manicures. I just bite the nails anyway. Dr. Christian, it's for my life's happiness. I can't go on through all my existence fighting for my individuality. Oh, gee, I've got to go now. I've got a date to watch football practice. Dr. Christian, you will try to make Mom see reason, won't you?
What is it you want me to do, Tanny?
I want you to make her see I've got to live my own life. I want her to realize that I'm an adult. Oh, Judy.
You asked me to let you know when it was 4 o'clock.
Is it 4 already?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I've got to rush. You will talk to Mother, won't you, Dr. Christian? You'll make her understand that this is 1939 and nobody bothers any more about being ladylike and romantic.
But, Tanny, wait.
She'll believe it if you tell her. Oh, Dr. Christian, I know I can trust you. Heavens on this seeing Randy try those new plays. Bye!
Well.
Modern youth too much for you, Dr. Christian?
Yeah, it leaves me a little breathless.
Tanny was very serious. She told me while she was waiting for you to come in that she had a very important request to make of you.
I take it she feels she's living a little in advance of her time. Just what was it you gathered specifically that she wanted me to do about her mother, Judy?
Well, she told me she hoped you could persuade her mother to stop being so quaint.
Quaint?
Mm-hmm.
Quaint?
Yeah.
Kathy Gardner Quaint. You know, Kathy, my dear, until I talked to your daughter, I always consider you one of the most progressive young women in River's End. How in the world did you ever fall into this slow, senile decay?
I haven't the least idea. Only a few months ago, Tanny thought everything I said was wisdom from heaven. She's always been so reasonable and open to suggestion, and then all at once...
Ha-ha, came the revolution.
Came the revolution. Her father overnight degenerated into a lovable old fogey, and her mother a relic fit for a museum. Life has passed us by, Dr. Christian, and so is Tanny.
Oh, you seem remarkably cheerful about it.
I am. I so well remember when I felt the same way about my own mother. She took it very well. She seemed to consider it a sort of adolescent measles. Tanny asked you to talk to me, didn't she?
Well, to tell you the truth, she had the same suspicion about you.
Well, it's a good idea. She thinks you're wonderful. And she might listen to you when she turns a deaf ear on the old folks at home.
Oh, well, I don't believe that at the moment she'd be much impressed, even by my sage counsel and advice.
Oh, maybe not. I guess it's just a matter for endurance. But you do agree with me, don't you, Dr. Paul, that this is only a phase, that she's going to outgrow it?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Oh, such a relief. To have Tanny go on through the years considering herself the offspring of superannuated and slightly feeble-minded parents. My last imbecility was to refuse to let her ride to Northport on a motorbike with the Collins boy. Well, we breakfasted in dignified silence, and she didn't come home for lunch.
The Collins boy? I thought it was Randy Billings.
Oh, I think it is Randy. But she scorns sentiment and insists she's quite impartial. Well, I quite approve of that part of her attitude. It's just that she's such a... Oh, in my mid-Victorian way, I was about to call her a tomboy.
Well, you better not let her hear you say.
No.
Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, I'm glad I had this chance to talk with you. Would you use your influence with Tanny?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you a lot. I do worry. Well, now stop in and see an old lady now and then, won't you?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, Dr. Christian.
Well, hello, Tanny. Just getting home from school?
Yes, and I've got to go right back. I forgot my history notebook.
Oh, well, get in the car and I'll drop you. I'm going that way.
Oh, grand. Thanks. What were you doing at our house?
I stopped to see your mother about some of my clinic cases. She's doing some visiting for me.
Did you talk to her about her attitude?
Well, I mentioned it, but you have to take such things slowly, you know. How's everything going at school?
We had a perfectly foul examination in algebra this morning, so I probably flunked.
Did you?
Well, I'm afraid I did. Mother says if I didn't spend all my afternoon study periods watching football practice, I'd have better marks.
Well, I can see it might interfere. Randy Billings is on the team this year, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Why, he practically is the team.
Yes, he's quite a star.
Just wait till you see what he does at the Thanksgiving game. Everybody's crazy about him. And the fuss people make over anybody who scores a touchdown.
No, you mustn't begrudge your hero his public, Tanny.
You ought to see the way the girls at school hang around him. And they have regular fights about who gets to sit the row in back of him at assembly.
That's enough to turn any man's head.
Jean West is the worst.
Who is Jean West?
She's a new girl here. I think she's a drip. She does her hair in little curls all over her head, uses bright red fingernail polish and lipstick. That is, outside of school. They make her take it off for class.
Oh, I imagine so.
But she puts it on afterwards. She's a hunter.
A hunter?
Yes, after the men.
Oh, what we used to call boy crazy, I guess.
Probably. She likes Randy awfully well.
Does she?
Of course, Randy doesn't care anything about her. Randy likes girls who are regular, not the dizzy dolled-up type.
I see.
He says the clingy stuff is just silly. He's always laughing at the boys who fall for it. Randy likes me because I'm just one of the fellas. I can do some things that even fellas won't try, like climbing Dead Man's Rock. You know, it's sort of funny. Randy agreeing with Mom this morning.
What did you agree with her about?
About my riding around on Jim Collins' motorbike with him. Mom said I couldn't do it anymore, and when I told Randy, he said she was right.
Oh. Did he say why?
He said it was rough stuff. He said for me not to dare do it anymore.
Well, maybe he...
Stop here, Dr. Christian. I'll cut across the lawn. Football practice must be about over. Look at all the cars waiting.
Yes, here come some of the boys now.
Oh, there's Randy. I'll get him to wait and walk home with me. He'll be surprised to see me here. Yoo-hoo, Randy!
Well, he doesn't hear you.
Randy! Randy! Going the other way. Oh, dear. He seems to be looking for someone.
Yeah, the people in that green car, I think. They're waving at him.
Yes, that's Carol Moore's car. She and Dan Harvey are in the front seat. There's some girl in back. Look, Dr. Christian, Randy's getting in with him. He's getting in the back seat.
Who's the girl in the back seat, Tanny? Anyone you know?
Yes. Yes, I know her all right. I'd know that hair anywhere. That's Jean West.
And the curtain comes down for a brief intermission in our Dr. Christian story starring Jean Hersholt. It's an intermission just long enough for me to present the testimony of another of our good customers.
I'm the mother of a 12-year-old boy who just loves to play football. And quite frequently he comes home with scratches, small cuts, or bad bruises. But I never worry. I just reach for the Vaseline jelly and take care of these minor injuries in no time. In our home, Vaseline jelly has always been a standby. For one thing, after doing the dishes, I always rub it on my hands. If I do say so myself, after 14 years, my hands still look like a bride's, thanks to Vaseline jelly.
Vaseline jelly is an important household remedy in over 90% of all American homes. It has attained this amazing record because it does these three important things. First, Vaseline jelly forms a protective film that helps keep out infection when the skin is broken. Second, it soothes irritation and promotes rapid healing. And third, it softens and lubricates the skin by supplementing the natural body oils. Be sure you have a good supply on hand. Vaseline jelly costs only 10 cents anywhere. We return now to the second act of Prelude to Thanksgiving. The scene is the laundry of the Gardner home where Tanny is vigorously giving her dog a bath.
I know you don't like this old fellow, but, hold still. Let me dry you good and dry. Come on. Oh, you're so beautiful and clean.
Tanny! Tanny! Oh, here you are. Randy's in the living room, dear. He wants to see you.
He probably just stopped by to ask me to go to the Thanksgiving dance. It's about time. Oh, the dance is going to be marvelous. They're going to give out the football letters and everything.
Well, whatever Randy is, you kept him waiting long enough, dear.
All right. There, Bing, you old silly. I guess you're dry. Now, don't you dare run right out and roll in the dirt. Kind of watch him, will you, Mom, till I get back?
All right, come here, old fellow.
Hello, Tanny.
Hi, want to see me?
Yes, I did. That is, well, I was just going by and I thought...
I was washing Bing.
Oh, if you're busy...
Oh, I'm all through now.
I can't stay but a minute. I gotta go on down to Tad Brown's house. Today's initiation.
Initiation?
Sure. Fraternity initiation, you know. They work on us all day. After tonight, I'll be a full-fledged Omega Tau.
Oh, that'll be wonderful.
I'll have my pin tomorrow. Tanny.
Yes?
Tanny, there's something I feel I ought to tell you about. Sort of explain.
Explain?
Yeah. It's a sort of a crazy mix-up. It's about the Thanksgiving football dance.
I wondered when you were going to get around to asking me. I had a bid last night from Bud Collins, and I told him I was already invited.
You shouldn't have.
I wish you wouldn't wait like this. You'd ask me right off as soon as you knew there was going to be a dance.
Yeah, that's what I ought to do, but then things like this wouldn't happen.
No? Things like what?
Like my having to go with somebody else.
Somebody else?
Honest, Tanny, I don't know how it ever happened. We were just talking about the dance, nothing special, and I said how swell it was going to be to break training after the game Thanksgiving and go to the dance and get the letters and all, and first thing I knew, she was saying how nice it was of me to ask her. And then she...
Who's she?
Jean West. And then...
And you asked Jean West to go to the Thanksgiving dance?
That's what I'm trying to tell you about. I didn't ask her, she just accepted, and
you're going to take her?
Well, I don't know how to get out of it. Tanny, you understand, don't you? You won't be mad?
Mad? Oh, no. No, I won't be mad. Why should I be mad?
Well, I was afraid...
No, you want to take Jean West to the dance? What business is it of mine?
But it is your business. You and I...
You and I are just friends. I haven't got any strings tied to you. You've got every right in the world to take any girl you want to.
Tanny, listen, I... What's that?
It's Bud Collins. He's calling for me.
Calling for you?
Yes. Yes, we've got a date. He's going to take me for a ride on his motorbike.
You said your mother wouldn't let you go.
She changed her mind.
Well, I didn't change my mind. You can't go tearing around on that bike with Bud Collins.
And why not?
I don't want you to, that's why. It's tomboyish.
You used to like to have me do tomboy things.
Well, I don't want you to do this.
I'm going to do it right now, and I'd like to see anybody stop me.
I'll stop you.
How?
I forbid it. You're my girl, Tanny.
Sorry, I've got to be going. Bye, Randy.
Wait. Tanny, don't you dare go.
Hi, Bud, I'm coming.
Hello, Tan. I just dropped around.
Take me for the ride you promised me?
Why, yes, if you can go. I thought you said...
Let's start. Quick. Tell me, how do I sit? Like this?
Yeah, hold on tight. Sure you want to go now?
Tanny!
Here comes Randy Billings. Was he at your house?
Don't wait for him. Don't wait. Start the motor, Bud, quick.
All right, if you say so.
Oh!
Hold tight. Here we go.
Tanny, stop!
Bye, Randy!
Bud, look out! Look out for the trap!
Hey, mister, where you going?
Gee, Judy, I feel awful. I feel as if it was all my fault.
Well, how could it be your fault, Randy? It wasn't your motorbike.
I know, but she was riding on it just because I told her not to. And then just as they were starting off, the truck came around the corner and skidded.
I know.
And everybody came running out. And I tried to pick Tanny up. And they told me not to touch her till Dr. Christian came.
Oh, he got there as quick as he could.
Judy, how bad she hurt, really. Dr. Christian wouldn't tell me a thing for sure yesterday, and when I called his office this morning, he said he still didn't know.
Well, he's examining her again now. In cases like this, you can't always tell at first, you know. Her arm's broken, and, well, there may be internal injuries.
Gee.
You've just got to be brave about it, Randy. She'll be all right. She just got to be.
If she is, I'll devote the rest of my life to making it up to her.
Making what up, Randy?
Oh, everything. You know, Judy, Tanny and I have been kind of buddies ever since we were little. And we always sort of took each other for granted. Then, well, a few weeks ago, she told me her mother thought she was too much of a tomboy, that she thought she ought to begin to grow up.
Yes, I believe she did feel that way.
And she asked me what I thought. First, I laughed at her, and then I began hearing things that other girls said.
Jean West, for instance?
How did you know that was who it was?
Oh, I guessed.
Jean sort of laughed at Tanny, called her my glamour girl, and then giggled. Oh, it made me awfully mad, but I could see what she meant. Tanny never wears lipstick or makeup like lots of the girls.
And so you told Tanny you found her a little tomboyish, too,
Not exactly, but, well, anyhow, she began not liking Jean.
Oh.
And then, when I told her about the Thanksgiving dance and that I was taking Jean...
She went off with Bud. Was that it?
Yes, that was it.
Ah, the poor baby.
So you see, it was my fault. And I've got to make it up to her. It's funny how you go along, knowing a girl for years and never really looking at her at all. And then, all of a sudden, someday, something happens and you wake up. I never appreciated Tanny before, Judy. But I think she's the prettiest girl in high school. And the nicest.
There's Dr. Christian now and Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, the nurse is taking care of her, Kathy. You go and get some sleep. You've been up all night.
Oh, I'm all right.
How is she, Dr. Christian?
Is there anything dangerous?
Not a thing that I could discover. She's got a lot of bruises besides the broken arm, but nothing that won't heal up very quickly.
Oh, thank heaven.
Hallelujah. Dr. Christian, Tanny won't possibly be up for Thanksgiving, will she? So she could go and watch the game, I mean?
Tanny will spend her Thanksgiving right in bed, but lots to be thankful for.
You can come in and have turkey with her if you like after the game, Randy.
Can I? Gee, thanks. I'd like to. Dr. Christian, I don't suppose I could go in now, just for a minute, just to tell Tanny I'm glad she's better?
Yes, I think you could. In fact, when the nurse mentioned you out here, Tanny made me promise to let her see you.
Did she really? Can I go in right now?
Just for a little while, Randy.
All right.
Well, I'd better get back to the office. I'm so glad everything's going to be all right, Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, thank you, Judy.
I'll see you after a while, Dr. Christian.
Yes, I'll be along just a few minutes. Tanny's a very sober young lady, Kathy.
Yes. Perhaps I've lost my tomboy. Oh, Dr. Christian, if anything terrible had happened to her,
Well, nothing did. She's going to be all right.
Yes.
Only older. She almost had her heart broken, you know, as well as her arm.
You think she and Randy...
Yes. Doctor's instinct for diagnosis. I had quite a talk with her, Kathy. I think you will find she's grown up a little.
Oh, I don't seem to care whether she grows up or not. If she's going to be well, that's all.
I shouldn't be surprised if she began to treat you like a human being again soon. She may even ask you for advice.
Oh, Dr. Christian, I've got so much to be thankful for. I don't insist on everything.
Maybe not, but I think you're going to get it. Happy Thanksgiving, Kathy.
Honestly, Mom, did Dr. Christian say I could have company for Thanksgiving dinner?
Well, he said Randy could come in and eat turkey with you if you kept very quiet.
Oh, that'll be fun. He wants to come and sit with me instead of going to the dance. What are you smiling about?
I was just thinking you looked very attractive in my best bed jacket.
You don't mind, do you? I told the nurse where it was.
No, I don't mind at all. It makes a splendid background.
Background? Oh, you mean for...
Yes.
For the fraternity pin.
Mm-hmm.
It's Randy's.
I suspected as much.
He got it last night. I'm the first girl he's ever given it to.
Really?
Well, I mean, he says I'm the only one. Moms, I guess I need your advice about things.
Do you, darling? Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can. What do you want to know?
Well, Moms, when a boy says he likes you better than anyone else in the world, and it hurts here, and you feel sort of faint and dizzy, does that mean that you're in love?
And so we leave Tanny and her palpitations of the heart. And now I have a word about the products that make the program possible, and then Gene Hersholt will tell you something about next week's story. Mothers write in to tell us that one of the most versatile, most economical products in their medicine cabinets is Vaseline jelly. For over 3 generations now, Vaseline jelly has been used to protect and help heal minor burns, cuts, scratches, chafing, chapping, and the countless other minor injuries and irritations of the skin. So soothing and healing that it has been made the base of several specialty products, such as Vaseline borated jelly, Vaseline carbolated jelly, Vaseline lip ice, and Vaseline camphor ice. Ask your druggist about their special uses. But whether you're buying plain Vaseline jelly or any of the Vaseline specialties, be sure the trademark Vaseline is on the jar or tube. That trademark is your guarantee of the utmost in purity. And now, here he is, our star, Gene Hersholt, as the popular doctor of River's End. Dr. Christian, what's next week's story like?
Well, next week I plan to tell you about old Mr. Holly. He's our local music teacher, and the story of his various pupils, from a world-famous violinist to Martha Browning, who will never learn that she can't sing a note. Makes a very amusing play. I know you'll enjoy it. So until next Wednesday evening at this same hour, I'll say good night.
Don't fail to see the new Gene Hersholt picture, Meet Dr. Christian, when it comes to your local theater. This is the first of a new series of RKO radio pictures based on the Dr. Christian radio program and starring Gene Hersholt in his most famous role. This is Arthur Gilmore speaking and bidding you all good night for Vaseline Preparations. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country, but powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Tonto's in trouble. We've got to hurry. I'm Silver!
In spite of the activities of the outlaw organization known as the Iron Spur, the work on the railroad progressed steadily. Beyond Kearney, in addition to Kilgrew and his men, there was the constant danger of Indians.
Jim Blake says we needn't worry about Indians. He says to just keep putting these rails down and mind our own business.
Sure, that's what he says. But I'll tell you why he says it, Pete.
Why?
There's no use worrying about Indians unless they go on the warpath. If they do that, worrying won't help. It'll be too late to worry.
Well, if they come, they come. That's all there is to it.
Well, I reckon the best thing we can do is to work fast. Get through this country so much the sooner.
That's the idea. Blake says a couple or three redskins from one of the tribes around here might come and look us over. If they do, we're to make out like we don't even see them.
Then they'll go away?
Probably.
Seems to me the best thing would be to shoot all we see of them.
Well, that'd be just about the worst thing we could do.
But there'd be that many less.
Oh, one shot is all it would take. The whole tribe would be down on us in no time. Why, they wouldn't stop till they'd got every last one of us.
Well, I reckon Blake knows. He's been around this part of the country long enough.
Sure he knows. That's why he's the boss.
There's one thing, though.
What's that?
Remember that gang that's trying to block our work?
Kilgrew?
Yeah. What is it his gang is called?
Iron Spur.
Yeah, that's it. Suppose those critters stir the engines up.
Vern, I got a hunch there won't be no more trouble from the Iron Spur.
Why do you say that, Pete?
Well, me and the boss was talking last night. He told me that the Lone Ranger is just waiting for Kilgrew to make a move. Just one move that's against the law, that's all. Only one move, and then he'll have him.
The Lone Ranger, huh?
Yep. I guess we needn't waste time thinking about Kilgrew. That ornery coyote is up again the Lone Ranger.
Where's the Lone Ranger now?
I don't know just where, but he's in this part of the country.
So is Kilgrew.
I hear you talking about Kilgrew.
Huh? Oh, yeah, we was talking about him.
Hey, you're not one of the regular workers here.
No.
Who are you? Speak up. Strangers around this job got to identify themselves.
Good for you, Pete. I've been here all day, and you're the first man that's asked me to account for myself.
Well, then do it. Watch him sharp, Vern.
Pete, I'll tell Jim Blake about this. He'd be glad to hear that you're alert.
Never mind the fancy talk, stranger. You just walk ahead of me and Vern. You're going to the office to answer a few questions from Jim Blake.
I'd like to speak to Blake, but there isn't time. I've got to meet Tonto at sundown.
You're not meeting anyone till after you meet Jim Blake.
Get along, stranger. You do what Pete says, or I'll flatten your head with a railroad spike.
Here, take this bullet.
Huh?
The bullet will identify me. Here, Silver.
Silver? Is that the name of that white horse?
Yes. I took my mask off and disguised my face when I put on these clothes.
Hey, Vern, that there bullet is solid silver.
Hey there, big fella.
Pete, the Lone Ranger. He's been working right along with us all day, and not one of us knowed it. Hey, mister, wait a minute.
Tonto has been in the Indian village.
He has?
You'll find out how the Indians feel toward you railroad workers. If there's any danger of an uprising, you'll know about it. Tell Jim Blake that I'll send word when I hear what Tonto reports.
I'll tell him I sure will.
Come on, Silver.
The Lone Ranger headed north to meet his faithful Indian friend. Meanwhile, Tonto had left the Indian village and was riding south.
Get out, Scout!
The Pinto maintained a steady pace, covering the ground with long, easy strides. Ahead of him, Tonto saw three men in clothes like those worn by the railroad workers. He thought they might be hunting game for food and paid little attention to them as he drew nearer. He didn't know what those men were saying.
Don't matter, boys, as long as he's a redskin. If he's the chief, so much the better. You ready to fire?
I got my rifle ready for when you give the word. I can knock him off the saddle at this distance.
Let him have it then. But be sure you aim for his shoulder. Don't kill him.
Right. I nailed him.
Wait. We got to see if he moves.
Sure. He's moving, see? I didn't kill him.
That's all I wanted to know. Come on now. We'll get our horses and clear out.
Silver, old boy, something certainly happened. Tonto would have met us hours ago. Since he knew where we planned to camp, we'll just keep on until we reach the Indian tribe, Silver, hold up, fella. Steady, boy. That's it, big fella. That horse answered you. Come on, Silver. Silver! Tonto!
Come.
Kimosabe, what's happened to you?
Hit.
Easy now. Stay where you are. Don't get up till I have a look at you.
Bullet hit plenty hard.
Yes, I see it did. Who shot you?
Fella from railroad.
What?
Me see 3 fella. Not know who. Face long way off. But fellas from railroad.
And they shot you?
One fella lift rifle. Shoot. Me fall from scout.
This wound might have been worse, Tonto. You'll be all right, but it'll be some time before you use your left arm.
You know that.
I'll bandage you for the time being and get you to our camp. This will do for a bandage. I'll use the other part of the bandana to wash the wound.
Kimosabe, you got water?
Yes, here's a canteen. Not too much, Tonto. Now give it to me. Did you talk to the Indians in the village?
Yeah, all plenty quiet now.
They're not planning an attack on the railroad?
No.
How many Indians are there in the village?
4, maybe 500.
Now, I'll fix a bandage on the wound. Tonto, if you went back to that village and told those Indians that you'd been shot by men from the railroad, what would happen?
Indian get plenty mad. Indian make war on men at railroad.
That would be exactly what Kilgrew wants. Tonto, I'm going to take you to the camp and make you comfortable, and I'm going to leave you there alone.
Me go with you. Me be all right. Plenty soon.
There may be a lot for you to do later on. You'll need rest to be ready for action.
And what you do?
I'm going to find Kilgrew.
Him know you never get proof who fires shots.
Steady. But he won't fire more shots at Indians if he knows we're watching him. He knows I want proof that he's a crook. He won't let me get that proof if he can help it. There. Here, Scout. Now, Kimosabe, we'll get you in the saddle and back to camp. And I'll go to Kilgrew's camp.
He's standing all right.
Easy now. Up you go.
Be right, all right now.
I'll plan to see Kilgrew around daybreak. Steady, big fella. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger set a slow pace because of Tonto's wound. It was late at night when he arrived at camp. Meanwhile, miles away, a light was burning in a cabin in the woods. Kilgrew and his men sat around a table in the center of which a candle burned.
I don't know what it is, but something's going wrong. Fool, are you sure you didn't kill that redskin?
I know where I shot him.
But he should be back to his tribe by this time. I tell you, our scheme's misfired.
Well, let's get a couple of more redskins.
I know doggone well those redskins will start a war if they get a reason. They're suspicious of the railroad to start with.
Are you afeard of the steam and choo-choo? Well, sure they are. They think it's magic of some sort. But they know that their arrows will kill the men that work on the railroad. And all they're waiting for is a good reason to start using those arrows.
We'd have heard them on the warpath long before now if they'd have found the man was shot. Listen, boys, I'm going to call on those redskins.
Call on them?
Yep. If they don't start on the warpath by sunup, I'm right near the village. I know another way to start a war.
Yeah, what is it?
I'll tell you, and you'll have to get busy. There'll be lots of preparations to make. But I guarantee that this time there'll be a fight that won't end till every last one of those railroad workers is dead with an arrow through his hide. And his scalp hanging from a redskin's belt.
Morning found the Lone Ranger riding toward the cabin where the Kilgrew gang stayed. He reined up at the door.
Steady, Silver.
Dismounted and walked in.
You. Hey, what's up?
Well, so you're all awake. I want to see Kilgrew.
Lone Ranger. You got a lot of nerve to come here.
It doesn't take nerve. You crooks wouldn't dare shoot. Kilgrew wouldn't take that chance because the law might prove murder against him.
Keep your guns down, boys.
Now, where's your boss?
You don't see him around here, do you?
No.
Well, then, vamoose, you got nothing against us.
Nothing I can prove yet. There will be. What are these arrows doing here?
Well, them's just Indian arrows that was here in the cabin when we came. Now, look here, why don't you leave us alone and stop hounding us? We're not doing anything wrong.
Just trying to wreck the railroad job. Come on in here, Kilgrew.
I told you that he'd left.
He hasn't been gone long. You're all smoking cigarettes. But this cigar on the table is still warm. Kilgrew smokes cigars.
He left on an errand.
All right, Poole. I'll find him. There's heavy dew, and he'll track through it.
Suit yourself.
One thing more. Kilgrew did what I think he did. Don't expect him back. on, Silver.
The tracks of Kilgrew's horse were plainly marked on the plain. In a few moments of hard riding, the masked man sighted the outlaw's leader. He quickly cut down the distance.
Kilgrew, I want to talk to you.
No, you don't. Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Faster, boy. Faster. Hurry up. Oh, there, Silver.
Let go my bridle. You, what do you want?
I want to ask you a few questions, Kilgrew. Last night, someone shot an Indian.
Oh, that's so?
You knew it, didn't you?
Look here. Why don't you let me alone till I bust the law? You can't prove anything.
I suppose you couldn't understand why the Indians didn't start a war. Well, it was Tonto whom you shot.
Tonto, I don't know anything about a redskin being shot. Likely it was men from the railroad.
You know better than that.
I know those railroad workers are just aching to kill some Indians. They don't like the way the redskins stand around and watch them work. They'd like to drive the redskins off. The fact is, I'd heard about plans to kill Indians. I was riding to warn the chief in the village.
Oh, you were?
Sure.
That won't be necessary.
No?
No, Tonto isn't badly hurt. He can take your message to the Indians.
Nice. But I'll take my own message.
Put down the gun, Kilgrew. You're going with me. Your scheme is easily seen through. You've wondered why the Indians weren't on the warpath, so you're heading for the village to find out. While you're there, you'll tell lies about the railroad men. The next time you shoot an Indian, the war will really start.
I said I'd take my own message to the Redskins. This gun is ready to talk.
No, it isn't. If you shoot me, you'll at last commit the crime that will hang you.
I can shoot. I'll have every one of my men swear I done it in self-defense.
You're going with me.
I'm going with it. Hold on. Don't draw, Lone Ranger. I warn you, leave me be.
Then shoot. Not quite fast enough, Kilgrew.
Oh, my hand.
The bullet didn't hit your hand, just your gun. As I said before, you're going with me.
You got nothing against me. Not a shred of proof.
I will have. If your men didn't shoot Tonto, you'll be free to do what you please. But if they did fire that shot, Kilgrew, you're going to confess it and sign the confession.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger rode into camp with Killigrew ahead of him. Tonto rose to his feet, his strength regained by a night of rest.
Steady, Silver, steady.
You bring Crook?
Yes, we're going to make him confess.
I've done nothing to confess.
Him, fellow, shoot me.
I'm sure of it. And I think that he's told his men to shoot other Indians.
Me fix
Oh,
him.
wait.
Tonto, we'll get a signed confession from him. Evidence that will jail him.
I won't sign a confession.
Can you ride back to that village, Kimosabe?
And see Indian?
Yes. Tell them to stay in their village today. Warn the chief that there's danger. And none of the Indians are to come from the village to the railroad. And when you come back, bring some Indian clothes with you.
For what?
You'll find out.
A buckskin shirt?
Yes, and 2 eagle headdresses. Clothes for Kilgrew and me.
Time to do that.
Are you sure you can make the trip?
Oh, me plenty strong now. Wound not matter much.
All right, I'll wait here for you.
Here, Scout. We start right now. Get him up, Scout.
What's the idea of putting me in an Indian's outfit?
You'll find out as soon as Tonto returns. In the meantime, Kilgrew, I'll tie you to this tree to be sure you stay with me.
Tonto rode hard in spite of the wound in his shoulder. He reached the Indian village and went to the chief. These two friends exchanged few words. The chief nodded, then spoke to one of the braves nearby. In a few moments, Tonto had the Indian clothing and was on his way back to the Lone Ranger. When he arrived at the camp...
Oh, Scout, Here, Indian clothes.
Good. Now, Kilgrew, you'll dress in this outfit.
I'm hanged if I will. You can't make me.
You know why?
No, and I don't care why.
You do what masked man.
Oh, hold on.
You
Put down
do
that
what...
knife. All right. Don't see the sense in it.
I'll tell you the sense of it, Kilgrew. You were going to warn the Indians that there might be an attack on them. Well, we'll see if you're right.
But I tell you...
I know for a fact that none of the men from the railroad will make any attack. If there is one, it'll be because you ordered your men to make it. You alone know whether or not an attack is planned.
Yes, Heavy.
Tonto, did the Indians promise to remain in their village?
That's what Chief promised.
You hear that, Kilgrew? The only men who will ride in Indian dress today are you and I. If your men are planning to shoot Indians, we'll be the ones who will be hit.
So that's your scheme.
Yes, it is.
Good, I'm all for it. Let's get started.
Kilgrew seemed genuine in his eagerness to follow the masked man's instructions. He pulled the buckskin pants over his own, then pulled the buckskin jacket over his head. He donned the eagle bonnet and even submitted willingly, almost eagerly, to the application by Tonto of dark stain to his face.
Go on, fix me up any way you like. You think you're going to get me to bust down and confess a lot of things to save my hide, you loco? Why should I worry about being shot?
We'll see.
The Lone Ranger knew Kilgrew was a coward. He thought the man was bluffing, yet there was certainly a convincing manner about him.
Mount up, Kilgrew. We're going through with it. Steady.
Sure, I'm mount up. Yeah. I suppose you know you're taking the same risks I am.
I'm willing to take them. Come on.
Get up there.
Come on, Silver.
With Kilgrew slightly ahead of him, the Lone Ranger headed for the Indian camp, then cut to the trail that led to the railroad. Here he slowed the horses. He watched Kilgrew and was puzzled by the air of confidence. There wasn't the slightest sign of fear in the outlaw's manner. Could the masked man have been mistaken?
No one else would have fired at the Indians. There's no one else around here. Just railroad men and Kilgrew's gang. Kilgrew's a coward. He'd be afraid if he thought his men were waiting to fire.
What's the matter? Are you finally waking up to the fact you're all wrong about me?
Kilgrew, turn around.
Huh?
We're going to turn back and then ride this trail again.
Anything you say.
The two riders, dressed as Indians, once more rode over the trail, and Kilgrew became more taunting with each long mile. The afternoon advanced and twilight came.
It sure takes a lot to convince you I told the truth. How much longer do you want to ride up and down this trail? As long as I'm concerned, keep it up all night.
The Lone Ranger ignored Kilgrew. He was deep in thought as he tried to reason out the plans of the schemers.
It must have been Kilgrew's men. No one else would shoot an Indian.
Right all night, it's all right with me.
The men on the railroad know what an Indian attack would mean. Open warfare.
You thought I'd be afraid of being shot by my own friends, eh?
His friends couldn't recognize him. They wouldn't wait till after dark to shoot. The Indians would identify them as railroad men.
I told you, didn't I? What's the matter? You lost your tongue?
Kilgrew's a clever schemer. What was there about that cabin? Something I saw there. The man had been up all night.
What's the matter? Speak up.
Something I saw in that cabin. Something that wasn't just right. What was it?
The background of taunts against the slow rhythm of the horses' hoofs, the Lone Ranger tried to recall every detail of the cabin in the woods. He had a strange feeling that there was something out of place. It was something that had been without meaning at the time, but now he began to think of the things he had seen, one by one.
The men looked as if they'd been up all night. Candle still burning on the table. Large can of coal oil on the floor. What else was in that cabin? Men, cigarettes, coal oil. Kilgrew's cigar, still warm. The Indian arrows, the dirt on the floor. Those Indian arrows wrapped in waste. Indians used pitch on fire arrows. The coal oil. Kilgrew.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Now we're going to ride. Head for the railroad. We travel fast. We'll make it shortly after dark.
Railroad? For what?
Never mind the questions. Get going. I'll start your horse. Get along there. Come on, Silver.
Hey, what's the big idea?
You'll find out soon enough. Get going and keep going. Come on, Silver.
At last, the Lone Ranger knew the answer. Riding at top speed, he dropped the reins around the saddle horn and hauled off the Indian jacket. He took his own hat from behind the saddle. With it, replaced the war bonnet. From beneath his own shirt, he took a mask and set it in place across the upper part of his face. Now he was the masked rider, the Lone Ranger racing against time. Darkness fell while he and Kilgrew dashed south. Meanwhile, Kilgrew's gang had gone to a shallow arroyo near the railroad camp. They carried Indian bows, the arrows they had made, and a large can of coal oil with them. Poole was in command.
All set now, boys. Be sure you give those arrows one more dip into the coal oil so they'll burn real good.
How about it if the railroad men come after us?
Yeah, they won't.
How do you know they won't charge us?
Because of two things. Kilgrew has them doped out. Now, the main concern of the railroad men will be to see that none of the arrows start the buildings on fire.
Oh.
And then, too, they won't know but what there's 100 or more Redskins attacking. They'll wait till the Indians close in, and then they'll fight to the finish.
But we ain't going to close in.
No, we'll go away. And then the railroad men will start in the morning and go after the Indians. Now, get ready. I'll fire the first arrow. Jake, touch a match to it.
Right.
That does it. Here she goes.
Call the man to Redskins!
Fire arrows!
Here comes another!
Hey, fellas, rouse up! Get out! Get pails of water! Redskins!
The ornery coyotes are attacking us.
Get water!
They're firing from the north arroyo.
Oh, never mind the Redskins. Protect the buildings!
They're coming fast now. Never mind the ones that hit the ground. Stand ready to throw water on the ones that hit the building.
I bet Kilgrew had a hand in this.
They're getting closer. I'll give them Redskins something to think about. Some of us can pick them off while the others stand guard against fire. Let them have it!
No use firing the devil. We can't hit him at the bottom of the arroyo.
Keep shooting anyhow. Let them know they better not stick their heads up.
The dirty coyotes.
Just wait till Jim Blake gets back here. He'll have us attack those critters and burn their whole doggone village to the ground.
While the railroad men fired back without hope of hitting anyone, the Lone Ranger drew near.
Fire arrows. That's the answer. All right, Kilgrew, you can rein up.
I won't.
And I'll help you.
Hey, let me go. Take this rope off. You'll be off my horse.
All of you stop. I'll rope you. The law takes over.
No, wait. You can't prove anything. You can't do this.
There. That'll hold you for the time being. Your plan was to make the railroad men think the Indians were attacking. Fire arrows in the darkness, huh? Come on, Silver. That's enough. Who are you? Go down those bows. Whoa, Silver. Keep your hands off your guns. I said no guns. That goes for you too, Poole. You wanted a fire, huh? Well, I'll fix one for you. Stay there, Silver. I'll just fill this can of oil.
Now you see here. Wait.
There. They're firing up so the railroad men can see who's firing at them.
The Lone Ranger dropped a match on the spilled oil. Flames leaped high, flooding the arroyo with brilliant light.
Now you can all walk forward. Let the railroad men have a look at you.
Every doggone one of them. By Ginger, he's got Kilgrew with the others.
Now, you gotta let me explain. We didn't do no harm.
Fool, you done a plenty.
Any lawman will take care of them, Vern. Hold them until Blake gets back from the end of the track.
We'll hold them all right enough.
To think that these rattlers was aiming to rouse us up to making an attack on the friendly Injuns. Doggone it all, you critters should hang for a trick like that.
Pete, it's the end of Kilgrew.
Yeah, but say, mister, how'd you figure out what the critters was planning to do?
I wasted a lot of time, Pete. I saw those arrows in their cabin this morning. I didn't realize the importance of them till it was almost too late. That was when I remembered the coal oil.
We'll see that these hombres get all that's coming to them.
And remember this night, if the Indians start trouble, don't be too quick to blame them. Look for another agitator like Kilgrew.
You bet we will.
I'm going back to Tonto. Steady, big fella. Oh, Silver! Forward!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.